Um. Hmm. Ooh-wee. Ooh. Damn it.
So what's next?
Uh, Hell on Wheels. Whoop. Whoop doop boo. Boop doop boo. Good. I need to go get the cherry stairs as well. Oh, you know what? I should do this first. Where it go? Two, three, four. Two. It's back down here again. Okay. So all this dude did was put a couple torches down. Hey, what's up, Jessica? Welcome back. We gotta go. I guess we'll just use this. Come up here. I feel like their space is a lot bigger. It is. There's one more row in his space. So, did I build this wall wrong? Now I have to reassess. Yeah, this needs to be out one more. I messed up. It's okay, it's fixable. It's fixable. I'll go grab that real quick. Hold on. Ooh. My cash? I don't have any cash. Ooh. Oh, give me just a sec. Sometimes it doesn't show me the full message on the thing, so I actually have to pull up my, video. Yeah, my cash is at 0 right now. I did this wrong. Ah! What happened? I didn't look up. Yeah, I did. I said I ain't got no money and I'm working on this building. Da, 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 da. I thought I had regular cherry. Oh, I don't need more cherry. I just needed more pale. No, I just started. I've been doing I've been doing a lot of resource gathering the last few days. We just started. I thought I had a shovel. Oh well, nothing wrong with doing it by hand. But the front of this build, I accidentally built in one. It's a little short, so I gotta fix that. 1, 2, 3. So that's what we're doing. I gotta bring this forward one. And then I can do... Aw, thanks. I wish I could get 100k subs. Oh! Yeah, I try not... I try not to rage. I go to too much therapy to rage. I have a problem with raging too, 'cause I rage sometimes. A lot of times. I feel that. I used to have a break it controller so that I could not break the one I had. That was good. Well, I hope you get your Xbox. Oh, that's cool. I don't think I've ever played FIFA myself, but I've seen gameplay of it. Champ level is awesome. Sweats, yeah, sweats are everywhere. That's why I don't play Fortnite as much anymore, or like at all. A football. Yeah. My mother-in-law used to coach the girls soccer team at our old high school, and so it's always fun to argue with her and tell her that we argue about whether my kid's gonna be a soccer player or not. There we go. Alright, now I can do this. See, I knew it felt like the dude had a lot more space than me down here. Because then he wants this part built. And you know what I didn't do? Technoblade? No, I haven't watched Technoblade. I watch a lot of Nux Taku right now. I know that's kind of controversial, but I like him. He's pretty funny from time to time. Controversial as fuck, but usually he has. I watch a Tozy too. No, I don't know Cash. I was grounded a lot as a kid, so I didn't really get to watch YouTube. Yeah, I'm not. I personally am not for kids. Just because I might say that drop an F bomb here or there, but I try to remain respectful. Yeah, I used to do bad things as a kid too, so. Usually playing games. I kind of been hopping around. I'm doing Minecraft now. I was playing Elder Scrolls Online for a minute. I started streaming on that. Well, I've been streaming for a couple of years, but it never really took off. But around April, I started. Aw. I'm sorry that you broke your Minecraft. But, I started streaming a few months ago, and on Elder Scrolls, and then I played some Fallout 4. No, not 4, 76. And then I just played Cyberpunk, but I couldn't I couldn't um I couldn't stream the whole thing. There we go. Because it's pretty graphic. I feel that. I have anger issues when I play pretty much anything. I've gone to a lot of therapy because of my anger. Whee! Oh. Yeet! Good enough. Okay. I played Roblox like a couple times. I would watch it with my not watch, play Minecraft. Oh my goodness. I used to play Roblox with a friend's kid when she was like, "Oh, can I come play with you guys?" And then I'd feel bad because she's a child. I'd be like, "Okay, fine, I guess." What the fuck? Okay. So where do you want this door? It's a double door. Okay, it's up. At least we finally have an entrance. Okay. So they want a double door right here. And then I need to go grab the stairs. Although I don't think I brought any. I did. Okay. Oh, I didn't bring any. I didn't need to go grab the doors. Oop, 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 oop. Wait, are these? Oh, these are deep slate bricks. I need the blackstone stairs. Blackstone. Come up here. And we do that. Oh, it looks so good. Okay. So now we will go down. Oh, wee. Okay, I need to grab the doors, it looks like. Oh my god. I should just take a lot more of this stuff up there. Wee. I've played Rocket League a little bit, but not like a crazy amount. I'm not very good at it, so that's why I don't play it very much. Oh, that's awesome. No, that's not where the door goes. That's not where the door goes. Okay. Now what does it want me to do? Show me your ways. Interesting. Okay. 1, 2, 3. I now need to go get the trapdoors. I feel that. I started going to therapy, and then I got into DBT therapy. And that really helped me kind of sort things out. I think those doors were supposed to be cherry. Those doors were supposed to be cherry. Okay, we can get there. Hold on. We're just gonna do a stack of 30. I'm not making a whole stack of doors. Oh. You know what? I didn't get the trapdoors either. Son of a bitch! Okay. Well, I guess at least we got the doors. Okay. Oh, it's gonna be so cute. Okay. We gotta go get... There you go. Chill. Chill with what? The doors? Wee. Oh. Oh yeah, I curse a lot. Like all the time. I needed cherry trapdoor. I think at some point I mixed up the cherry and the pale. No, this is terrible. This is terrible. Yeah, that's a understandable time to use curse words. I think I need a lot of fucking trapdoors. Ooh. Yeah, those are just kind of like normal words in my vocabulary. They're right there in front of me. Yes. Okay, we're gonna go up. Whee! I say ass and titties too much to be a channel for kids. See. 1, 2, oh, no, that's wrong. 2, 3, 4? And then I gotta rewatch that. I think it was just 3. Yeah, it's just 3. Yeah, well, I'm definitely one of those, the no viewers. Like that. Well, you did make my day. I appreciate it. Son of a... I gotta go back down. Gotta go back down. I need these, though. Aw, well, I'm glad I could help. Okay, 1 and 2. And then we go down. Going down, down. It's hard to rage in Minecraft at the same time. If you're not playing with anybody. Nobody's gonna come and fuck me over. Nobody's gonna come do nothing. It's just... Are we gonna build an actual entrance, or... No, we're building another deck. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Same thing. Yeah, okay. It's another deck on the other side. Pigs. Oh, we have a chicken mod on. It's more chickens. Like this one's a granite chicken. Gives me granite when I kill it. There's all sorts of different chickens with this mod. I need the stairs. I didn't get a lot of access to the internet like that. My grandma wouldn't let me like get video games, even though that's like all I ever wanted to get. Um, and then she was always like, "That's something your parents had to do," even though like we both knew they never fucking were going to. Anyways, trauma dumping. Uh, um. But I always wanted to play games growing up. And then when I finally got my first game system when I was in high school, it was the family game system, and so I had to share it with my little brother. And you know, Golden Child gets to have everything, so. Yeah, I remember that. That was sad. Da, 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 da. I need. Oh, I can't find things anymore. Okay, this. Oh yeah, what's that? Oh, Technoblade never dies. Yeah, that's a good one. I die all the time. And there's gonna be another door over here. Got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I gotta go get. Watching? Yeah, I don't watch sports as much, but I do like soccer. Soccer's nice. Although with how the bets in this family are going, I might have to learn how to like football because my daughter's gonna be gonna like football, or she's gonna want to play it. Why is there what? It doesn't make sense. Okay, that's gotta go in one more then. That's my only assumption right there. Right there. I've never watched the um like people who play uh uh like the football games, like the video games. I don't usually watch like sports video games, but I watch sports like from time to time. I forgot the freaking. Yeah, I don't think I have. No, I don't think I have. Sorry. I'm uncultured. This goes upside down. These go here. Half Dutch. That's cool. I don't think I've ever met anybody like even partially Dutch before. Yeah, that is always sad when they leave. Assuming that's the same thing on the other side. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I do one here, and we. Ain't that some shit right there, huh? That's always some shit. I would be too. I don't blame you. Okay, you guys see this, right? Like, look, it wasn't letting me put that fence there. That was weird. Your anger is justified. Okay, so now this next part is... Oh, sorry. If you said something just now after sorry... What is the worst part? Oh, that is terrible. I'm sorry. My fat butt gotta adjust to my knee. Okay, so this is at the same level. Comes out to... Bum, 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 bum. On God, they did not give me the right materials. Oh, I missed a message. What was your favorite thing to do? Watch soccer? I play soccer. Oh, buy you stuffed animals? Yeah, I'm the same. That's what I'm always buying my daughter, stuffed animals. Sometimes I buy them because I want the stuffed animal, but I don't want to admit that I want the stuffed animal, so I buy it for my daughter, and then I kind of I'm like super protective of it the first like few days until I forget about it, and then she's like, "It's mine." There's only one stuffed animal in this whole house that she's not allowed to call hers. And that's because I've had this stuffed animal. It's a zebra. I've had this zebra since I was like 1.5 her age. Oh, I still have them. I'm not embarrassed. I mean, a little bit, but not really, because I have stuffed animals. Like my zebra. That's my zebra. I play the claw machine a lot, so I win my daughter a lot of stuff too. Well, there you go. You be proud of it. I needed to go do something. Oh, I need to go get more basalt. Okay. We may have to take a break. The crappy Barbas? Crappy Barbas are awesome too. I agree. Oh, it's crappy Barbara. One of the mods I have puts capybaras in the game. I don't have it on right now, but one of my mods does that. Alright, hold on. I'll do the mod. Oh! Another broken ledge. I have to... Actually... Okay, hold on. Go into... Settings, edit world, resource packs, my packs, Sparks packs, activate, got it. Yeah, same, we just, watched, we just finished Castlevania Nocturnal. We watched the first one, and then we just watched the second one. We had, like, 4 episodes left to finish today, so I was like, instead of waiting until Thursday, I told him, I'm like, we're gonna finish the episodes tonight. And so we did. I'm gonna edit the world to be in creative for a little bit. I won't, like, take anything and, like, make it... Ooh, Blue Lock, Demon Slayer... The Blue Lock is the soccer one, isn't it? I want to get into that one. I watched Jujutsu Kaisen. I have, Such a Tori I have Goro on my it's in um Fortnite. I have the Fortnite skin for Gojo. That's fair. Do you have Netflix? It's on Netflix. Well, I don't know if season 2 is on Netflix. Um. Oh, let's see. Let's see. Mob eggs. Snow chicken. Oh yeah, look it up. Camel. Oh, did the pack not activate? Okay, well, if that doesn't want to work there, I'm just gonna go here. I have most of the Jujutsu Kaisen manga. I have Hunter x Hunter is my favorite anime. I'm just gonna probably say that. Hunter x Hunter is my favorite, so we have all of Hunter x Hunter. I think we might be missing one Hunter x Hunter. Which is like the latest one that came out. And then we have Chainsaw Man up until we have Chainsaw Man. I think we have like one book of the second arc, and then um, so here we go. Um, we have some of the Fire Force. We have a lot of Invincible. We're watching oh, Squid Games. Um oh, um oh, here it is. It's right here in my inventory. Here's the capybara. Oh, that's the albino. There's a regular one. Oh, there's a black one? That's cool. Just all the capybaras. I like that they whistle. That would be cool. They're just giant rats. I love rats. That's amazing. Pandas are cool. Let's see. I want to see these different chickens. Chicken breeder. Lava chicken. Okay, let's see. Oh, that dude is so cool. Okay. It's a villager chicken. Oh my god. That's hilarious. You can trade with the villager chicken. That's awesome. I don't think I've seen one of you yet. Nature chicken? Okay. Enderman. The eggs look cooler now. Let's see. I feel that. I can be the same way. In my world yet? No. I probably could find one if I really wanted to. An endstone chicken? That's awesome. Netherwart chicken. Totem chicken. Oh, I gotta keep an eye out for chickens that look weird. Okay. Oh my god, it's the giant chicken. Those are awesome. No, I haven't played Roblox in a couple years now, I'd have to say. Spawn ancient chicken, dragon breath chicken, warp chicken, netherite chicken. It's a dodo bird. No, I don't even think I've ever seen that game. Oh, I liked that one. The netherite chicken is awesome. Okay. Is that the weed game? The grow your garden? Alright, let's see. Oh, it's the zombie chicken. The zombie chicken eats other chickens. What's that? Door right. See, the zombie chicken is eating the other chicken. It's going after the other chicken. Golden carrot chicken. Oh. Oh, it's on Roblox? Bread, chicken, shulker chicken. Yeah, I'd have to install Roblox, but yeah, why not? Oh, that's a lot of players. Let's see. Sandstone chicken, blackstone chicken, charcoal chicken. I don't think I've seen a charcoal chicken yet. What the fuck is that? The Nether Star chicken, the Crimson Stem chicken. What the fuck? Bone chicken. Oh, Purple would like that chicken. Is it you? Is what you? Oh, the pumpkin one's not bad. I like the redstone one. I love the color green. I mean, it depends, but the color green is definitely on my list. Oh. Oh, it's a gravity chicken. Red sand chicken. A water chicken. Oh, that's funny. It's a shroom chicken. It's a mushroom chicken. My favorite color's blue and orange. Oh, clog chicken. Okay. Uh. Orange is a good color. Well, it depends. Like, there's ugly orange, but like the more neon, brighter oranges are my favorite. There is a lava chicken. We love orange. Well, that's good. Oh, there's skellies. Okay. Let's see. I don't know. We'll see. What is that? Deep slate chicken. Echo chicken. The echo chicken looks funny as hell. Jungle log chicken. Obsidian chicken. I like the obsidian chicken. Lava chicken. I mean, You could try. Blaze chicken, ink chicken, ender pearl chicken. Oh, I love the ender pearl chicken. Oh my god, that's my favorite one so far. Yeah, if you want to try to eat that lava chicken, go right ahead. That's for you. Immortal chicken. Oh, that's what the shield is. Oh, we couldn't figure out what that chicken was. And then... Where did we stop at? Lava chicken. Ghost chicken. Enchanted. Egg collect. Well, that's good. McDonald's is good. Ghost chicken, go! Oh, I'm jelly. Oh, I love the enchanted golden chicken. It is awesome. I've seen the grass. Yeah, for me, I'm gonna have to go yes, because chicken cartilage makes me cringe when I bite into it. And sometimes their chicken's a little cartilagey. And I can't. Apple chicken? I don't think I've seen an apple chicken yet. Where the fuck was that? Did you just meow? They are goated. Melon chicken. It's a pillager chicken. That is great. Oh my god. I haven't actually gotten to just sit and play. What? Your poor dad. I feel so sad for him. Apples are awesome. Mystery chicken, cocoa bean chicken, duck, alien chicken. Bananas are the best. I think they already spawned. Oh, what's that one? Gold ingot. The medical chicken. Crying obsidian chicken. That's awesome. I think I'm allergic to cantaloupe. It always makes my throat itch whenever I eat it. Emerald chicken. It, the alien chicken jumps so high. Duck. Beans. Mystery chicken. What happens if you kill the mystery chicken? What? You hate beans. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of beans. They're not my favorite. I mean, I can polite eat beans, but I'm not gonna go like out of my way to eat beans. You know what I'm saying? Clay chicken. What are you? Oh, that you're a clay chicken. It's a fox chicken. What the fuck? It's a fake chicken. Oh, oh my god. That's how I am with broccoli. Broccoli makes me gag. I can't even put broccoli in my mouth without gagging. I don't know. Oh, this one? It's a fake chicken. It's a fox wearing a chicken outfit. Oh my god, the glow ink chicken is my favorite. Mud chicken, warped fungus chicken, soul sand chicken, ender dragon chicken. Tough chicken. Yeah, the ender dragon chicken is goated. Mangrove log chicken, snow chicken, netherite chicken, sponge chicken, potato chicken, stone chicken, string chicken, dirt chicken, slime chicken. Capybara chicken, that'd be funny. There's stone chicken, potato chicken, a sponge chicken, a netherite chicken, a snow chicken. Oh, the mangrove log chicken! Oh! He's cute. You crazy girl. I don't want to be a part of your plan. Whatever it is, please don't be against me, cause diamond chicken. Oh, I like the glowstone chicken. Turtle chicken. Oh, it's great. That's awesome. Another diamond chicken. A glow sheep. What the fuck is that? Uh, that's gotta be like part of a pack or something. Carrot chicken. What movie? Oh, my thing is crashing out. Sorry. What movie are you talking about? Ratatouille. Yeah, that was a good movie. We have snakes and lizards and stuff, so we have rats. That one's great. Oh, the magma chicken. Oh, that one's awesome. It's harder to see. It's the Titanic reference. A lot of these chickens are just white. And a cantaloupe. Cantaloupes. See, my fucking chat's freaking out on my stream. And so I'm like getting a bunch of our old messages, or your old thingamabobs. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Totally. Ooh. That is not a lantern chicken. I don't know, a while since I started streaming. So let's see. At least an hour. Oh, it's a feathered chicken. That makes so much sense. Yeah, about an hour. That's awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it. You're officially like the longest person to actually watch my stream. Till it ends. I bet you can stay here. I've seen some of these already. Till it ends. Super chicken. He's all buff. Okie doke. What are you doing? Get out from over there, please. John Cena. Survival. Alright, I'm not gonna lie, I've been cheating in my survival world. Hey, let's not play by the door, please. Thank you. I get too aggravated with some of the characters that they play, and yeah, it fucks with my anger issues. No, we don't want to play by the door. I'm totally gonna give myself an elytra. Oh, I needed to be down here. I have no idea what the fuck that noise was, but it did not sound fun. Oh! That hurted. I busted my kneecaps. Sounded. Oh! Ah! Ah! Same. That's why I don't put this as a children's channel. Ooh! Y'all see that? Smooth flying. Oh! I'm so lucky I didn't die there. Nah, JK. Nah. Let's see if I can get through this. That's the first time I died flying through the tunnel. Which is shocking, because I should have died, like, way before that. Going through the tunnel, how I do. Damn it! Alright, well, I guess we'll just walk. Yeah, I cursed as a kid. I cursed as an adult. I just curse. It's part of my language. I've accepted it. Alright, let's... Why is that? Right? Chill it in your room. Ooh. Yeah, I feel that. I used to think the same thing about my little brother. You know what? I didn't need to come down this far. Oh. I could have just stayed up here. done what I needed to. Closer to up here where I needed it. Oh! Oh! I almost died again. Oh yeah. If you don't want to confess, I won't pry. Okay. Oh, that felt good. Fair enough. Alright, go ahead. One word. Oh! There's a hole. Oh, you got a boyfriend or something? Boy. I don't know, that's what I just... It said B, and that's where my mind went to, his boyfriend. Assault. Oh fuck, oh fuck. Well, you identify as a man and your parents don't accept that? That's kind of bugged on them. Ooh! Okay, we're here. We're here and where? I can't say all the rest of that. We're in sentence. Uh. Okay. We need... Oh, excuse me. This. And... Polished. Oh! chiseled. What? I need polished black stuff. I could have sworn I had more polished black stuff. Oh, there it is. Oh, I don't. I guess I did. I'm doing so much. Okay. Oh no, it still wants me to use basalt. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. You know what? That one will be on that side. One will be this side. Bum, 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 bum. I don't know which one I did in place of the polished andesite stairs. Let's do deep slate stairs, cause ooh, I gotta switch back to the. Okay, you have the message to get. Bum 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 bum. Ba dum bum 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 bum. Destroy all this. Destroy. Destroy. Then I need to. Their thing is wider than mine too. Oh no. That's not good. I don't like this. Oh, I guess that means a lot of my dimensions are off. Fuck. I'm gonna cry. I mean, I'm not actually, but you know. I just went, oh, that's good enough. Started building. I didn't double measure. Remember, kids, measure twice, cut once. Or else you're gonna be like me. I'm so sad. Three, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 4. So for starters, I might make the basement one level lower. So like this basalt area, I might take it down one. Whoop. I'm so sad. I gotta go around and pick all this up. Ooh. I almost can't hit that. Almost. But I can. Oh, I fucked that up. Is there a way to salvage that? No. I gotta use my scaffolding. Unfortunately, my dimensions were off, and we had to rip everything down. Just start all over. As you can tell, I'm thrilled about having to restart. Whoa! Hey there, computer. Why'd you do that? Oh, it's because it came unplugged. Got it. Okay, plug back in now. Nobody's chatting with me again. So, we're gonna go do this.
Welcome back to the greatest series in the universe. In today's video, Ethan has called out iDubbbz and Anissa once again. iDubbbz has responded. Debs, also known as Female Hassan, has embarrassed herself again, trying to defend the ranked #1 simp, Mike from PA. Massive updates on Ethan's lawsuit and the situation with the restaurant. Subscribe for this glass of milk, quite refreshing. Encore by Jellywick. Let's up those numbers! Now let's begin with Ethan calling out iDubbbz and Anissa. Here we got a tweet. Ethan takes shots at Ian and Anissa, expects them to eventually get divorced. So we got this Reddit post from H3H3 Productions, reminded that iDubbbz wouldn't even post a tweet to help end child marriage in the state of Washington. Something that Kate, the immigrant wife of his boxing coach, was sold into and was working to help pass legislation against. Helping immigrants? Virtue signaling over helping immigrants, the classic iDubbbz strategy. So Ethan responds, Ian and Anissa are spineless, basement-dwelling losers. You know, that statement might be factually correct considering they literally are in a basement. The sheer poverty of their combined talent and charisma makes Hassan look like MLK. In every perceivable way, they are pathetic. No talent, no ideas, no motivation, no drive, no money, no bitches. Love and partnership are supposed to strengthen bonds and improve outlook, but they're like two black holes of self-loathing and misery caught in each other's orbit. And as those black holes spiral closer, the outcomes becomes inevitable. A supernova. They won't last. Oh my god. Ethan Klein should write a book. This shit is so elegant, bro. And I just love how everybody is using the orbiter and space language. I don't know if that's my fault, but I'll take credit. Why not, you know? They will eventually be divorced, and in the cosmic wreckage of that explosion, they'll be left with one thing to show for it all. The friendships, the time, the energy, the life wasted. Dust. Oh my god. The absolute ultimate revenge arc by Ethan is going crazy, bro. Now you just have to call Anissa a soul-sucking dementor from Harry Potter, and then we will have completed the cycle of Pegasus references. But honestly, their downfall needs to be studied, man. It is actually insane. I feel like the divorce arc is going to go crazy.
Okay, cool. We got all those done. Perfect. And now we have to measure everything out again. So
He's poor. Divorce seems inevitable. We should start a pool on Poly Market. Ethan's gotta chill. I feel like that stage is far gone at this point. This is a
okay.
man who sees
So let's see.
blood, alright? Anyways, apparently iDubbbz responded.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
The rule,
1, 2.
is like,
1, 2, 3, 4.
I really want to
Now
make
to
my own
count.
shit.
1,
One of
2,
the, I think, reasons
3,
I stopped making as
4,
much drama
5,
content
6,
is because I
7,
personally didn't
8,
want to feel
9,
super
10,
reliant on it.
11,
And I think
12,
there's a place for it
13,
for sure,
14,
but
15,
it's like,
16.
it's very easy to get roped into it and have that be your entire fucking brain
Okay.
It's not good for anyone. I mean,
1,
take
2,
it
3.
in, bits and pieces maybe, but yeah, I'm fine with just
13,
not.
14,
Dude,
15,
there's no
16,
way this guy's
17,
talking about
18,
don't give it attention. You started it with your
22.
whole content cop. I mean, clearly he just can't take the heat anymore, but he was perfectly fine doing this to Ethan,
23,
right? A 7 million view
24.
video trying to ruin his career and basically ruin his life, even justifying the CPS call on his kids as well.
You completely wiped your brain of what happened during the CPS stream. That's not my fucking fault. That's no one else's fault but yours.
And now he's like, well, actually, I'm over the drama, guys. Like, you're the one who started this shit. Also, it's not like he still hasn't been partaking in it. Even in his latest video, towards the end of it, he put the GoFundMes of Caseytron, Denims, and Fogan, and he's obviously trying to get himself involved again, supporting their cause as well, still doubling down over and over and over again.
I really believe in their cases that just because you're rich and powerful doesn't mean that you can bully people on the internet, doesn't mean you can bully women, minorities.
This is like the actions of a broken and pathetic man. And I don't know if he's acting out of his own volition here or Anissa is behind the camera, obviously giving those instructions, puppet mastering the whole thing. It's kind of hard to tell at this point. Now, somebody pointed out the hypocrisy. I thought he'd have a
I'll
career
do this
clash so
later.
he could roll around in the pig shit.
I mean, ultimately, I think it's a good thing because I think I am meant to roll around in shit. I think me and Ethan are both meant to be rolling around in pig shit all day long, and other people are meant to do boxing or debating or whatever else. Ethan and me, pig shit rolling around type of fellas.
Right, so you were perfectly fine getting into drama as long as you were on the winning side, or at least you thought you were. And when you had the backing of Hassan
Get
and
out
his
of here,
whole
chicken.
group squad there, you thought you were unbeatable. But when the audience turned on you suddenly, I don't like drama, guys. I'm actually above that content. It's all toxic. It's so
1,
bad. Yeah, I mean,
2,
obviously you
3.
think that way when you got exposed for being a massive scumbag secretly taking from charity. Anyways, after this, somebody brings it up in chat again, and he responds saying, please don't talk about Ethan, guys. We're kind of over that right now.
Yeah, you're allowed to ask, but the rule, KT Jackboy, is that we don't really talk about drama in the streams. I just want to fucking focus on this shit. I've said my piece on anything like H3 related, so if you want to know my opinion, hey, I made a video about it.
Wait, is he referring to the original video? There's no way. There's no way he still stands by his video, even after basically everybody explained to him how he was completely wrong. This guy legitimately saw how the entire situation went down on the internet, and here he is still like double, triple, at this point like quadruple downing on this. Like, this is a different level of delusion, man. Holy shit. How far gone
Okay,
is
so
this
this
guy?
is
I guess this
1,
is just what
2,
happens
3,
when you fall
4,
victim to
5,
the Hassan
6.
brainwashing, right? Apparently he thinks he's some sort of socialist hero going to try to save us all here. Completely morphed all of his opinions to align with Hassan and the Orbiters, even though he didn't used to believe any of that stuff before. So I just don't get, how do you read your comments with everybody, literally everybody? I couldn't find a single positive comment towards iDubbbz. Read your comments like that and completely ignore it. Just take no level of accountability, not even consider any of the criticism. I feel like you need to have a real special type of
1, 2,
narcissism, but
3,
I don't
4.
think that Ian is like
1,
that
2,
level where he can,
3,
he's so
4.
full of himself at this point. I think it's still Anissa, honestly. That's where the narcissism is coming from. Ian is just like her little puppet master that she controls and basically takes all the blame,
1,
right? If Ian does
2,
anything good, then she steps in,
3,
steps into the
4,
camera and basically
5,
goes like, yeah, it
6,
was actually both
7.
of us guys. But if things go wrong, then, well, it was all Ian's fault. Oh, Ian didn't want this being leaked, but I'm telling you guys, oh, Ian messed it up. I was totally the good party here, and this is like the whole
1,
narrative that's
2,
building up to the
3, 4,
divorce, in my opinion. I feel
6,
like
7.
trying to paint Ian as this bad
No,
guy while she's just completely infallible,
so
obviously.
this should be
People
9.
responded, you know you lost when you go
1,
from being an
2,
hour-long
3,
content
4.
cop picking a fight to making it a rule that you won't be
Oh,
discussing him and want to be left alone to do your own thing. If only this loser and his queen had just admitted they were in the wrong. They literally had infinite
1,
opportunities,
2,
even now. Hilarious how he
3,
thought he was going to
4.
go shot for shot with Ethan, got blown the f*** out, even
This
dropped
this
out of
should be
creator class to roll in
9.
the mud with Ethan. But now says he's moving away from the drama because it's too much.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, he was blaming it on Ethan. He's like, oh, well, why are you talking about your personal business online? You deserve this. Karma coming back, you know, delivering the 1-2 punch. Anyways, Anissa wrote a message here. Things are stable and we don't have anything stressful anymore. So Ian will actually be free to make content, including streaming. So Brett's very exciting. Yeah, guys.
1,
You know,
2,
really
3,
stable, not
4,
stressful
5,
at all,
6,
guys. You know, we
7,
just gotta sell our
8,
house, move countries, just gotta record from my basement,
9.
which we're literally stuck in. You know, we just had our entire online presence obliterated, lost 90% of our audience, went from 7 million views to 100K, and all those 100K are literally hate watchers. So I don't even know his actual audience. Not even them specifically. I feel like if that happens to any YouTuber, they're gonna panic because, like, holy shit, this is your entire career getting thrown down the drain, and you need to pretend like everything's okay so your audience doesn't get your remaining audience, it doesn't get the impression that, oh, things are falling apart and stuff like that. And
9.
we've seen this trend with Anissa before as well, where she says, oh, I'm actually the happiest I've ever been in my entire life, guys. Everything is fine and dandy as things are melting down around her. This event is being canceled. People are accusing you of stealing from charity, which is a heinous accusation, obviously. And all the, you know, people coming out with different stories, your boxing coach and
1,
everything.
2,
I feel
3,
like this
4,
tough girl act is just
5,
not working
6.
anymore. Nobody is buying this shit. Also, can
1,
somebody tell
2,
me, why does
3,
she always speak for him? It's
4,
actually crazy. Even the most insignificant thing, like,
5.
yes, Ian is now finally allowed to stream, guys. Ian is let off the leash, right? You know, I, Anissa, have decided it is, you know, he's like my dog. I'm taking him for a walk, you know? It's meal time, you know? It's streaming time for Ian, guys. Clap it up. What was the trade-off for this? Did he have to drive you to your, you know,
So
tattoo
this
appointments?
is
Ian has to watch
7.
her visit
2,
her best
3,
friend,
4.
gorgeous Gabe, of course. Our hairdresser walked up to us.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Because you also just you feel like a loser being this jacked, 200 plus pound dude with a bunch of tattoos who kicks my ass.
Now, people are asking some interesting questions. Has anyone seen any additional fundraising efforts for this since they announced the cancellation? Because, you know, this was the Creator Clash event, which was, like, canceled and stuff. So some level of compensation to, you know, keep your promise to charity. You know, in the past, they did, like, a charity stream when the Creator Clash didn't work out. So nothing at this point, it seems like just charity completely screwed over
1,
once again.
2,
And this
3.
time, there's nobody even trying to compensate for it. Moving on to female Hassan, one of the most despicable Hassan orbiters, Denims, of course. Reminder, she's the person who said the rapes never happened October 7th. Forensic evidence implied the CPS calls to Ethan are somehow justified because kids don't form memories at 3 years old, apparently, so they just can't be traumatized.
You're not forming memories at 3 years old, and it's very rare that you're forming memories at 5 years old.
She's the one who recently, or we saw a clip where she was defending
Oh.
absolute creep, right?
The art that Ava had, the poster. The poster.
Coraline, it's almost time for bed.
Like it is or is not.
You should think about getting ready for bed.
It's like edgy art.
Oh, hey,
That's
you're
your
welcome.
warning.
It looks like a child.
Yeah, no.
And they're like thirsting. They're looking. It's genuinely repulsive.
And apparently now she's trying to play defense for Mike from PA, the guy who said Jews are a demonic
Hello.
ethnicity.
Jewish is not an ethnicity. This constructed ethnicity.
How are you?
This demonic ethnicity.
So she does the classic Hassan strategy of this
Da
is
ba ba
bad, guys,
bum.
but
Anyway, so here she is defending Mike from PA, who, by the way, is still banned, I
1,
believe. I don't think
2,
he's got unbanned
2,
yet.
2. Bum,
So
bum,
that's more
bum.
than I expected for
Bum, bum,
Twitch.
bum.
Right? Like
Everything
good.
is fixed, yay. No, it's not. It's not all fixed yet. You gotta fix this stuff now.
Although, I don't like the way she said, I don't like the way she says the words in this order. Like, there's a certain way to say this and get this idea across without showing your ass too much. You dog whistled a little too loud, thank you.
So they said
Okay,
there's
now it goes
11
sideways,
here.
Alright.
So this is
No,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
So dumb.
An identity, that sentence makes sense.
Jewish is not an ethnicity. Ethnicity.
After watching this 300th Netanyahu clip of him pulling some
Yes, it's not enough time, baby.
because it makes no sense to say wholly made up.
Of course, guys, what Mike said is bad, but only those words in that specific order. You know, if he actually reworded it, it would actually be okay. You know, maybe if he reworded it into something like Hitler was actually a good guy, guys, then
1, 2,
maybe he
3.
actually got a point, of course. Literally, what are you saying? It's either bad or it's not. There's always this fucking Hassan false flag strategy, right? Well, was the shooting bad? Actually, it might have been a false flag. It's probably not a false flag, but it would have been the perfect false flag.
You could not have designed a better false flag incident
Bum,
like
bum,
this.
bum,
The only thing it's bad, okay, this is my hypothesis, is because Mike actually got banned, and these people are obviously terrified of accountability and any level of consequences. Obviously, Denims is getting sued now, so she needs all the money she can actually get, so she wouldn't want to be banned. So I feel like she's only saying this because she's scared that she'll get banned or whatever, right? And her justification, saying that Mike misspoke, gotta be the most top 10 most disingenuous shit I've ever heard, because
Okay.
he specifically said it and
Hey.
he reiterated
1,
it like
2,
3
3.
times.
Totally done with
He
dad
said
at
3
any
different
time.
statements back to
1,
back, and
2,
it was
3.
very, very clear. He was
1, 2,
not saying
3.
Zionist, because if he was saying Zionist, he would have
1,
said the word
2,
Zionist. Like,
3.
it's just crazy the
1,
amount of
2,
ultimate
3.
omega copium Denims is
1,
actually
2,
doing here, right? I
3.
feel like it's abundantly clear at this
1,
point by
2.
anyone who
Oh,
watched the clip that you guys basically just exposed yourselves and said the quiet part out
3.
loud. So I feel like it would be better for everyone if you just admitted it and stopped trying to act like you're not anti-Semitic, all right?
Most
1,
European
2,
Jews,
3.
Ashkenazi, have no ties to the land of Israel, the Levant, or whatever you want to call it, because they were converts in Europe. They were previously
And
pagan Christians. I
then
mean, again, that's why
I
the
think
Christians
he
is
fills it in
Completely
first.
a total lie. And again, it's just further the agenda
Yeah.
that all these people
Well,
have
you
in
had your
denying
chance.
Jewish heritage in the Middle East. And also
That's
Ashkenazi
on them.
Jews, their DNA lineage does track back to
So we're
ancient
gonna
Judea,
do
which
a
is
handful of
obvious, right? These
bricks.
are not these people you're talking to are not colonizers. They were fucking born there. If they're colonizers, then so is your ass.
Then
You're
grab
you
some of
actually ghosts of the
these and
Native
we'll
Americans
start.
we got.
1, 2.
Oh, she's not? You're thinking of Frozen. Yeah, where's she from? It doesn't matter where she's from. Dearborn, shut up. Anywhere you live in America. Sorry. Anywhere you live in America is on the fuck an Indian burial ground. You know what I mean?
2,
Like, did you forget to ask somebody if it was okay if you lived in where you lived? You know what I mean? Like, if you're born there and you don't have citizenship or opportunity to move anywhere else, you're not a colonizer. You are born there. You're just living.
Okay.
You know what I find the most sort of disturbing? It's just like how
1,
unabashedly
2,
cruel these
3,
people
4,
are to people who
5.
disagree with them, even in the slightest, right? They're just straight up psychos to anyone they don't like, right? Zero bit of
1.
empathy, despite being the side of empathy, the side of items here, right? And this is basically how they get you. Their entire side sort of pretends to be the good ones, pretends to be the open-minded, loving, I love LGBT, but also Hezbollah. You know, it's like they lure you in with trying to convince you that, hey, we are the good side, we are the caring side, we care for all people, but then slowly they reveal their true selves, right? And nobody who pretends to be this really good person ends up actually being a good person, right? Usually they end up having some horrific skeletons in their closet, right?
W.
And the thing about this is, it's not even a secret. Hassan has admitted this is like his strategy of he downplays his views whenever he's talking to people who are not so politically brain rotted, so that they start to, warm up to him, and then he slowly tells them his actual, opinion. He's just like, I support terrorists and shit like that, right? It's like slowly
Whoop.
sowing the seeds of brainwashing little by little. And I know it sounds like crazy conspiracy or whatever, but this is exactly what they do. Like, these people are legitimately this insane, right? And when you're blatantly anti-Semitic and shit like that, you gotta use creative ways to get the modern audience to actually follow you. And they've somehow done that. They've actually gotten a following, right? I don't know about Denims and the other orbiters, they're pretty small, but Hassan for sure. Right, so this next part, she pulls a mic from PA, and she's talking about Asians here, but apparently she didn't get the fact that Mike sounded like a complete idiot when he was talking about Jews.
Asian is not an ethnic Like,
Why is she? And she's adopting the dipshit language. She's so stupid. She doesn't even know that that's not appropriate. She said Asian is not an ethnic. Hold that, Zach. Okay. We have now two online socialist dipshits saying something is not an ethnic. We're catching on, bro.
Asian is not an ethnic? Like,
why did you say that? It's not an ethnicity. An ethnic. You watched Mike say the dumbest thing we've ever heard, and you said, I want to adopt that into my language. Truly stunning stuff.
You can be Filipino, or you can be Chinese. You can be Sephardic, or Mizrahi, or all of these other things. And they're all distinctly different, and pretending like they're not, and just grouping them together is inaccurate, right?
Why the fuck are you even talking about this? You are so out of your element. You have no idea.
Jewish is a big category.
Oh, yeah?
Okay? Jewish is a larger category than you guys are pretending it is.
So she's LARPing as some kind of like Jewish historian scholar?
I mean, Ethan, you just don't get it. They're Twitch streamers. They're automatically experts in any field they talk about ever, right? Remember, Dennings is actually an expert in child psychology as well.
The average age of adults' earliest memories is 3.5 years old. You're not really forming memories at 3.
She's an expert in forensic science, expert in politics, expert in history. So, yeah, you gotta
I
take her
forgot
at
the
her word,
stairs.
obviously. Now, I have no idea. Maybe somebody in the audience can tell me here. What was her point there? Asian is not an ethnic, guys. What the fucking, like, go to an English class. Holy shit. How do you actually have a following?
Sophia?
How are you actually telling people? How are you the person that people go to be educated about politics? I just find it insane that people actually trust these
Oop.
people. Literally groomed you
That
for your
needs to
IQ.
go the other way.
I think I'm gonna brand this phenomenon the Mike from PA virus, right? This is kind of what happens when you watch Hassan Orbiter content
Now
for
it
too
needs to
long.
go the other
Unless
way.
you obviously have the Pegasus shield of protection here. If you're watching through my content, you get a level of protection. The commentary sort of shields you here. But if you're exclusively actually going to them and watching all of their content, then yeah, it's gonna make it pretty tough, right? For you to not be completely brainwashed or turned into a zombie fucking NPC moron, perpetually spouting their nonsense talking points, right? Listen, I don't have like a scientific study on this, so forgive me for that, but I feel like there's gonna be, like, if there's ever a study done, your IQ points will be dropping if you consume like several hours of these guys' content, alright? So proceed at your own risk here. Right, so this next part, she defends Mike from PA again, and she criticizes ContraPoints. If you missed like the previous episodes, basically this ContraPoints person is somebody in the political sphere here, but they had a nuanced take about Israel-Palestine, basically saying that you should care about all civilian lives, very controversial take, guys, and apparently that was enough to get absolutely shit on by Hassan and all the orbiters, right? And that's why they're very mad at her.
But you have to be a very disingenuous person to take a look at, like, Mike's recent track record, like the past 3, 4, however many years. Like, even just compare that shit to, like, how ContraPoints treated the situation in Gaza, the genocide in Gaza, that she waited until it was safe to say that it was a genocide, and then she said, like, you guys need to understand me.
I fucking despise how people talk about
What does any of that have to do with which was justified in banning?
None. They like to group like all these like they go liberal Zionists. They call people like me and ContraPoints who don't like are in favor of like mass, frankly, ethnic cleansing the Jews that are there now who were born there. So they hand wave us all as liberal Zionists. But I despise the way that these people now talk about ContraPoints. Like, she came out, she knew that she was going to get hell for expressing her opinion in the space she exists. She didn't wait till it was safe. She waited until it was the most unsafe time to express that opinion, that went against the grain. And look what happened. Now all the dipshits like you are falling in line to lie and shit on her. Like, give me a break. You want to talk? You only ever take the safest, most obvious take. Okay, when have you ever taken a brave stance on anything?
Yeah, heaven forbid somebody care about all humans, guys. That's too shocking. Too much of a controversial opinion here. Can't be caring about those Jews, of course. Just ethnicity, obviously. Also, I just love how she gives us constant slam dunks here. She's talking about Mike from PA's track record. Really? Really? You want to actually go there, his track record makes him look even more anti-Semitic, and if you ask me, it potentially makes him look like a criminal, considering this guy was putting bounties on people's heads.
Holy shit, guys. If you live in Florida, I have an opportunity for you. If you want to earn $100,000, let me know.
In my opinion, that is literally inciting violence. So Mike should probably be arrested. I don't know how he hasn't been yet. Probably nobody's like, filed charges or whatever like that. But he's been threatening violence to Ethan as well, and Ethan, contacted Twitch and stuff. They did nothing about it, obviously. Twitch is a wonderful platform there. So I don't know. Denim's obviously once again just being a complete disingenuous clown about everything. She really is, living up to her title of female Hassan here, and I really feel like she's like a bot. She's like an actual NPC with these programmed talking points, and she just cannot veer from it, cannot apply any level of critical thought at all, and always comes to the same conclusion of, I must support the Hassan side. Like, sometimes you can criticize your own side, right? It's not hard to do. It's not hard to say, like, hey, this was pretty bad, And you don't need to follow it up with, but guys, I know Mike said this thing about Jews, but guys, he actually meant Zionists. Like, shut up for once. Shut up. Holy shit. Anyways, moving on to Ethan versus the H3 Snarkers. So quick recap. So Ethan subpoenaed Reddit and Discord to get the identities of the anonymous people harassing him, basically. Some of these people might have been involved in the CPS call. We don't really know, but they're definitely involved in the copyright case because, they had that whole post directing to Denim's and Frogan's stream to avoid giving views to Ethan's content use, right? So apparently they have finally lawyered up, and now they want to try and avoid giving their identities over to Ethan. But it turns out they might have just committed a huge misstep.
The H3 Snark mods have banded together and hired a boutique law firm located in San Francisco, which makes me raise my eyebrow.
What makes it boutique?
It just means like a small specialized. They seem like professionals. A boutique law firm in San Francisco to represent all of them. And the reason they've hired this lawyer is to challenge our subpoena request.
They don't want names being.
They're scared. They're scared. Whatever's in there must be bad. But the truth is, all we actually are asking for is their name, so that we can serve them. Essentially, they're going to have to argue on behalf of the three defendants that what they did was not infringement, to therefore make themselves ineligible to be subpoenaed. It's going to be basically a motion to dismiss in the form of a squash, because they have to argue that argument on behalf of them.
Right, so you're telling me the Redditors now have to defend Denims, Casey, and Froggen, right? After Denims already threw them under the bus. I mean, just the absolute cinema. They must continue simping for Denims even after the betrayal, and she basically allowed the subpoena to go through without any sort of pushback when she could have easily sort of rejected it, right? So yeah, this is an interesting turn of events, and the only way for them to avoid sort of giving their identities is to prove Casey, Denims, and Frogan did not actually violate copyright, right? Which is an impossible task, obviously, because, in my opinion, they definitely did violate copyright, and according to the expert legal opinion by a bunch of lawyers on YouTube as well, congratulations, you're still fucked, alright? You just made it a little bit harder here.
Do I think they have a chance of prevailing? No shot in hell.
Why?
Personally. I mean, because, good luck explaining that these guys didn't participate in aiding copyright infringement. The facts of the case are just so damning.
I mean, even as a non-lawyer, right, as a lay person, you could see Ethan's video and come to the conclusion that they maliciously violated copyright. I mean, a lot of the clips are very damning there. Lawyers have also examined it, come to the same conclusion. Obviously, they always have a chance to win, but, it's kind of like 5% or something like that. Ethan's lawyers would have to royally mess up or something, because obviously that's also a job, getting across the best legal argument, but I'm pretty sure it's a slam dunk here. Now, the funniest part about all of this is that Ethan might not even have gotten the identities from the subpoena, right? Because if Reddit or Discord, as the platforms, did not actually have the real identities of the snarkers in the first place, because you don't have to give your real name to Reddit, I don't imagine, unless you're doing gotten their identities and not been able to sue them. But now he is definitely getting the identities because in order to lawyer up, right? In order to lawyer up, you have to give them your real name to sort of represent you. Obviously, right now they're going by like Jane Doe or whatever. But eventually, right? Ethan will be able to get their names from their own lawyers, like their confirmed names here. So they've kind of screwed themselves over.
But here's the best part. This is kind of a strange move on their part. I mean, I would never say that getting a lawyer is a bad idea, but
No.
if they lose,
Definitely not.
if they lose, they've all banded together and got this lawyer. If they lose, we get all of their names from the lawyer. The lawyer knows who they are. Now, they're still John Doe and Jane Doe or whatever. The lawyer is keeping their identity private still, which makes sense because they're trying to squash
That's the whole
you know.
point is, yeah.
But if they lose, all their names are right there.
You meaning you can get it, you don't even need Reddit anymore. You can
I don't believe so.
get it from the lawyer.
Yes.
Okay, so I mean it's a big swing. They're taking a big swing here.
But well, that says to me a few things. One, they are deathly afraid of
Do,
that
do,
subpoena.
do.
My
We had
concern
to
this whole time was
get that
we'll
code.
get the subpoenas and we won't get anything from it. That they somehow either you use VPNs or use enough sock puppet accounts or this and that, and that we're not able to get any of their IDs. But they've done us the courtesy of coming together, hiring an attorney, getting a hold of their identities on record, so that when they try to quash this, which is going to fail in my opinion, then we've got all of these fucking mods dead to rights on 3 lawsuits, and this is my dream come true. They have delivered themselves to me
On a silver platter.
on a gold platter, not silver.
Okay. Platinum 5712.
I am going to feast on the fucking ashes of the lives that I will ruin.
Nah, okay, feast on their ashes is absolutely crazy. This is like a super villain monologue, dude. Did I ever lie when I said this was absolute cinema? You do not want to be the Hassan Orbiters right now. And the fact is, they are basically screwing themselves over here. It's just too good. Now, it's a bit confusing. So, is this like the 1 in a million situation where getting a lawyer was actually a bad thing? Because he couldn't actually find your real identity unless you did that. I mean, I can't think of any situation where getting a lawyer would ever be a bad thing, but it seems like this might be that case, unless I'm misunderstanding something here. But unless the messages, of course, were really damning, which is why they might have actually done it, right? Then it sort of makes sense. If in your messages you have already exchanged your real name, your identities, or you bought some fucking red gold or something and you connected your payment card, which is your credit card, which had your name or something like that. In any case, whatever the reasons for their identities eventually being leaked here, congratulations, you're about to become side characters in the greatest series on planet Earth, and potentially that might actually be a good thing. All right, I feel like that's one of the saving grace for all the Hassan Orbiters. At least you get to be part of the greatest series ever created since the Big Bang. Anyways, apparently it only gets better because they got lawyers in San Francisco, it seems, and suspiciously, that is the same place as Reddit headquarters.
Who do you think the biggest person? You think it's a Reddit employee on there when the names come out? Like who's in
That
there?
would be epic.
That would be
So-
wild.
I don't think so.
No, we can hope.
I wouldn't put that on my bingo card. It's very
What a
unlikely.
twist! What a twist to the storyline.
I think it's just a bunch of fucking loser obsessed weirdos. Like it's just the same people you would expect. It's basically who you expect. Yeah. So the other thing that made me weird is they hired a boutique law firm in San Francisco, which is where Reddit is located, and it makes me wonder. Without
Are
any
they
evidence, I wonder if Reddit, who I've long suspected as fucking participating in, right?
Yeah.
Obstructing,
I agree.
promoting, is involved in funding this in some way. We are in a situation that is literally crafted perfectly to my satisfaction. I have them all dead to rights, and I have all their identities just right there. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be fantastic. And they're going to get sued for 3 different lawsuits. They will be ruined.
Oh my god, the levels of cinema are unprecedented, man. Crafted perfectly to my satisfaction. This obviously we had that person with 9 Reddit accounts or whatever. They were basically claiming that they worked at Reddit. So now they are a serial bullshitter, obviously, but maybe they actually did. So being a Redditor is one thing. Being an unemployed Redditor hating on Ethan is one thing. Being an employee at Reddit and having like these 9 accounts and snarking to that level, that is a different level of patheticness. Now click this video or you get stuck in iDubbbz's basement, guy, with stinky iDubbbz. Alright, you don't want to do that. Click the video. I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.
1, 2, 3. There's one other video I wanted to watch. Of course, when I go looking for the video, it doesn't pop up, but it wants to pop up 15 times before I click on the video. Bum 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 bum.
Away.
Humans have been haunted throughout history by the question, how did we get here? The majority of the population seek their answers from the sacred texts of organized religions. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. Genesis chapter 1, verse 27. Others
More
turn to
basalt.
science. Intelligence is an accident of evolution and not necessarily an advantage. Isaac Asimov. But then there are those who turn to the stars. Lord knows this planet feels like a hopeless place. I'm waiting for my spaceship to come back to me. Kesha. Guys, how will everyone know how smart I am if I don't start the video essay with quotes? Starseeds believe that their souls originated on other planets and star systems before arriving on Earth to help guide humanity. But maybe everything isn't so peace, love, and UFOs above. It's time to don your widest brim stealth fedora and take a spiritual journey with me as we talk about the influencers who think they're aliens.
The veil is thinning.
A few months ago, while scrolling Instagram Reels, I know, bad idea, I stumbled across this video. A dream catcher and an evil eye in the same car. Well, this was someone who was covering all their bases. Where are you going that you need this much protection? Are you planning on taking the highway to hell? This personification of the British Museum is Shannon Blake, or at least her current human form. She's an artist with over 1.4 million followers on Instagram who, while wearing enough accessories to destabilize the Depop economy overnight, sings songs about loving yourself and doing drugs. Sometimes, though, she has to go on a trip to trip, like this song about her visit to Peru, creatively titled Peru Song. Ayahuasca is a psychedelic brew made of plants native to the Amazon rainforest, often used by indigenous shamans for healing rituals. Similarly, the San Pedro cactus has hallucinogenic properties and a long history of use in ceremonies by many groups in South America. Some of your favorite musicians, movie stars, and influencers have sought to medicate their midlife crises by participating in these ancient spiritual traditions. Personally, I prefer the more modern spiritual tradition involving a large pepperoni pizza, Adult Swim on the TV, and an unlabeled Ziploc bag full of something from a guy in your contacts list who goes by the Wizard. When it comes to what she believes, Shannon hits Control A and selects all, name-dropping whatever fits the rhyming scheme, from numerology to the Hawaiian practice of Ho'oponopono. If you think
Honestly, I like those
unique
better
about your
now.
ethnicity, think again. Because Shannon is finna take that too. I'm finna be in the pit. Oh my god, one of you has to have something that rhymes with drugs so good that they make God his pussy go cray cray. Don't worry, guys. She's an empath. And also part Cherokee. Why is it always Cherokee? While celebrating the power of manifestation and observing the 60s hippie tradition of denying trust fund allegations, Shannon also claims to have communicated with aliens. This is my favorite kind of harmless History Channel hooey. The plot of the worst Indiana Jones film, the guy at a party who claims to have experienced ego death while actively ghosting his baby mama, asking,
Dude, what if we're like living in a simulation? What if none of this is even real, man? Have you ever thought about that?
to which the most appropriate response is, yes, of course I have. Can you shut up and pass the joint already? But then I kept listening. Kidney infection, I healed that too. Wait, what? Shannon claims that ayahuasca and peyote, another hallucinogenic cactus, allowed her to keep both of
It's
her
not opening my
kidneys.
inventory.
Sound heals.
Aw.
Every lyric medicinal truth sound transforms
Alright, guys.
DNA. I might feel like making the
I'll be right back
on a biological level, but scientists
in a few minutes. Alright, I'm back.
Great. It uses sonic waves for both surface level and internal sensations without direct contact. With
I had a shower.
it's able to automatically adjust
I just
for a
had
consistent
to.
experience regardless of pressure. Connected to the official Laylo app to unlock 2 exclusive new modes or share control with your partner using the Love Bridge feature. If you want to toy this out of this world and will get you out of your pants, click the link in my description and use my code FROG for 15% off all Laylo products, stackable with any other discount. A quick search will tell
1, 2,
you that
3,
Pleiades is
4,
a star
5.
cluster in the constellation Taurus. What about
1,
the next
2,
line?
3, 4,
Lyran is the
5.
race sea. She's wearing cat ears and uses a lion emoji in the captions.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
That's right. The aliens are woke. The Lyran are described as very old souls that originated from the Lyra constellation. They are often associated with feline characteristics and depicted as part cat/lion. It's basically a furry thing. Souls that originated from Pleiades are usually referred to as Pleiadians, which, according to fandom.com, Pleiadians... Wait, what's this in parentheses? German. Uh-oh. Also known as Nordic aliens. Uh-oh. Are Aryan-like? No. Things started to look even worse when I stumbled across this article by Jules Evans that hopscotches through the very dark, well, actually very white, history behind the term starseeds. Nordic aliens, or tall whites, make up a large percentage of contact stories, often sharing wisdom and warnings about the future.
I need to get more bricks.
Why a prevailing myth of genetically superior beings guiding humanity to utopia, who just so happen to also check every box on a certain German dictator's wish list, has some troubling implications. In his book, Flying Saucers Have Landed, one of the first accounts of a Nordic alien, George Adamski describes his encounter with the tan blonde Venusian Orthon, who, while too camera shy to be photographed for some reason, told Adamski to make a cast of his footprints. Oh, wait, buddy. Looks like you got a little something there. Fellas, don't you hate it when you step out of your UFO and a swastika gets stuck to your shoe? More like Close Encounters of the Third Reich. Investigating the 20th century ufology craze tends to uncover some pretty unsavory names, such as fascist William Dudley Pelley, also known as America's Hitler, though today he would just be known as the star of next week's Jubilee video. In his book, Star Guests, in which Pelley claims to have talked to a magic pencil, no, I'm not making this up, he theorizes that human evolution was jump-started by aliens coming down to bone apes. Except they got a little too horny, breeding a bastard creation from which certain specimens are evincing even down here in the 20th century. Yes, it gets worse, and eradicating the beast from man will require a vast program of spiritual eugenics. Damn, I haven't seen space racism like this since George Lucas was in the writer's room. The first person to really popularize the term starseed, though, was an author named Brad Steiger. He and his wife were prolific writers. Derogatory, releasing titles on everything from werewolves to Christmas miracles. In the first chapter of their book, The Star People, they claim to have discovered intelligent alien life. Normal-looking men and women walking amongst us with powerful abilities. Suddenly, in the 70s, just in time to watch A New Hope in theaters and ski on that real good old-school snow, remembering their ancestral homes. But the most exciting part? You could be one of them. Steiger believed that he could determine someone's star person potential, whether they were a starseed or the lame one that no one wants to get, star helper. You can actually fill out a questionnaire and send it to Steiger's email address or physically mail it so that he can personally analyze your answers. That is, you could, if he wasn't very, very dead. Luckily for us, though, there are plenty of BuzzFeed-esque quizzes that we can take to find out what type of starseed we are. Most of these felt like MBTI tests, except for the girls and interested me, but only like the normal amount. Okay, nice try, Michelle. I know which result that answer will get me. One test required me to turn on my laptop camera and scan my palm, advertised a Starseed Ultra Pack at me, whatever the that is, and hit me with a paywall. Great. Another quote-unquote business expense I'll inevitably have to explain to the IRS. Like everything else in this godforsaken world, I also had to download an app to see my results. After waiting 10 minutes, because apparently that is the exact amount of time it takes for someone to decide what my soul mission, my entire life's purpose is, my star reading concluded that I am an Arcturian from the Arcturus star system.
Arcturian starseeds are often characterized by their symmetrical facial features and serene expressions. Their eyes, which often hold a glimmer of advanced wisdom, are often the focal point of their appearance.
Okay, that's pretty sick, except according to the 3 other tests I took, I'm also an Andromedan starseed, a Sirian starseed, and a Mintakan starseed. I really tried to answer as honestly as I could, and some of the tests had identical questions. I guess I'm just spatially ambiguous. Despite being ossified and divorced by decades from its sketchy roots, there's still something that feels a little uncomfortable to me about the more modernized interpretation.
Oh, I got like 3 more walls. 2. 2 more walls.
Spiritually evolved than those around them, literally built different. The not like other humans final boss. Even today, with so many different races to choose from,
Boop.
Pleiadian
Boop.
still seems like a really popular flavor. Don't think about that too much. And let's not forget, this entire history lesson I just tricked you into listening to was triggered by a few words casually snuck into songs about ignoring the haters and twerking away trauma. Like, can we just stick to singing about how your kitty is wet like a squirtle? From all the steaming, I assume. Unfortunately, Shannon, we are fitna move on because my curiosity has been piqued, and this cat has a death wish. Just how big was this starseed phenomenon online? Are there others like Shannon hiding in plain sight? Where does light language and this kidney healing sound fit into all this? The average person seeing these clips out of context on their For You page might just assume that it's brain rot content and keep scrolling. But something about it felt immediately familiar to me. The Christian practice of speaking in tongues was introduced in the New Testament book of Acts as tongues of fire descending on the heads of the apostles, allowing them to speak in other languages. 1 Corinthians describes it as one of many spiritual gifts active in the early church, and it has controversially continued in certain denominations. God forbid a white boy channeled the Holy Ghost. As it turns out, my first impression wasn't too far off.
Is light language the same as
Polished black stone and basalt.
modality that supports us to connect with our star family, connect with our guides, connect with our higher selves, and it allows us to unlock our divine DNA.
But this is beyond divine connection. This is claiming actual change on a genetic level just by saying a bunch of nothing and moving your hands around a lot. I literally do that for a living. Why do I still feel like shit? If you want to get in on this, Sasha offers a Starseed Sound Healing Ceremonialist Certification Program.
Oh, I forgot the
You can sit
freaking
with urban
stairs.
outfitters wearing matching white hats with everyone else who paid $3,333. After this professional training, you too can deplete your social circles by trying to convince all of your Facebook connections to buy your courses. Or you can go on
So
an
then
all-inclusive
it's
luxury Peru sisterhood
1,
plant medicine retreat to tribute
2, 3, 4.
Trust me, it's not that inclusive though. Starseed Mystery
And then this
School.
one is another
A
1,
9-month immersive
2,
mystery school.
3, 4.
Activation. Honey, don't threaten me with a good time. One of Sasha's credentials
This is this. This is this. And then we gotta fill this in with polished blackstone.
Galactic janitor or something, but physical healing is only the beginning, according to Natalie Patterson.
I need to go get more.
Starseed frequency mentor,
Oh,
and
I
owner
didn't
of
put
what
torches
she
down
refers
either.
to as light codes. TM.
Have you always been curious about light language? Wanted to learn more about energetics and communication? Are you wanting to break through some of your current
One,
motivation where
two.
you're at? If you get 5D activated, you can get everything that you want. I have created the most comprehensive light language modality in the world.
Natalie was the first starseed I'd encountered to mention
Salt,
5D. The
blackstone.
general idea, as I understand it, is that we humans typically live in a very limited material 3D view. Living in 5D means entering a unity consciousness that transcends the barriers between individuals and allows us to live in spiritual harmony. And also make tons of money and have great sex.
For those of you who don't know, I channel light language, and if you don't, you should. Why? Because it is literally less for the future. I make more money. I'm more connected. I have way more orgasmic sex. You want to do it. It's sexy. It's freaky. It's funky. I love it.
To master your energetic frequency and become as successful as Natalie, you just have to buy her master classes. You see, if you want to make money, you have to give her money so that she can teach you how she makes money by teaching people how to make money. Hold on. One of her virtual events is actually happening the day this video comes out. Channeled guidance and multidimensional light code transmissions valued at over $8,000, but she's selling this group Zoom call for only $88? My God, she's practically giving it away. If you have poor person energy and can't afford even these generously discounted prices, she does have some free resources on her YouTube channel. 7-figure light language. Join Nat in this trance-like state while she transmits powerful light codes.
This transmission is going to go into your cellular memory to activate you. And what happens is your
Oh, I
cellular
forgot the
particles
stairs
are going to be rushing
again.
around your body, which will start to activate you into a high vibration, which will help you come into more alignment with money.
The next several minutes of this video go a little something like this.
And what you see is beautiful cosmic gold energy coming down. Set the intention to access your abundance code. Oh my god, this is way better if you are watching this because the light codes are going through from my thingy, going into the camera.
More. So guys, telling me to tell you more. I'm literally the vessel right now for like abundance frequency to shift your soul, to shift timelines that are around you that are pulling you out of the abundance codes.
Yeah, if you could just shift the timelines around, that'd be great.
I want to visualize yourself opening up the bank account. I want to see an amazing figure in there. I want to connect. There's a feeling, I want to feel like you're there, you're achieving this. And look, I got keep going. Look at right now.
Week in the life of a multi-millionaire. Welcome to my $5 million home. Multi-millionaire in Bali. Multi-millionaire couple in Malta. Hashtag millionaire on every single video. Hey guys, I think this woman might be a millionaire. There is a pattern of these starseed influencers discussing their wealth in ways that in most contexts would be considered a bit gauche. But this is part of the sell. Their success acts as evidence for their beliefs, which doesn't leave a lot of room for humility.
And then a multi-millionaire, he just have a fancy cake because I love money and money loves me, boys and girls. I love money and money loves me.
Life is like a video game, and all you have to do is up, down, left, right, be a start to win. This gamification of life is reflected in the language they use. Shannon refers to her body as an avatar. Natalie uses words like downloads and upgrades when discussing her light codes, TM, literal cheat codes to the universe. You'd think the devs would have patched that by now. This robot spirituality reminds me of the promises of prosperity gospel preachers such as Joel Osteen. Riches are the reward for faith, except in this case the faith is in yourself rather than God, and your money goes into a link tree instead of an offering plate. While I resonate with the idea that positive results are often a natural consequence of verbalizing and pursuing your goals, I can't help but think that this outlook seems doomed to crumble the moment you step out of a suburban bubble where a tense discussion with your yoga instructor and breaking 100 sales on your Etsy store are top of the priority list. I mean, there's only so much control that you have over the body and circumstances that you're born into. To the families in the Congo being ripped apart by the channel? Are the starving children of Gaza simply not 5D activated? I'm sure there is value in a manifestation mindset, and I'm aware I'm operating with a little bit of bad faith here, but these are the questions I'm always left with.
It's gonna be hard with my life. I've got codes flowing through me.
As we've seen, there are certain locations assigned spiritual significance by starseeds, but Egypt is on another level. Egypt is to New Age hippies what Thailand is to balding businessmen going through their second divorce, and Natalie is no exception. She has several videos on her channel dedicated to exploring the pyramids, which she believes are portals. While parading around the country like celebrities and filming even in restricted areas and mocking the locals.
And my beautiful wife. How many camels? How many camels? How many camels?
Natalie's husband is suddenly hit with a soul remembrance as he approaches the overwhelming energy
So
of the
then,
Sphinx.
now we're right back where we left before I had to destroy all this. 2, 3.
Are we special? This might be the worst case of main character syndrome I have ever seen. What?
2, 3. Ooh.
The Sphinx is beaming riddles right into this poor man's brain. Can someone get him a water or something? The couple considers being in close proximity to these magical monuments as critical to their life missions on Earth. At certain points during the trip, Natalie starts speaking in light language and convulsing uncontrollably as she downloads codes, sometimes for hours at a time.
So I've quite literally been lightly moving. How long do you reckon?
More than an hour, 2 hours.
I was initiated to go in first. Of course, and when I got in, I started bawling my eyes out. There was so much energy came over me. I've been just downloading codes, literally, for the last almost 2 hours. When I first got activated in light language, this is what was happening. But almost a week, I had to download codes. Who knows how long this would take? This could take days. Because right now I'm still, like, I'm multi-dimensional. I'm just over here, I'm there, I'm getting codes from everywhere. It's so keeps my arms.
Ooh, voting to get in contact with the mothership. Slay hoops the house down, yes, God. Imagine doing this in literally any other country, not inhabited by brown people typecasted as noble savages for your vacation.
What you doing?
Oh, I need,
Codes for what?
Codes, trademark, for my soul remembrance.
this, I also need
Get power, you dog.
You don't understand.
these.
These castle ruins are portals.
That's no castle, that's a big Tesco.
Oh my God, I think I can see the future.
If I see your drunk ass flying down that hill in the next fucking 5 minutes, well done you, Wizard Lanka. You're a prophet.
I'm activating. Oh my God, I think I can hear the bagpipes.
Yes, pal. Get down.
If you can't get enough of Natalie online, she also leads in-person Boss Babe boot camps.
Say that to yourself.
On Australia, even the pyramid schemes are upside down. That joke seems so much funnier when I wrote it. Aside from listening to Natalie scream as she clicks through PowerPoint slides, these events also include group sessions where you get to scream too and become activated by Light Codes practitioners 1,000 AUD. I wanted to understand the broader context of this energetics-based healing and how it's advertised online because it's not exactly an easy sell. So once again, like a nasty little piggy, I went rooting around on Google, and boy did I find some big juicy truffles. Somebody take the metaphors away from me. I cannot be trusted with them. You may or may not know that chiropractic was invented by a man named Daniel David Palmer, who dropped out of
There
school
we
when he was
go.
11 and claimed he learned how to heal people by talking to a ghost, aka
Uh,
different. How many
I'm
people
gonna have
die from
to
chiropractors?
bring
How many people get
this
paralyzed
bit
by
forward
chiropractors?
just a little bit.
By chiropractors? How many people get paralyzed by chiropractors again? Oh, you know Danny Boy cooked up something good when these are the top suggested searches. Well, it's estimated that over 30 million people visit chiropractors
I'm
a year in
assuming
the
it's
United
the
States
same
alone.
thing
For
below
others, this is still
that.
a little too rooted in reality. light language meets chiropractic in spinal energetics.
Back to your
Yes.
days.
Yeah.
Tell me why you moved on from that, why you left it.
So basically kind of what we were talking about before, I'd see an improvement but then a plateau. If we work with the root causation, which for me is the innate intelligence, and through the energy field, then I've observed that it stays.
Spinal Energetics was founded by chiropractor Sarah Jane. According to spinalenergetics.com, it interacts with a person's spine, nervous system, and energetic field to harness a person's own innate wisdom through light yet powerful touch and, often no touch. Oh, she came up with this during COVID. That makes sense. I mean, we were all
And then I
bored
have
during COVID.
to
Some of us learned how to bake.
use
Some of us started
the
doing this.
cherry again. Yep, just like that.
She has doctor in front of her name, which is weird because she isn't one. This was only positioned to come up under the keyword. Well, she definitely didn't get a PhD in English. What are we doing, babes? Dr. Phil is technically more of a doctor than you. From what I can tell, it's pretty easy to start your own spinal energetics practice. All you have to do is put wellness in your Instagram handle and whoa, what's going on here? I can actually book a spinal energetics session on the official website right now. If I set my country to
They
USA,
want
it
me
looks
to
like Allison from New Jersey. Oh, never mind. Amanda from Colorado is a level 2? Give me the level 2 white woman for sure. There's not a single level 3 in the entire world? How intense is the initiation process? Do they have to get in the ring with Sarah Jane herself and fight to the death while lathered up in essential oils? What do they even have the option then? Oh, it looks like there are 2 different session types, in person and online. That's right, guys. Spinal energetics is so powerful.
And then for some reason he wants me to plant flowers already. I feel like this would be
Isn't that cool, guys?
a later step, but whatever. We'll go get the flowers.
With that logic, you and I can do a little spinal energetic session right now. So I want you to stop washing dishes or whatever else you're doing while this is playing in the background. Find a flat surface to lie down on, okay? We're just gonna close our eyes and we're gonna take a deep breath. Okay? We're just gonna start releasing some tension. Just releasing. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Not everyone who believes in spinal energetics necessarily identifies as a starseed, but there are these massive overlaps within the range of New Age modalities that have gained significant traction in the past decade. Natalie and Sarah are effectively running the same scam. I mean, business. Look, at the end of the day, if you want to roll around on the floor and scream with your gal pals, I don't think that's hurting anything, except maybe your wallet and your vocal cords. But what I'm actually the conversations that are happening at Natalie's events.
It wants me to do this.
I tell you, if you're sitting on the toilet, send your guides out. How do you think you're all here? Your Native American Indian guide visited you on the toilet and landed you a
I need
$33,000
the stairs on the black stone.
What other nationalities can you summon like Uber Eats to provide drive-by financial advice?
Here we
You
go.
gonna start pulling Haitians from a hat? Got any Brazilians in your backpack? Pakistanis in your pocket? Just a bunch of people in a room saying exactly. These stories escalate from absurd to extremely concerning when in another session an attendee starts talking about her landlord diagnosed with schizophrenia. I did a light code healing on my landlord and he lives underneath me. The landlord? He has been diagnosed with schizophrenia. He knows he's not, so he has been pumped with all this medication, which makes him very depressed. Severe alcoholic. After the first healing that we did, that man did not touch a drop of alcohol for 7 days or cigarettes for 7 days, and he said he has never felt so much.
So I need to take this one away.
Yes, we're on Project Get Off the Medication, so we're doing a healing each week to prep his body for when he does come off the medication. Hey, don't f***ing do that. I understand that there are many people who have had traumatic experiences with healthcare providers, and I do not want to discredit that, but if you're going to convince someone to stop taking their antipsychotics, are you also prepared to take responsibility if they harm themselves or others? Something tells me light language won't be super helpful at that point. Y'all are Australian, which means that you have one of the best healthcare systems in the world. If you're not going to use it, at least give it to me. In another instance, a woman starts sharing about how she had been diagnosed with restless leg syndrome, which Natalie immediately dismisses. This makes sense, given that full body shaking is just a regular part of her and her husband's routine.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Diagnosis for everything. It's not true. You don't. You just activate it because you're special. When Natalie mentions the Matrix,
Oh
she's not just
no, I didn't
referring
realize
to
I had one of
mainstream
those in my
medicine, but
thing
an
still.
actual, literal 3D grid she believes encompasses the Earth, orchestrated by dark forces to prevent mass 5D ascension. Thankfully, though, these dark forces did not account for Spirit Airlines. And every single time I travel, I always channel when I'm up in the airplane. I believe we're outside the matrix grids and we're able to channel better. When Cyclone Alfred hit Brisbane in March, Natalie vlogged herself sheltering inside her multi-million-dollar house, casually mentioning that she at first ignored weather alerts because, you know, the government be lying. When everyone was on Instagram and Facebook being like, there's gonna be a cyclone, it's gonna be crazy. Lauren and I were like, shut up. You guys have already conned us, the world, into getting vaccines. We're not one of those. So I was like,
Oh, I don't
here
have
we go.
carpet.
And now because with the government doing so many things, we actually have to get
I might just
as
give
much
myself
food as we
carpet
can,
on.
just in case like this
That's cheating. That's cheating. That's
Listen,
cheating.
what the media
Okay.
will never tell you is that this is an energetic purge, and you need to stop resisting the storm, babe. To move through this energy, I created a free light language activation. Jesus Christ, Natalie! Somebody died! At this point, my tinfoil hat senses are really tingling. The more I dug into this world, the more I kept running into these conversations about government conspiracies.
One information leaked about Beyond the Wall in Antarctica, and this shit is crazy. They're saying that the ice there has some type of special power.
Is the Earth flat? No. Is the Earth a hologram? Yes. Is the Earth a matrix? Yes. The Earth is a matrix. Thank you.
Some Starseed accounts were more explicit about this than others.
I ain't an alien for fun, bruh.
Alright.
You're on a mission, dog.
I'm giving myself fireworks.
Though.
Though.
Dog? My be, fam. I wonder what type of alien this guy thinks he is. Oh, nice. He bumped up the saturation in a bunch of his videos so that his eyes appear even more blue. But that also just makes him look like he has a really bad sunburn. Are you
Actually, I need to go
audition for
here
American Eagle's
first.
next commercial or something? This Starseed creator, who has
Ow.
finally named himself Monarch, documents his life as an alien amongst us lowly Earthlings.
Look, I ain't from Earth. And she ain't either. Look, I didn't fall from the stars to fall in love with someone from the Earth. My standards are higher than that.
Yeah, thanks for keeping this superior specimen off the dating apps, Queen. You're a real one for that. The Teletubby Sun Baby.
Ooh, I wanna see. I wanna see. I should have some. Where is it?
Sign number 2. You've always felt older than your age. Even as a kid, you were the one giving advice.
Sign number 3. You know an unusual amount about Five Nights at Freddy's lore. No, but seriously, there seems to be a lot of Starseed literature that targets neurodivergent people specifically. And
No, that
parents of
didn't work.
children with
Oh well.
developmental struggles, encouraging them to write these off as spiritual powers, labeling them indigo, rainbow, and crystal children.
Okay, now we just need to go.
And we die, do we
I'll go to the same place.
What does it feel like?
A little dizzy, pulsating.
It's actually not very funny at all. Monarch also promotes clothing that supposedly protects you from 5G radiation. Because of course he does.
I'm an alien, but I don't sleep too well here. Unless I'm wrapped in my shielding gear, my body, my mind, and energy system can't recharge.
And, you know, posts, prophecies about the end times, as you do.
They are watchers, messengers, scouts from fleets of long-booted silence across your skies and seas. This is soft disclosure before the shift. The veil is thinning, for beneath the surface, stationed within a crystalline cavern, long hidden from your sonar, lies a Pleiadian mothership, older than any of your known civilizations. It has waited patiently. Celestial timing, the collective frequency required to proceed. The moment is near. You feel it in your bones.
A bunch of anti-vaxxers terrified of airport scanners looking forward to a rapidly approaching spiritual awakening in a new world order.
4.
Oh, this is starting to sound familiar.
There is a being known simply as Q.
There it is.
Evidence points to Q being connected to an off-world group of beings called the Galactic Federation, a council of higher dimensional beings guiding Earth's evolution.
I think. Oh, I didn't. Oh, I need to do that.
Beings who weren't entirely human, Pleiadian emissaries who walk among us, blending into ordinary life to help guide those chosen for key missions. Trusted insiders have indicated that Trump was briefed not only by military intelligence, but by members of the Galactic Federation working quietly behind the scenes. And not long after, communications attributed to Q began appearing, and these weren't random drops either. They were orchestrated as part of a much larger, multidimensional operation, an operation tied to the Great Awakening.
Well, over and over again, we see individuals within New Age spiritualism mirror the same values as far-right evangelicals or outright hit the exact same talking points. This seems like an inevitable result when you cherry-pick your favorite parts of Eastern religions, divorce them from the collectivist cultures they germinated in, graft them into your own beliefs without any self-reflection, and try to flip everything into MLM. This seems like an inevitable result when you want to live in a science fiction world minus the science. I mean, look at these posts on the Starseed subreddit filled with vague warnings of an alien
That hurted.
Oh,
fuck.
images of
No!
lords and threads of people referring to their own family members as mindless NPCs. In a blind taste test, this is indistinguishable from what your racist uncle who thinks Hillary Clinton jabs infant necks with straws and slurps them like Capri Suns would post. It may be hard to believe that someone who looks like this would actually get along pretty well with someone who looks like this, but they don't just
Capybara!
sometimes
I done boop-a-dooped out of there. Come on, you gotta have a lead in here.
All the way back in 2011, it describes this non-intuitive overlap between political extremism and woo-woo wellness. A woo-anon movement saturated with paranoia about covert groups.
Oh, there's one. Oh my god. That's perfect. That's beautiful. Okay. No! It disappeared. Did it fall? Oh no, he's right there. Come on, Capybara. You're mine now. Yeah, buddy. I'll put you over here. How many fence?
Blind contrarianism that mutters shadow government into its cup of kombucha or little tears coffee mug without
I'm gonna put you over here for now, okay?
solutions in this boring
Yeah, look.
It's a lot easier to craft
Isn't this nice? It's gonna be so nice for you.
clues for only 4chan's finest to find.
It's a good boy. We're gonna name you.
Do unimaginable evil in plain sight. It sucks that instead of getting to do magic, we have to actually engage with corrupt politicians that decide whether or not your disabled neighbor gets medical care, whether your child's classmate gets to eat tomorrow, and whether someone on the other side of the world, just like you, gets to live to see another day. It f***ing blows. Personally, I would much rather wait around dramatic upheaval so that we can all live as super sexy alien spirits humping on each other and
How much?
eating
Holy
sunshine.
fuck, that's a lot of
It's
essence.
probably obvious to anyone who's been watching this channel for a while that I've been undergoing a massive
Jesus.
deconstruction
Okay.
of my personal religious
We're
and
gonna
political
put a
beliefs
name
in the
tag on
past
that
few
thing.
years. Is it a terrible idea to do that in
Screw
front
it.
of millions of people? Perhaps.
Do we have more than one
This
name
alien girl
tag?
boss really represents everything that I've become naturally
I
drawn
think there's
to
one
in my
by
search
my
to fill the
place.
vacuum left by abandoning many aspects of my
Okay.
identity. I am like the prime demographic for this belief system. Many of the signs that you are a starseed are things that cause me a great deal of grief on a day-to-day basis. It's kind of scary to think how someone like me could be pulled right back into a world that they've worked so hard to escape based on very surface level signals. I mean, I already had all of this around my house. I didn't even really buy props for this video. There are many people in these communities that are very kind and welcoming and manage to navigate these concepts without stealing from other cultures, involving weird Hitler hierarchies, telling people not to take their meds, and desperately trying to sell stuff. Even the creators that I criticize and poked fun at a little bit, because that's what we do here, I think I have a lot of good to offer still, like empowering women and criticizing the inherently patriarchal nature of most traditional institutions. It's not all bad. It is a thoroughly mixed bag of organic trail mix. If you believe that you're a reincarnated soul from a galaxy far, far away, I don't see how you're necessarily any less valid than the countless religious congregates, cautious agnostics, and annoying Reddit atheists of the world. I am happy to toke up with extraterrestrials anytime. But I think it's important to always be investigating your own beliefs to double check what tall whites you might be rubbing shoulders with. My purpose in making this video, besides info dumping about weird history facts that I found online, is to remind people that no matter how open and loving an ideology may seem, there is always room for bad actors to set the stage and snake oil salesmen to set up shop. That you need to look a little deeper than just the aesthetic. I do get impatient with people that I
Oh, I didn't mean to do that again.
to be any earthly good, but ultimately, with the way things are going on this planet, I can't blame anyone for wanting a get off of Earth free card. And as much of a cynical asshole as I often come across, I will, like Kesha, be keeping an eye out for any passing spaceships.
I don't know I did that.
Wow, that was quick.
It's the only part I really need to fill in. Maybe that. Just 'cause I don't know where I say. There, this here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3. Nope, I didn't have to put those back at all, actually.
These YouTubers were arrested for harassing strangers in public. Again, yes, we've covered them before.
Okay.
And yes, they're still harassing
1,
people on
2,
camera
3,
and calling it a
4.
prank. And
1,
after being
2,
arrested
3,
and banned from multiple
4.
platforms for their content,
1,
they actually
2.
doubled down and started uploading their videos to their own private streaming service.
Oh.
Go.
Oh, I don't know how to do all
Yeah,
that.
I've covered
Just
so many
do
of these pranksters
this.
in the past few years that at this point, sometimes it feels like they appear out of thin air. These guys were actually featured on this channel a little over a month ago, but so much has happened since, and I thought it would just be fair that we would give you guys another update. At this time, we'll dive a little bit deeper into who they are. And these guys definitely claim to be pranksters, but to me it seems more like they're using being a prankster as an excuse to harass people. And even though channels like this are multiplying a whole bunch as of late, it's safe to say that these guys are definitely competing for the most obnoxious creators of all time.
Oh, I'm making mistakes now. Okay.
Been covering here on this channel. But meet Edward and Roland, who's also known as Red and Dirty, the most wanted prankster cousins of Texas. They run the channel and website My House is Dirty. And it's definitely safe to say their content is just a pain in the ass for everyone that's unfortunate enough to that lives close to them. Because a lot of their pranks include harassment, assault, battery, and that's honestly just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, imagine being in your mid to late 30s and deciding your life's purpose is to harass strangers at Home Depot and put it on the internet.
Awesome.
Yeah, so essentially, these guys just act like overgrown bullies who never mentally progressed past middle school. And their idea of a prank is so warped and broad that it could range from something harmless like using walkie-talkies to pretend like they work as a security staff at grocery stores.
What if you're putting turkeys in your coat and ham and turkeys in your coat? No, you ain't talking about me. What the hell we gonna put a ham and turkey on? We ain't even been by no ham and turkey. We've been on film. You heard of boss? Yeah, I am, man, but I know for sure I can't put the ham in there. You see anything in my ham? Yeah. How you doing, man? How you feel? You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't want nobody, excuse me, if turkeys, if I'm killing them, I don't want nobody to blow my cover.
Even harassing people in a public bathroom. And as I mentioned before, we've covered these guys before, and in my last video I actually made some mistakes on my first coverage of them. I was calling him out for, you know, slapping a random dude in public.
No, hold on, brother.
What the fuck?
Hey, I was next. Hey, I was next.
So the guy that Dirty actually hits with a bag is actually a friend of theirs, and the short-tempered Dirty is a frequent bit that they used to make, like this one.
Yeah, but you gotta play like everybody else does. No, why you making a big deal? Why you crying? No, but it's disrespectful though, my man. You don't have to cry. It's not a big deal. I'm not crying. I'm saying you in my way.
So I guess the punchline here is to actually get the reaction from the security instead of the shoppers. So that definitely makes that prank way better, that he's not just like randomly assaulting someone like that at least. But they are still randomly assaulting other people in other ways. Either way, their channel was first created in December of 2015. They managed to upload about 350 videos and rack up around 400,000 subscribers before having their channel terminated by YouTube in 2023. But by the end of 2024, they had created a new channel. And honestly, not even that long after that, that got banned as well. So they've been making these prank videos that mostly involve them harassing strangers in public for honestly over a decade at this point. And from what I've seen, it's crazy to think that YouTube took that long to actually crack down on this.
Was that something from up there? I think it was from up there.
I want more than that.
These guys were lucky that they came across pretty much the chillest unk in existence. But they've definitely not always been that lucky.
I want you to do something with this gun back.
Now, their biggest problem is all their social media accounts just keep getting banned across all platforms. But they're kind of like internet cockroaches because they just keep reappearing. It's like playing a game of whack-a-mole with them. They just ban them, and then they respawn, and they get banned, and then they respawn again, and then another ban. And that's definitely happening. The main way I see them resurfacing on the internet is through compilation videos. For example, there's still like an hour-long compilation of their greatest hits that still float around on YouTube. But like I said before, their channel was made in late 2015, but it wasn't until August 2016 until they uploaded their first video, titled Random Selfie Prank. This video features Roland, aka Dirty, taking selfies with strangers in public, which honestly is pretty tame considering what they're doing right now.
Yeah, that's number one. You might need to check the things maybe a little bit to keep the
But it was not long before they started escalating. So, still, in 2016, they found themselves in the eyes of the law when they went viral for reporting a basketball game in the middle of a highway.
Edward Gonzalez and Roland Tejada Jr. craved notoriety. How else to explain basketball games in the middle of Houston's highway?
That stunt caught the attention of the Houston Police Department, which identified both men and linked them to another case, for which those guys were arrested in February of the same year for allegedly stealing 36 pairs of headphones from the Apple store at Memorial City Mall, totaling in value at about $7,000 at the time.
Well, one of those two freeway basketballers
4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Oh! I didn't die. That's a fucking miracle.
It is pretty interesting to see how popular his criminal record is. At least 40 results have been found under his skin. So it's safe to say they've been actively making prank content.
That hurt
Brad's
a
criminal record
lot.
is not far behind his cousin's because in 2024 he recently announced on Instagram that he was out of the penitentiary and he was ready to be back at top where he belongs. So I assume by on top he's talking about face down on top of the
4, 5, 6.
freedom definitely did not last long, because only 5 months later, on May 9th, 2025, he was arrested once again, this time in Miami, though. It's honestly hard to find a more perfect example of what happens when you give attention seekers a platform and financial incentive to be as obnoxious as possible. And back when the channel was still out, their description was just you and me, living life, why not throw in some laughter here and there? Hate it or love it? Yeah, that's about as vague as calling Chernobyl a mild power surge. So hey, if you're someone who's been recommended their content in the past, you might initially see some of their more tame pranks. For example, they went to this department store and scared customers pretending to be mannequins.
Come on. How you gonna
2.
do if you can't see? Go straight. Go something. I really can't see. You have another one of these vests right here? Where did I get the vest from? Yes. Is this something you'll wear? No. Tell me why. Vacation. Say it again? To be on vacation. Yeah. But I'm saying, why not this?
Okay.
But even in this one, if we let the video continue, they go from scaring people off to just throwing random objects at people.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's the problem about channels like
3,
them. Like they
4.
intentionally instigate confrontations to create entertaining content. Like they push the boundaries until someone reacts, and then they farm that for content. Yeah, not only is that straight up assault,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Take one of their most recent videos as another prime example of this.
I see it coming out. I see it. You gotta wait the other one. Where's the thing? Watch your body, bro. Put it away. Bro, you gotta put it back, buddy. We right here. How we playing with you? How we playing with you?
I don't think they realize that people aren't watching for them. They're watching for people's reactions to their awful behavior. Like, just take their shopping at a stranger's cart prank. Even though they're not doing anything extraordinarily problematic here, I mean, at the end of the day, taking items from people's baskets they haven't paid for yet, essentially what they're trying to do here is farm a reaction.
You work here? I'm gonna work. You know, Pepsi and Mountain Dew is... Yes, sir. I need 4. Put it right there. Okay, I did put it right there. Put it right here. No, don't be the little one. I'm busy. I'm real busy right now. Okay? That's good. I don't need no more.
But unfortunately, in most cases, they didn't get enough of a reaction, so they also had to, like, insult them to try to finally get that reaction. So, it's kind of just pathetic to watch. And as you can guess, obviously things finally got heated.
When I go in there with, like, the ranch and stuff, ranch like this, well, yeah. Which means that you come, I want to, hey, what you got about, hey, man, I'm trying to help you up, bro. You got to help your cousin save a life. That's what, I'm fucking in your face. You won't do nothing. You want to do something? Hey, redhead, oh, man. Put a back over that thing. What you going to do? Running? I'm running up. Running.
But the problem here is that was outside the store, meaning the guy had already paid for that. So I guess you're just filming literal theft now. And quite frankly, like, these videos are not only bad for the victims, but they could also just end badly for these pranksters if they even mess with the wrong person. Because most of these pranks happen in the South. And in the South, there's many people who have effed around and found out. But recently, it seems like they found a way to monetize all this. Because after, all their social media accounts were terminated for this content, they decided to release a website with a paid subscription service that allows them to upload whatever content they want. In their words, anything goes here. We don't have platforms controlling what we can and cannot post.
We're not looking for no show, we're not looking for no fight, but everything goes on the website. We're not looking for no show, we're not looking for no fight.
So, I can only assume that quite a few feds are currently watching all their videos. So, these two, they've essentially built a career off of instigating a reaction from others. And when those reactions just become too tame or boring, they take it too far by instigating even more. But as of right now, their Twitch has been banned multiple times. They tried making a move to Kick, but it looks like that got banned as well. So I guess they ended up making another Twitch, and that got banned as well. So they then tried Kick again, and that got banned as well. So then they went back to Twitch, and as of recording this video, that one's not banned yet. And just looking at the content that's being streamed on that Twitch account, it seems like the pranks have become a lot tamer. However, it still shows blatant harassment.
That's why they know your name, and I can't read so good. That's why I called you that. Are you not wrong? Good. Can't read, but you don't know how to read, buddy. Right. You're not your friend. What do you think, Fred? I thought we were friends at first, but now we're not friends. Thank you, friend. You're welcome, Jack. Happy bad one.
I think their biggest problem is, sure, they can have their own website that's like paid subscription, they can post whatever they want there, but like there's no discoverability at all on their website. So they really have to rely on algorithms from, you know, the main platforms to be able to funnel that traffic into their website. But if they keep getting banned on all the main platforms, they're not going to have any traffic funnel into this paid subscription website. So I guess that's unfortunate, but my house is dirty. They're gone from YouTube, at least from its original form, but they still have multiple Instagrams, TikToks, and compilation channels up because that's the only way they can funnel traffic into their website. But also, if history repeats, it's not going to be too long until those accounts also have the same outcome. And every now and then, plenty of other influencers appear out of nowhere trying to follow their footsteps. And considering how long they've been on these platforms, I would not be surprised if they've inspired a new generation of absolute morons to commit pranks like them. Either way, though, I feel like this whole brand of content has always been a big game of whack-a-mole. One channel gets banned, and 3 more pop up, and then more people get banned. But honestly, I don't think it's going to be going anywhere soon. People are just going to F around and find out over and over again perpetually. But other than that, hey, if you're new here, feel free to subscribe to this channel. Drop a like on the video if you enjoyed it, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1. Ooh. That's good. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Beautiful. Okay. I think this will be enough wool for now to make what I need to make. All this away. I'll take some lapis. Then we're gonna go. I'm gonna have to come back actually. Unless, nah, I'll just come back. How far out did that go? Holy fuck, that's pretty far. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. So yeah, I want orange dye. So we're gonna have to get just a little bit more. Teensy bit more stuff. Okay. Although I don't think the flowers have a lot of essence. That's a little much. Okay. Do another row. Huh? Wasn't a very long row. Just skip over that mess. And so the next one should be here. One, two, three, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. Dum dum dum. Go back over here. Throw this in here. Now. Oh my god, no, this one. There we go. Okay, then this stuff. Now I just need some carpet. Yes, perfect. Okay. Wee. I'm gonna do an orange carpet.
These YouTubers were arrested for harassing strangers in public. Again, yes, we've covered them before, and yes, they're still harassing people on camera and calling it a prank. And after being arrested and banned from multiple platforms for their content, they actually doubled down and started uploading their videos to their own private streaming service. Wait, take it closer. Go.
Where's my soda? There it is. Okay. So then I need trapdoors.
Now we get. I don't know if this has ever happened to you, but there are
Ooh,
times when I'm
2,
on the
3,
internet
4.
and I feel like I've come across someone's personal diary, okay? And
1,
as much as I think
2,
I am a
3,
person
4.
and I like seeing whatever's unfolding in weird corners of the internet, not necessarily drama, but just weird things going on.
I'm
As much as
assuming I
love all of
connect
that,
the
there are
top.
times when I think, oh no, I have stumbled on a personal diary.
Stairs.
Oh no, I should not know this information. And also, I think this
Plank.
information should not be waterboarded out of me. I would not even write
Got
this
it.
information
Okay.
down in the diary in case someone finds it. This is one of those stories where I'm like, why are you telling the world? And normally I'd say
I gotta
you should tell
go.
a therapist this, but unfortunately here, therapists/psychiatrists are the whole issue. Now, if you've been lucky enough to live a life sheltered of Kendra, well, here I am to ruin that for you. I was on the internet minding my own business as usual, and then I found
Screw
this
it. Where are
story
you
about
gonna? I don't even have them up
who
here.
fell in love with her psychiatrist. Now, initially,
Okay.
I didn't really think too much of it because it's a pretty
I
common
will
thing.
need
It's also a common trope
these, and
in
I
these
will
shows,
need
like the forbidden versions or whatever. That being said, I spent
these.
an inordinate amount of time looking at this woman's TikToks, which at the time she'd only had 16, but as of this morning she had 19 or 18.5. She has a point 0.5 TikTok thing, which I'm not even gonna get into that. I watched all of these TikToks. I saved all of them in case, I don't know. And we're gonna cover some of them, but I cannot put all of that in one video. So if you want to go see it, I'll link her TikTok down below. So she has already, since I sat down to film, she's already uploaded something else. Okay, part 20. So I guess we're gonna have a part 2 if it comes to it. Anyway, so let me just
It's
put a couple
another
TikToks
one of
to introduce what's going
these.
on.
I fell in love with my
This.
psychiatrist, and he knew, and he kept me until I had the strength to leave after 4 years. Here it is, part 1. So, I decided to go back on ADHD meds after many years of being off of them. I was on them in my early 20s
I
when
need.
in college, and then I went off
Oh,
them
thank
because
you,
they weren't
Jesus.
like, the side effects were too much over the benefits. But then in my late 20s, I read this book, Taking Charge of Adult ADHD, and it absolutely changed my life. For my fellow ADHDers, there's so many good things in here. And the biggest thing that I took away was that it's very important for ADHDers to be on meds. So I decided to make an appointment with a psychiatrist. I just Googled psychiatry.
I don't know. It says it should be pink. I think it should be pink.
And I
Okay.
and then I booked a 90-minute intake, and I show up to the intake, and this man is my age, and I can't help but notice that he's pretty attractive, this psychiatrist. I fell in love with my psychiatrist, and he kept me anyway, part 2. So, in this intake, I kind of clocked that he was attractive in my age, but when I tell you that I've had a lot of couch time in my life, a lot of therapy.
Now we go
I jumped right
back.
into it. I trusted him enough,
And there we
to
go.
tell him about my childhood trauma,
Eh,
my daddy issues, if you
not the
will.
best, but it'll work.
What I had went through, all of the relationship trauma that I had. I was 6 months sober at this time, but like all of the drinking and substance use I used to do, and he just listened and nodded, and that's the thing about psychiatrists is that they're good
Okay,
at
now
pretending to listen.
we are playing Bedrock, and it is the most recent update. So 1.26, whatever that is. I have everything I need.
So, I hadn't ever seen a psychiatrist before.
I thought that was supposed to be stripped. Is that
I
stripped?
only got meds from my primary care
I
physician.
think that's
So I didn't
stripped.
understand how psychiatry works.
I'm gonna go
So
with
once
it
we had figured out
stripped.
my med dose, I saw
I
him
don't
every
know.
week.
Now I have to
And
go
he just made me feel like I
look
was
at
his
what
friend.
book he
He was
pulls
really,
out.
really funny and cracked jokes and told me he was impressed with my running that I would do. And yeah,
No, it's just a regular log. Got it.
And it was in my third session with him,
Okay,
because
so
this was all on Zoom, that I asked him. I said,
so then we come
"Do you
in.
mind if I call you by your first
The
name?"
next one
And he
is
prefaced
all
asking.
the
So I said his
way
first name wrong,
up.
and he said, "Well, it's pronounced
1,
this,
2, 3,
but
4,
yes, of course he
5.
does." And he seemed so smug
2,
and
3,
happy with
4.
himself. And I know that that is because that
I
was the
am
first time
also
I had
playing.
dated
Sorry,
him,
I
and then we're
should give more
friends.
information. I am also
I had never
playing.
been to therapy before. I didn't realize that, it's important to call your doctor
Hello,
doctor by
Criddle.
name.
I am playing on PlayStation. If that is of any interest to you. This is my own realm. I made this realm. So that, like, if my friends want to come play, they can come play. But my friends rarely... Bro, what the fuck did you just do? That makes no sense, but okay. Oh! Nah, I'm watching a video, bro. Like, I'm just building off of a video. I'm not that good. Everyone's like, oh, you're so good at following the video. It's like, yeah, but I just followed a video. But thank you. I wish I was better. It's in peaceful right now. That's the only reason why I'm better. And I'm also doing a lot of cheating. Like, I keep giving myself the elytra. I keep giving myself fireworks, even though we haven't beat the dragon yet. But I just keep making excuses for it. What did I come down here for? I came down here for glass panes. Because it's a pain in my glass. Haha. Okay, I'll stop now. Oop! That hurted. Okay, so now they want me to come over here. Come around back, come up. They want a window right here. Actually, I don't think I saw that correctly. I'm gonna rewatch this. Hold on. Okay, I saw that part. Okay. And then the glass panes. 1, 2. Okay, so this one shows it 2 in. Okay, that looks so weird. That's so weird. Why would you do it like? Alright. I'll do it how it tells me to. I need to double make sure this window's where I want it to be. Yeah, okay. It's one up from the top. And then the other one is right here, 2 in. And then I need... Okay. These. And then, so... It's super... Okay, alright, so this one is normal. 3. And then this one, he wants it to be like this. So it's... I don't... Actually, it's like that. And then it's... Oh, no, that's the wrong way. Ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-bum, bum, bum. 2 and 3. I put those on the wrong way. Go 1, 2, 3. I might not keep it like this. This is just weird to me. Okay, and then, oh. Okay, we'll go around back and pick all that up in just a sec. Okay. Like right now. And then, no, it needs to be on this side. Oh, I failed it a little bit, but that's okay. Okay, so they want the same kind of sitch over here. So, trapdoors. This one they want going this way? No. This way. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. And then this one can actually be the correct way. Nope. I like creative sometimes, but I like survival. Although I like to cheat at survival too, so I prefer survival. Even if I'm cheating. I'm cheating by giving myself elytras and fireworks before I have the access to them. Which is 100% completely cheating. I should not be doing that, but like I said. Or I didn't. No, I haven't said it yet. I said it earlier, but it's so much easier to get things done with elytras. Yeah. There's just a better sense of accomplishment. Wait, I need links. I think I have more. See, look, this is why I gave myself an elytra. It's because my shit's all the way down here at the village, and then I'm all the way up there. So I cheated a little bit. But I'm trying to stay as legitimate as I can without cheating too much. I know, I just opened this like 5 times. Okay, fine. Okay. I have to make them. And then the mods I'm using right now. Above ground. I do a little bit of both usually. So like I'll do like my main base part, so this will be like my house. I haven't done one on this server is new. This is a new world, new realm. So I really haven't gotten anything done yet, but in like previous builds, I would pick a corner and then dig down, and then more of my, like, all my farming and my, like, my crop farms and my storage would be underground. So I try to do a little bit of a mixture. Or like, right now I'm working on this one, but my buddy Purple, she, has an underground over here that we're using. So a lot of the mods I have on right now is because Purple asked for them, or just because Purple was like, let's do something fun, and so I chose something fun. So the mods I am using are not in there. I could probably just tell you off the top of my head, but I want to make sure I'm telling you the right ones. That slimes and creepers. Slimes just are so fucking annoying. And then creepers are the second most annoying because they blow up. And when they blow up, they cause a lot of damage, probably to whatever I'm working on. That's why I'm in peaceful right now. And once again, I was asked to put it on peaceful mode, and that's why it's on peaceful. I try to appease my friends, so they'll play with me. Okay, well, I'm using more chickens, so there's a chicken mob on here that gives, like, different kind of chickens. I have a wool texture pack, so it gives me more carpet colors and just, like, carpet variations and stuff like that. And then I have an alchemy mod on because Purple really she heard alchemy and she was like, I love alchemy. So I got the alchemy. That's what this is. See, this is Purple's little hole. So she was like, this is a place for everybody to come and use. So I've literally taken that to heart. This is where I put my mine. Here, I'll fly you to the end. I try to actually incorporate a little bit of both. I do like medieval style a lot more. Just because it's easier to mix up the materials for the build for me anyways. So, like, here, I'll show you. So, like, I am not original. This is a build I found on YouTube's that I'm watching, and I'm building it. And so, like, this stuff is stone, this stuff is dark oak, the pale oak is actually supposed to be spruce, but when I'm writing it down, it's easier to, like, be like, okay, so the dark oak is gonna be cherry. And it's easier to visualize when I'm changing it, where with, like, the modern style, they use a lot of, like, quartz and stuff, and that just, it's hard for me to think of something that's gonna be better than the quartz, you know? And so I do tend to do, like, medieval with a sort of modern twist. I gotta do my second floor now. Or, like, all these will have, the doors will have pressure plates on this side. I need to add those later. 2, 3, 4. Oh! Just a wall I didn't finish. That's nice. Okay, looks like you get to be bricks. I play other games too. So I've been streaming for quite a long time now, but it's never really taken off. As well as there were other situations happening in my life, so it never really took off. But I'm at a point right now where I can stream more and try to focus on that. And so I have been. So since April, I've been streaming basically every day. So in April, I started on Elder Scrolls Online. And then I played some Fallout 76. That's where I met my friend Eric. And then I played through Cyberpunk, which I streamed a little bit of it, but that game's not very streamable. If you've ever played Cyberpunk, you'd understand why. It's very graphic, dirty. And so I couldn't stream a lot of it, and so I took a little tiny break. I think like a week I didn't stream, so I could just have I played Donkey Kong yet? No, like a newer version, like old Donkey Kong. Yeah, I played that, but I think they want me to fill in the top. Sorry, I'm having to switch back and forth. I just want to make sure he wants me to fill in this whole space. Yes. He do, okay. Or she. Donkey Kong? Yeah, I remember, like, the old school, like, I don't think I've played anything recent Donkey Kong. I wanted to back in the day. So not to trauma dump, but we're on my channel, so I'll get into it a little bit. Um, I grew up, I basically was dumped on my grandma's doorstep, and my grandma raised me. But she also had two other children besides my father, and they have kids, and she was all about playing fair, quote unquote, and she would tell me that she didn't want to buy me a game station because it wasn't fair to my cousins, and that's something my parents should buy me, even though like my parents fucking didn't do shit. And so I didn't get to play video games until I didn't get to really play video games until 2012. My grandfather on my mom's side bought us a Xbox 360 for Christmas one year before I got kicked out of my mom's house. And so like anything I gotta play secondhand. Oh, I did lie. I had she did break down eventually, and she got me a Game Boy, so I played Pokemon. Oh no, it's totally fine. I'm like good. I've healed from it. It don't mean nothing. Well, I mean it do mean stuff, but it don't really mean nothing. I've been therapized, so yeah. My grandma's a great lady. She was just always very anti-video games, and so she just used that as an excuse not to get me video games. The first video game I ever got to complete was Modern Warfare 3, and then besides Call of Duty, I played Fallout New Vegas was the first game I ever really completed or I sat down and really got into. And so I still say to this day that Fallout New Vegas is my favorite game. I actually named my dog. One of my dogs is named after one of the companions you can get in Fallout New Vegas. I bet bats spawn in here. I just bet. I just have a feeling that bats are gonna spawn in here without lights, so I hope that this very quickly shows me where to put lights. This guy keeps, like, building this shit ass backwards. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, I usually stream every day. Oh, I try to stream every day. I have a daughter that I watch during the days, so I usually try to get on after like 5 o'clock. But sometimes I'll start streaming at like 2 o'clock since I'm a stay-at-home mom. It just really depends, but usually it's around like 2 to 5 o'clock I'll start streaming. Yeah, she's gonna be 3 next month. I am not ready for that. Like, you, who gave you permission to be 3? I didn't give her permission to be 3, but she gonna do it anyways. RIP. Oh yeah, I gotta get up there. Okay, so oh. No. Flip upside down. One. Oh! I keep falling. It's because my ass is too close to all this. Alright. Let's not go all wild. It is a game of time. Like, I'm ready for her to not be a fucking brat anymore. Which is a tall fucking order, because I'm still a fucking brat, so... And I'm like 27. Are we 27? I don't remember. Yeah, I have, Discord that I sometimes use. I don't have an Instagram or Twitter. I do have an Instagram, but it's like a personal Instagram and I never use it. I have Facebook. I have and then I have I just said I had Discord. Snapchat! I have a Snapchat. invite. Copy. It's a good thing you said something. So I'm not Discord savvy. It's just because, like, those things confuse me sometimes. I'm at 71 subscribers! Oh my god, I love you guys so much. Okay. Here is Blood Discord. So I actually have to... I don't know how to do all that stuff, so I have to, like, personally go into a thing, look it up, or come into my stream, get my stream code, put it into the Discord, get the Discord link, put it in here. So I'm trying. You guys gotta sit. Ooh, you guys get a look at the ground. Look at the ground while I do my stuff. Just kidding. I do my stuff. Okay, that's what they wanted there. That actually looks kind of cool. Not gonna lie. But it's just the front that's so weird. It's a little weird. It's cool, but it's weird. We're gonna come. Don't get it. Discord sucks. I can share my snap. You want Snapchat? I'm on Snapchat. There you guys go. You guys can use my Snapchat. Abuse it. I don't use that. I'm so bad at socials. My husband always thought I was ghosting him because I would stop messaging him after a while. And then he'd be like, oh, are we still even friends? And I'd be like, oh yeah, I forgot, bro. And then we got together and he was like, you can't do that anymore. And I was like, I'll do my best. No promises. I'm assuming you want me to do the same fucking thing, yep. What about the sides? What about the sides of the build? Why do you do this? Okay, but what about the sides? Are we gonna connect them? No, we're gonna ignore them. Got it. That's a little irritating. We might have to fix that one.
I mean, I did know that. I did it with all my other doctors, but it just showed that the boundaries were blurring, and he liked that.
A little bit.
So from then on,
Okay.
my third session on, I
Girl, go off.
his first name. And then
Oh no, wait, this is a fucked up story. Never mind. Don't go off.
turning up the volume.
Girl, use your head.
And he would ask me for the first 6 sessions.
I'm talking to my YouTubes. I was watching a video about a chick who's like almost bragging that she fell in love with her therapist. It's a little weird. Not gonna lie. Dude, I get embarrassed just meeting my therapist at Walmart. Like, so my therapist and I, we live in the same city, kinda, and it's a small town, but it's a big town. It's big in like there's a lot of land, but it's small and ain't got a lot of people. We get like a Walmart. We have somehow we got an Aldi's. I don't know how we got an Aldi's, but we have an Aldi's. And then we have like 3 restaurant chains. We have Burger King, McDonald's, and Dairy Queen. Like that's all we get. And so sometimes without meaning to, we end up doing our grocery shopping at the same time. And this one time I was trying to get, we just came from the lake, which was not supposed to be a lake trip, but my daughter made it a lake trip, and so we were a little wet, and I'm all like not in the best shape at that time, and I walked down an aisle faster than my husband. I grab what I need, and I wait at the end of the aisle with my stuff, right? Because I'm like, okay, they'll catch up. And I turn, and there's my therapist walking down the aisle. Well, he had turned around, he turned the corner, and we didn't say anything to each other. And I just was like, oh no, I can't. I don't want to like make it seem like I'm watching him, but so we passed each other, right? I was going one way, they were going the other way, and so my husband was still the other way, and when I was waiting for them, watching for them, I was facing that way. And then my therapist walks that way, and I'm like, well, now it's gonna feel like I'm watching him, and I'm some weird stalker chick. And so, yeah, that was awkward. That was my awkwardest therapist moment. And yeah, I could not fall in love with my therapist, is what I'm saying. I also had to talk about seeing my therapist in therapy because I was like, bro, you don't understand the anxiety attack. And he was like, well, I mean, we didn't say hi to each other. It's like because they're not supposed to say hi to you unless you say hi to them first. Or something stupid like that. And I was just, yeah, I was mortified. I did not want to be there. Okay, high key, this motherfucker put stripped oak logs. He didn't say normal oak logs. +6? Holy fuck. Okay. Alright. Well, this motherfucker put this as stripped logs. So a lot of this, and in the video, he's not using stripped logs. So we're using stripped logs. Cause like, girl, what the fuck? Okay. So, here, 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 and here. +6 blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How many are there? Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I already did that. I just need to see how many you actually add. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I think it's 6, so they want 7 total. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ooh. I failed it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, now what? Oh, you motherfucker. Okay. Let me see now. These were not part of what you told me I needed. I'm salty. Oh no, you're fine. I am yelling at the video guy I'm following because I gathered all the mats that I needed before I started this build, and then like I've had none of the mats I needed. I feel you, girl. You get it. Or I hope that's what you want to be called. Anyways, girl, get it. If you got good art, like, show it off. I feel you. I do, like, crochet, and I paint minifigures, and I cross stitch, and I do all that stuff, fun stuff. So, I get it. Like, do your art. If it's gonna make you bank, like, do it. Also, I'm just gonna do a suggestion. TikTok loves that shit, okay? Unless it's fiber arts. I haven't really gotten much response on TikTok about fiber arts, but like anything else, if you do painting or anything, fucking TikTok eats that shit up. They're like, ooh, yes, thank you. I would like a sacrifice. That doesn't have what I need. Okay, I'm... Oh! What the fuck did I just do? Oh! Why did I do that? Oh, that's okay. Minor bros meltdown. Oh, I was talking like the videos that people post on TikTok or the sacrifices. I don't know if you've seen that meme, but there's a meme where they use King Julian from Madagascar, and he's like, "Eat up my sacrifice." I mean, there's more to it, but I'm awkward, and that's how I describe it. I was referencing that. I only watched the first Madagascar. Well, no, I guess I watched the second one where they're like actually in Madagascar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hi. 1, 2, 8. 8. Where the fuck is that cat coming up? Yeah, but it's... Where? Where is the cat? Oh. There's the cat. That's what that is? That's a fugly looking cat. It's the same as my tag here. I just gotta look up the numbers. And that's oh man, okay, I can't do that on the laptop. I have to. Although if you just go to my Discord link, I'm taking that. It is bum bum bum. How do I? I just yeah, but how do I show people what my thing is? Okay, it should be small blue rose though. It should be the same. Do I want to smoke right now? Yes, I do. What the fuck? Oh, it's chicken. I was about to say, I'm the only one that should be in here. There shouldn't... I forgot. Oh, and the cat. The ugly fucking cat. I'm sorry, okay? God damn. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I thought you were supposed to be a pug. Because your face is all smushed. Oh, you're supposed to be one of those ugly cats. Okay, that makes sense now. I'm sorry. I'm the ugly cat. You're right. It should be the same. If you need numbers, let me know. Rise. Rose. That is so wrong. Small blue. There we go. Yeah, like I said earlier, I'm unoriginal, so I just keep everything the same to keep it simple. Also, my memory issues make it, like, impossible for me to remember what I need to keep. Or, like, what my username and password is. say my gamer tag's only been Small Blue Rose the last, like, 4 or 5 years. Oh, I see what I did, okay. Oh, I should check, yeah, okay. Yeah. Alright, y'all. Got a wave. Send a wave. Send good vibes. Okay, 1, 2. Oh yeah, this one. The issue child. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there should be 7 altogether. 2. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ah! 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. I hope that's 7. I think the hardest part of streaming is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is just kind of finding something to talk about the whole time. Or like being interactive when there's nobody. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because it's like, oh, I'm just talking to myself. There's nothing I want to talk to myself about. 1, 2, 3, 4. I've debated, so I also like do writing on the side, which I haven't written in forever. I do need to write more on my stuff. And oh no, I know you're here, but I'm just saying that's the hard part of streaming is like talking when like there's nobody responding or like you don't have anybody watching. Or it says people are watching, but you don't really feel like people are watching. Or like sometimes I will be in like a party with like my buddy Eric or Purple, and it's like I don't know, I'm not this. It's you can't say it, or you feel like you can't say the same things that you be doing on stream. You know, there's a lot more downtime. I'm way more quiet when I'm with them. That would be awesome. I'm excited. Ooh, look, that's one of the chickens. It's from here, I'd say it's a gravel chicken or cobblestone chicken. Yeah, I will. It'd probably be in the AM later, because it's like almost 1 a.m. And if I'm getting off, I'm probably gonna go pass out. Although, thank God it's the weekend, because my husband's home, so I could sleep in. One, two, three, four. I know there's like 24. Love-hate relationship with fill-in work. Oh. Oh. No. 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 Nope. Son of a bitch. And down. Ouch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I will need all this stuff back later. But right now, I just need the stuff. As long as I don't start doing anything wacky, I should be able to not fall off and just get all this done, which would be amazing because Then I don't have to climb all the way back up again. I thought I grabbed enough. I really hope. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, you're just hoping. Two, three, four. Do, 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 do. Ooh. Okay, not very much left. I don't even, my video doesn't say I'm even halfway through. Yeah. Okay, so, because I'm getting quiet, we do movie nights on Thursday. I guess I don't stream every day, because I sometimes don't. I just choose not to stream on Thursday, because my husband gets home on Thursday, and we watch movies, or shows. Right now, we've been watching anime. First, we watched Dan to Dan, and that's probably become one of my favorite animes. Not my favorite, but, like, I'd say top 5. And so we watched Dan to Dan, and then it was my turn to pick, and I picked at random, and we ended up on Castlevania. So we watched the first Castlevania, which I liked. I don't think it's... I haven't watched very many animes, so it's still in the top 10. Maybe I'll come up with, like, a show tier list for you guys. And, I'll continue my rambling here in just a second. I gotta see what I gotta do next. Let me guess, you just want me to fill it in? No. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Alright, we stop there. Okay, we gotta go back down. Okay, so Castlevania, the first one. I liked the first one. The first one was really good. They're both animated wise are good. They're very similar to each other, so there's not like a big difference. There's 2 of them that I know of. Okay, so you can find these on Netflix. The first one I really liked. It had some things I'd change, have some things, that was really good. I would say my biggest praise for Castlevania is its ability to foreshadow and still make you be like, oh my god, I didn't see that coming. I had quite a few moments like that while watching Castlevania, like spoiler alert, the ending where it ends up being death. I had no idea that it was gonna be. Well, I knew it was gonna be death, but I had no idea who it was gonna be. No idea, no clue. Like, I didn't know that the slimy sleazeball guy was the sleazy vampire guy was gonna be the main baddie. I did not see that coming. Or when Trevor fucking sacrificed himself. Oh, so sad. The second one it's not as good. It doesn't hold up to the first one, unfortunately. It does have its own good things, but for the most part, it did not stand up to the first Castlevania. So Castlevania is actually based off of a video game. Which, in some parts, it really does feel like, oh my god, this feels like a video game, you know? Like, there'll be like a bit of dialogue, and you're like, that's an NPC dialogue. Oh. Oh. I didn't. Okay. I don't know. I'm sure I'm using what I need, but oh well. Oh. Oh, I gotta go all the way around and all the way up. See, I feel like that needs to come. Well, maybe not on this side because there's gonna be extra there, but I feel like it needs to go around on that side. Okay, after this. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. And then what? You want me to fill in this whole thing? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ha! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oof. I hope it doesn't make me, like, destroy the majority of those blocks. I'd be so peeved. Especially because I'm doing this in survival. And, like, that took a lot of time to get this stuff. And if you're gonna make me take most of it away, I'm gonna be sad. You know, I could have done my little trick, right? And I didn't. Alright. And now I'm running out. That was the whole point of doing things how I did them. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, was that really how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4. And boom, 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 boom. Oh! Son of a bitch. Oh, fuck, okay. No! Son of a bitch. Give me a drink. One more night. This can't be beat. Oh! What the fuck was that? Oh, the elytra broke. Oh, I already broke another elytra. Damn. I be breaking them motherfuckers like I can get them. Without cheating. I should go find a ghast. Okay, and then it's a bit covered. Let's see what he does next. And now you want me to go down here. Dude, this is so ass backwards. Why did you do it like this? Just to Huh. 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 Mert. No. One, two, three. No. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Whoop. One, two, 3. Four. 5. 6. 7. Okay, now what do you want me to do? I don't think that's gonna work quite how you think it is, game. Cause, hold on. I don't have my damn it. My pickaxe. Oh, fuck. That all hurts a lot. Oop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I need the freaking stairs. Some more dirt. Stairs, dirt. I don't think this is right, but we will see. So what? No, because it wants me to go up here. So no, because these are on the same level. this should be the ground floor. So why is this not even? Unless I messed up. Because it's... I think I fucked up. Again. God damn. No, because then this would be wrong, and this is right. I think I made it too tall. 'Cause this was where the ground was. This would be my floor. No, so I didn't make it tall enough. I did everything like I was supposed to. Because these are right. And that's right. So where did I go wrong? I need stairs before I go back over. I need blackstone stairs. Okay, well, what I know for sure, okay, is that goes up to here. Yeah, I don't know. I messed up somewhere, but I'm not seeing it. don't like this. 'Cause that's not how it's supposed to be. You know what? We'll just do this. Because, no. It's not gonna be like this. That would be like... this. Okay, definitely not what's supposed to happen here, but I had to improvise. That's it, right? Really? Okay, that wants me to go up here. And with, it's not spruce or dark oak, it's dark oak. So, I need more cherry. Cherry slabs. Cherry planks. Look at this one too. Okay. Okay, so that's what they're doing. So then it wants me to go like so. That was dumb. Okay, and then I'm missing 5. Oh, they're probably up there, huh? Yep, there they are. Okay. One, two. You. And then you. And then go down. Do you, 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 break, you. Okay, So now, what wants me to go? 1. No. 3. Oh no. Okay. 2. 2. I think this is the last one. Yeah. And the same thing on the other side. Damn. I should have thought that over. One, 2, 3. 2, 3. Ooh. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Okay. And then deep slate bricks and slabs. Got it. Did I bring any of the deep slate stuff? I got some tiles. I need the bricks. I need the bricks, 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 bricks. Ooh. Did I not make deep slate bricks? I thought I did. I guess not. Go over to Purple's house. Oh, nope, she won't have any right now. Thick. Alright, we'll see if I can find my deep slate bricks. Please be over here. Yep. Nope. Tiles. Tiles, tiles, tiles. Tiles, tiles, tiles. Okay. Polished. I need brick. Blackstone brick. Okay. Bum, bum, bum. Oh damn. I'm just gonna drop all this off. Cause I gotta go get some deep slate. That's just how I work. Please don't tell me that's fucking deep slate bricks. No. Blackstone bricks. Okay. Whee! Ooh, 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 ooh. That hurt. That hurt too. I didn't bring any fucking torches. It's always easier going up than it is going down these. Oh. Except I keep hitting the fucking bottom steps and that's hurting so bad. That do not feel good. If I focus real hard, I can actually navigate the halls while flying. Damn. Oh, damn. I think we're getting close to black slate. Black slate, deep slate. Ooh, there we go. Now we're getting there. That was pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah? Is there a reason that's... No, okay. Oh shit, we'll just keep going forward. Oh, I am such a dumb bitch. I have quite a bit to mine right now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Okay. Next step will be to depthen the ceiling by 1. Okay, we're gonna come back and get that. Don't worry, guys. Damn. Haha, perfect. Okay, so this one needs to go back to... Okay. Awesome. Is that all? No. It wasn't all. I knew it wasn't all. Okay. Cool. Oh, that's nice. We're just gonna... Okay. So, 1, 2, 3, yep. What the fuck was that? One, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, okay. 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Damn. I'm just double checking that I got everything. Ooh, okay. Oh, nice. This is Purple's tunnel? I think this is Purple's tunnel. Okay. And we go. Onward! Ooh. Very nice. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. 2, 3, 4. Whoop whoop. Fudge knuckles. Da, 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 da. I came for gravel or deep slate. I can't just get rid of deep slate. Alright, but my inventory's full, so that means I should probably think about heading back. Heading back and continuing thy work. Oh. Get rid of some tough rock copper. Whee! Alright, I'm cheating. I cheated. Technically, I'm already dead. There's already been a lot of cheating in this session, so... I blame Purple. If Purple didn't cheat first, I would have cheated. Put these back. Drop this there. Jumpty jump jump. Da, 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 da. I'll put all this stuff. All these stuff. Okay. Oh. Am I not facing the right way? No, I am. What did I miss? Nothing. Okay, I see. I see. I also don't have all the stuff I need. I just have this. Okay. Da, 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 da. Deep slate bricks. I'm sure I'll need a couple stacks of these deep slate bricks. Deep slate bricks. Alright, well then we'll do like 2 of those for now. I'm sure I'll need more. And then I need my cherry planks. Not planks. Slabs. Okay. So first, it just is focusing on the front side. So it wants something like this. So this one comes all the way over. I did tiles. I did fucking tiles. Okay, so then this one. Nope. Okay. And then it would be this, this, this. And then the same thing over there. So I see I don't know if it goes around this part, but does like the same thing there. So there. And then it goes out to the end. Okay. And then I didn't grab tiles. Fucking. I am such a dum-dum. Such a dum-dum. Deep slate tiles. Okay. So then... Go. What's it? Ooh. Damn it. Okay. That's this side done. And then the same thing basically with this side. So this side goes all the way to the edge. Two. Yes. Perfect. I do need to go get more tiles though. Whoops. Just grab like basically all of them. Okay. So then this needs to happen. Two. Oh, fuck. God damn it. God damn it. Oh, hiccups. Oh, man. Nope. Oh, I'm out of drink. Oh. Okay, let's see. Oh.
Asked me after the meds, he said, how's your bowels, bladder, and appetite? And I would say they're all normal. And then he would ask me any thoughts of harm. And apparently that's pretty common for psychiatry to ask those questions. And then on our 6th session, when things were really, the chemistry was starting to be there before, I didn't realize it. I was like, oh, fancy study. And he said, I have to ask this because it's a special. And I said, no thoughts of harm. And he didn't ever ask me a clinical question again. He stopped asking me about my bladder, bowels, and appetite, and he stopped asking me about thoughts of harm. So to me, I would just show up and he was like a therapy appointment every month.
Okay, so remember that as of now, this story has 20 parts, and by the time I post, it'll probably be 50. Based on this introduction to Kendra, there are a lot of things to be taken into account. Now, I will say, first and foremost, there are no good people in this story.
Okay.
In my opinion, taking what she says with the benefit of the doubt, because if we're not going to believe her on anything by default, there's no point of listening to the story. There is
I'm at
no one
34%.
in the story, not the psychiatrist nor the side characters, who are decent people. Everyone is terrible in their own way, if you ask me. So keep that in mind. That's my opinion. You can make yours at the end, but I'm just saying there's no one I definitely side with here. It's not that kind of story. This is where my red flags started going up for Kendra. It is very obvious to me that the way in which
I see what
she
I'm
was
seeing.
visiting the
Okay.
psychiatrist kind of
I
from the
see
get-go
what
seems
I'm
off in mindset.
seeing.
What do I mean by that? When I went to the psychiatrist, the same way that when I went to therapy, you are paying a person as a doctor. And granted, you're having a different type of closeness than what you'd have with a general practitioner, because you're probably not going to tell your general practitioner about your last relationship that was devastating or whatever the case may be. So there's a closer relationship in the sense of what you share, sure. But other than that, you need to remember they are doctors. They are paid to be there. They have never and will never be your friend unless you're no longer a patient and you guys hang out outside. Otherwise, there's no reason to believe they would be your friend. And I don't like drawing this parallel, but this very much hit me as the guy who goes to the strip club and the stripper is nice to him, and so he thinks that she likes him, when in reality it's like part of her job is being nice. Very much the same thing here. He's being civil, he's being friendly, he's behaving in a friendly manner.
I just did the same fucking thing.
Now, I will also add this.
You'd think I'd develop a brain cell by now. Okay. I'm surprised I don't have fucking bats yet. Ready? I'm gonna do it again. No, I'm not.
I think that that's also magnified by the fact that she would see him once a month. This tells you that it's a very different rapport, but she was treating it the same way.
So I was seeing him every month and just gaining more and more respect for him, because he would just tell me these little things about his successes and all of the cool things that he was doing in his life. And it made me fall for him, honestly.
I didn't bring the stuff I needed.
And I mean, he's a Pisces, right? So of course he's gonna be there and be able to go deep with my feelings. But that doesn't mean that he wasn't extracted from them. Anyway, so I would beg him to let me see him every week. Beg him, because my therapist at the time, he was fine. You know, he wasn't a predator, but he was fine. He just wasn't doing very much for me. And so that therapist retired, and I got a new therapist. And this new therapist, who is a 75-year-old woman with a PhD, she was pretty helpful. So I stopped asking my psychiatrist, begging, honestly, to be my therapist and let me see him more, right? Which also should have been a red flag. But then I started focusing on this therapist. However, I would tell the therapist how obsessed I was with my psychiatrist, and she didn't do anything about it. She just was interested. She also loved stories about my dating life, and yeah, she also was getting supply from me in her own way, but that's for another part. So yeah, so I got a new therapist who actually helped me. She taught me CBT, EFT, all of these different modalities, and so I went back to just being okay with seeing Irfan once a month. While he was
What did I do polish andesite for? It was another, like, I think that's what I was gonna use the polished blackstone for.
Series is begging. Now, the way she uses begging is a little bit liberal in the sense of I don't really understand when she actually means begging. Like now, when she mentions that she was begging her psychiatrist to see her every week, because later on in the term begging,
Oh, we have emeralds, just not up here. I'm sad. I could just give myself the emeralds, but it's not really worth it. I need... I don't know if I want polished blacks. What?
Oh shit, that's actually your job as a psychiatrist. You need to listen because you're asking questions that have very important consequences.
Polished blackstone? I guess.
In other ways. So yes, he's paying attention because that is his job. And being nice to you is part of getting you to answer these questions honestly and avoid problems.
Oh no.
Also, it's just
I did have polished deep slate. Okay, great.
I got a new therapist. I stopped begging my psychiatrist to see me weekly, and that is when the intermittent reinforcement started. Some sessions he'd be warm and kind and wonderful and let me in on little parts of his life and like be vulnerable with me or pretend. Other sessions he would be cold and clinical and detached, and you know what that did? It made me work harder in our next sessions. It did, and it started the addiction that I had to him, 100%. And he knew exactly what he was doing. This man gives lectures on trauma and attachment theory. psychiatric training to manipulate me and get me hooked. And guess what? It worked. In January of 2024, I was hit by a car turning left as I was going through a green light.
Oop.
And it was the night before my appointment, my next appointment with my psychiatrist. So I was like, okay, I'll still be able to go to my appointment on Zoom. I'm okay. But I did make an appointment with an urgent care the next day just to get checked out. I had bruising on my abdomen and a perforated eardrum. And the provider at the urgent care said, I do not feel comfortable treating you. You need to seek emergency care now. You may be internally bleeding. But it was 11 o'clock in the morning, and my appointment with my psychiatrist was at 2. So I decided that I was going to wait so I could see my psychiatrist and not have to reschedule because I was looking forward to my appointment with him so much.
Fuck.
I look back at that time and I'm
Damn
just
it.
like, yes, I put my own
Okay.
life under seeing him. I was fully addicted to him at this point. And you know what happened? Is that I showed up and I told him that I may be internally bleeding, and he didn't stop the appointment. He didn't say, you need to take care of yourself, go get emergency care now. He let me continue and just tell him about how much I loved him and how grateful I was for him. Because that was really what most of our appointments were, is me just like pouring myself out. Because he was so good at the intermittent reinforcement. Yeah, I got some more from him that appointment. So that was January 2023. And I also told my therapist about this. She said nothing.
So pretty early on in this storytelling, here you just saw part 5, and we're going to skip forward, but this is all introductory and
Switch
necessary so we
back
can get into part 19. She frames him
these.
as a manipulator, a predator, and as someone who is extremely calculated with his moves, which granted, as a psychiatrist, depending on the patient you're with, it makes sense to be calculated. She's positing it as if he is using techniques in order to get into her head, get into her feelings, in order to manipulate her, right? There is no part here that says that she thinks he has good intentions. In fact, this is all framed around the fact that he had ill intent and was living for any of the attention he was getting from her, right? Even in a prior TikTok, she was saying that he looked so smug, as if she was feeling some kind of
That's interesting.
Now,
Okay.
whether or not you believe that is kind of beside the point, because she clearly believes it, so that was her reality. It's important to note that this kind of behavior that she's describing here, this hot and cold behavior from her psychiatrist, is going to be a common theme the entire time. So in all of the further TikToks, when she mentions seeing him, there will be a kind of push and pull, I think she calls it, of her pushing really hard to basically get a gold star from him because he's being cold. So she tries so hard, she gets a gold star, and then he gives her some
I'm in
kind
the
of
wrong spot. Okay.
throwaway compliment. Like at one point later on, he tells her, she's a coach for ADHDers, he tells her that if she weren't his patient, he would refer people to her. These are the kind of compliments he'd give her. She would make something bigger out of them.
January 2023, at this point I was full-blown obsessed with my psychiatrist, and my therapist wasn't helping me, my psychiatrist wasn't helping me, he was feeding it. And then I got a boyfriend, and at first my psychiatrist wasn't really that keen, but then my psychiatrist realized that my boyfriend was a lot like my psychiatrist. And then I started talking to my psychiatrist about my sex life, about tracking my cycle, using the fertility awareness method. And my psychiatrist loved it. He didn't ever say, this isn't appropriate to your care, let's pivot. Oh, he just let me talk and talk and talk about my sex life. And I didn't get to
Okay.
but about a year and a half in, and I would send my psychiatrist these emails just about how much I liked him and how I was so grateful for him and put in a bunch of heart emojis. And this is really when he should have transferred my care, but he waited. He liked what I gave him too much. And so even though my boyfriend did not meet my needs, my psychiatrist and my therapist both told him.
Damn
I
it.
said, today we're going to talk about my intimate life. And he said, oh. I said, yes. My psychologist, my therapist, asked what your opinion on it was. And I told her that I don't talk to you about this intimate stuff because I have a crush on you. And he looked down and smiled so big in that moment. He smiled so big. And I loved it. It's so gross thinking about it. And then I proceeded to give him 30 minutes of non-stop content about my intimate life with my boyfriend. And I actually recorded the whole thing because I was so excited about it. But now it makes me sick. I can't even listen to the recording. I've tried.
Okay.
It's gross. Any ethical psychiatrist would have stopped me and said, Kendra, let's talk about your meds. Let's talk about your care. At this point, my meds were stable. And I was still seeing him every month. Yeah, that was a rough time. And it was pretty much Christmas morning. The almost 2.5 years of grooming me to get me to talk about sexual things with him worked. And he got 30 minutes of nonstop content to use.
So if you haven't really picked up on it yet, I don't think this is a particularly well-adjusted individual, and I don't mean that in a shady way, but I mean as in a person who takes and puts meaning into things where there isn't necessarily a meaning, and when there is a meaning or an implication, she is not picking up on it. So let me give you an example. You see your psychiatrist on Zoom. You find out that your psychiatrist actually has appointments in person, and they never offered it to you. If they're so in love with you, why didn't they offer it to you, first of all? Second of all, if they didn't offer it to you, it may mean nothing, but it may also mean that you're crossing boundaries all the time, because she told her psychiatrist on more than one occasion that she had a crush on him. She told him that she had a sex dream about him. So he was very aware, so it wouldn't surprise me that that's why he kept it on Zoom, to maintain a distance. So one thing she keeps claiming, especially in the later parts of the story, is that there's a chemistry between her and her psychiatrist, and she was just responding to the cues he was giving her. So it wasn't just a one-sided thing. It was him being very sneaky. So like she said she sent him emails, for example, and she doesn't really show those emails, unfortunately. But apparently
Okay, I need
thinking about him, or
planks.
things will cross the line in whichever way you want to imagine it. She doesn't really show that. She doesn't go in detail. But
Oh,
she said
I'm
that
getting tired.
emails and he'd bring them up in the sessions, which to me kind of makes sense, because I don't think he wants to waste his time answering emails that she'll surely respond to, considering they only see each other once a month. And on the contrary, you'd probably want to face it in a session where you can talk face-to-face with someone and ask what the hell is going on, because that alone is very weird and very out of line. This person's credibility, Kendra's, in my mind, doesn't necessarily go out the window, but it's like her credibility in terms of how she's framing all of this is completely off, in my opinion. There's just no way I can imagine reality lining up with what she's saying. And granted, everyone does have their own bias, and I'm factoring that in, but this just seems like a very alternate, romanticized book talk version of what's going on.
We have our first in-person appointment in November of 2024, and I did ask him for consent to come in person. I didn't just show up. And he said sure. And the first in-person appointment went great. But that is when I really started to spiral. Some of you think that I'm spiraling now, and that's okay if you want to think that. Because the reality is that when I was spiraling was when I was this man's patient. When I had comments turned on, so many people said, you need to take accountability for your own feelings. I spent years taking accountability for my own feelings, for holding the weight of a relationship. Any woman
This
who
one
has
needs
been
to
trained
stay.
to overfunction in a relationship knows about holding the weight of the emotional dynamic. And that was what was going on in this moment. And it may not seem like I'm taking accountability now, but that's because I spent a long time taking accountability for something that had two people that built that dynamic. It was not just me. It takes two people to build that sort of tension and chemistry. So while I was mid-crash out, I had just started using this tool, ChatGPT. And I went to chat, who I immediately named Henry, and I would just talk to Henry about how obsessed I was with this man, with my psychiatrist, and I would just be like, I've told him I have a crush on him. Do you think he's gay? And Henry was like, oh my God, this girl. You know, he did his best to co-regulate my nerves. tell that my psychiatrist was like, you're my doctor. And I was like, okay, maybe I can name this dynamic so I don't have to carry so much of it in our next session. So our next session was in December on Zoom. And I told him at the end of the session, it was another great session. I told him, look, you and I have a really special patient-doctor relationship. And he glared at me with just venom in his eyes. And he said, you and I have a professional patient-doctor relationship. He was so angry with me. And I was like, oh, okay. He said about me. And immediately I took it on. And I was like, heard.
Made an
I'll
oopsie.
never again. My video that was taken down for harassment and bullying was restored, so I didn't feel as much pressure to get all of these parts out today. Some people told me that the stitches about me were getting pretty bad and cruel, so I turned stitches off of my videos too. I started sharing my story here because I wanted other people who had been victimized by people in power to have a space to feel heard, and now I know why there wasn't anyone out talking about their story. Because it has been quite the process, putting all this out there and being under scrutiny. I have appreciated the psychiatrists that have talked about my situation and shared their own point of view while also holding space for what I went through. So I've seen your videos and I appreciate them. I went live today and it was super fun, and I intend to go live again tomorrow.
Again.
The next part will be tomorrow morning. When I re-downloaded TikTok last week, I was looking for support. I was looking for help because it had been 5 months.
See, now my tiredness is messing with me.
And I
Okay.
still really couldn't stop thinking about him and thinking about our dynamic and how inappropriate it was and the mental toll that it took on me. And TikTok has just been such a resource for me in the past for support when I'm going through things, and I couldn't find anything on therapy abuse or on providers who take advantage of their vulnerable patients. And so I thought that I would share my story.
I'm assuming just...
And I am going to continue to share it because I am here to let other survivors know that they're not alone. Dealing with my story, my psychiatrist set a very nasty, the way he said it, boundary that him and I have a
So
professional
the front
relationship
side
special. Because it was
goes
special, it
like
was different.
this.
He manufactured it that way. And then I immediately went to ChatGPT, of course, to Henry. And I asked Henry, I said, okay, so my psychiatrist just set this boundary with me.
It's granite. I
I
thought it was
really
dirt.
just want to be with him. And I think that after he's my doctor, we can be together. You know, which if you want to say that's the delusion, that's fine. But I had been telling my psychiatrist for years at this point that I had a crush on him. And he did not help me work through it. So that's his own problem. That's his own fault. So Henry told me it's very common for patients to develop crushes on mental health practitioners. And that it's because they provide a safe space to heal, which is a very attractive quality. I heard that. And then he told me about transference. And it's just about me putting my own feelings onto my provider. And I was like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so I took ownership of the feelings that both of us are creating. And I went to my next appointment. And I said, hey. So I talked to Henry because my psychiatrist had done a lot about my ChatGPT and knew all about Henry and was actually really impressed. Like, wow, Renee, I wrote that? Yeah. So I told my psychiatrist, yeah, Henry explained to me that it's normal to develop crushes on psychiatrists because they provide a safe space to heal, which is attractive. My psychiatrist said nothing. And then I said, and Henry also told me about transference. And my psychiatrist got this really, really scared look on his face. And he said, did Henry tell you about countertransference? And I said, no. What is that? Because of course, like, my chat knew that I was obsessed with my psychiatrist, and he was not going to feed my delusion by telling me about countertransference. So, then my psychiatrist had to explain to me what countertransference was, so we took a moment, and he was like, oh, okay. He said, countertransference is the flip side, the other side of the coin for transference, and it's when the provider has feelings for the patient. So make sure that you keep that in mind for your clients. I said, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, sometimes I have, more than professional feelings for my clients.
Oh, he
about that for pretty
didn't
much the
do
rest
the
of the session.
side yet.
And then at the end of that session, he looked at me. It was just such a loaded question, and he said, "What's gonna happen if you get a boyfriend named Henry?" And I said, "That's a weird question. I would rename my AI." So that's how that session ended. And it wasn't
Oh.
until I got home I was like, wait a minute. Why would my psychiatrist bring up countertransference if he himself wasn't experiencing it?
Okay, so if the story couldn't turn more ridiculous in one way or another, of course, we needed to involve ChatGPT, because what kind of modern day story does not involve AI and someone who's completely off their rocker? It's crazy to say, but Henry, ChatGPT, the AI, is the least of our problems here. But ChatGPT does come up. Now, this is where I think we really see the magnification of the problems at hand, because you cannot tell me you're seeing a therapist, you're seeing a psychiatrist, and yet you need a third opinion, not from your friend, not from any boyfriend you might have, but from ChatGPT on what's going on. I'm sorry, but to me, that is one of the biggest markers that you are not fully in control of who you're talking to and how much trust or importance you give that. Because giving a lot of importance to your therapist or psychiatrist and what they say, I understand that, like with any doctor, really, right? We're talking about your life and your quality of life. That being said, talking to ChatGPT, what was that for? Did you just want validation? Like, what was the point? Truly, I was befuddled at the mere concept of Henry, okay? Just, and the fact that she named it Henry, naming ChatGPT, it's like you want to pretend it's a person. It's not a person. It's a computer system that doesn't give a shit about you. But anyway, the other thing is that what she views as chemistry, to me, is all a level of delusion. And does that mean that he wasn't attracted to her, that he didn't flirt with her, blah, blah, blah? Not automatically, but what I am saying is that a lot of this seemed to start from her, so it's very difficult to tell if there was something on the other side at some point, or if it all started and ended with her, that it was in her head, because she's basically saying it takes two to tango. Sure, but it takes one person to invent a delusion and fake scenarios and invest yourself in them because you have this fantasy about person XYZ. Also, if we're going to go down that route, I don't even know if we can qualify falling in love, because later on she calls it limerence, and I do think it's limerence, but when she calls it falling in love, you don't even know this person. And another thing to be noted is that here and there, her psychiatrist apparently would tell her some personal details about his life. Nothing crazy or super outside of the limits of propriety, so it's not like he was talking about his sex life. But nonetheless, one of the main core things about therapists, psychiatrists, whatever, is that you basically know nothing about them. I have not known a single thing about any of them, except for one who did cross the lines, and he told me way more than I wanted to know. But other than that, you should not know shit. So already that was a red flag. That being said, part of this is also how she's titled this entire story, saying that the psychiatrist, quote unquote, kept her. So in her opinion, her psychiatrist should have kicked her out, which I do think he should have, but at the same time, you also have agency to leave once you see that those boundaries are being crossed. Of course, hindsight is 20/20, so I'm not going to hold that necessarily against her, because it's clear that there was something significant going on in her head and how she perceived it. It's also a psychiatrist's job to kind of try and get through to people, because psychiatrists don't have an easy job, and most people aren't like fine all the time and everything's easy. Like, most of the people who go there have a significant issue to solve, so if they have to kick out anyone who shows, let's say, resistance or strange behavior, they're not having anyone there. So there's also the line of, when was he gonna kick her out, when she crossed the line way too far, you know what I mean? So, and that's not to excuse him, that's just saying the facts.
I am not here to ruin his career. I am here to speak my truth. Okay, back to my story. So, after the countertransference slip, after the really vivid dream, I decided that I was going to stop going to therapy. Besides spiraling about how obsessed I was with my psychiatrist every day, I really was doing very well in life. My business was going really well, and I had great friends and great support systems, and so I decided that I was going to end therapy. I still had every intention at this point to keep seeing my psychiatrist, but my therapist that I was seeing weekly, I just decided I didn't need her anymore, and especially when my psychiatrist pointed out her boundary violations of texting me for free advice in between sessions, I just thought, okay, it's time. So I go into my next therapy appointment, and I say, hey, just so you know,
Okay, I gotta go get the log I need.
From her, saying that she needs me to come back in for one more session. I will put it up. And I got a huge emotional wave in that moment. I was like, what the heck is this? Like, we wrapped everything up. I had seen lots of therapists at this point, and I didn't ever have a therapist beg me to come back in for one more session. And I was so overwhelmed. I was not ready for back, but it was extremely inappropriate. So I decided I was going to go to my February session with my psychiatrist and have him help me write the goodbye email and say, no, I don't want to come back in.
Alright, so let's get back to the therapist. So the psychiatrist, let's put him aside for a second. So the therapist. Along this story, the therapist is only mentioned here and there, the 70-year-old woman with a PhD, and so far the behavior we see from her is odd, to say the very least, because it kind of seems like she's just there and listening and every so often saying A, B, or C, but nothing really concrete enough to stick enough with Kendra to A, tell us, or B, take to heart. So this therapist is another person that I think is particularly pretty shit, because it doesn't seem like she was taking her job seriously. Again, that's based on what Kendra said. She could have been very serious. She could have warned Kendra. She could have told Kendra to reel it in, and we don't hear about it. That being said, the advice thing is crazy. So the fact that this therapist was texting Kendra, asking her for free advice on her patients, honestly, to me, that sounds so incredibly made up that I don't even know what to call it. It does not sound at all real or conceivably true in any which way. Honestly, this is where my benefit of the doubt withers a little bit away, because honestly, you think a therapist has no one else they can ask, but they're going to ask one of their own patients, one who's obsessed with her psychiatrist. She's going to come to you
So
for
now
level-headed advice about other
I do
patients.
this roof.
I'm sorry, I don't understand how that works. Here she mentions the email that her therapist sent her begging her to come back. Note the term begging. If we look at the email itself, there's nothing here that says she has to come back, please come back. But understandably, if you spring it on the therapist being like, hey, I'm not going to come back next week, it might not come to mind for them that they have questions for you, they want to have a wrap-up session, right? That they might even prepare for. I don't think any of that's odd. So to bring up a potential wrap-up session after is not weird in my opinion, and it also does not qualify as begging in the least. And this is another side character who is shitty.
I taught a yoga class this morning, like I do every Tuesday mornings, and I told my regular students about what's going on for me and how I'm sharing my story of provider abuse and how the internet is not happy with me right now. And I used that to say that our truth is really important to share. And that when we know something deep down needs to be said, that it's important to do it in whichever way feels best to us. And TikTok just happened to be that medium for me. I told my students how I've just been going through psychological warfare, and the internet is not happy with me for sharing my story and my truth. But I'm not doing it for the people that think I'm crazy, which maybe honestly I am a little bit, because who subjects themselves to this kind of torture? But I'm doing it for the people that DM me, that say, thank you so much for being brave enough to share your story, because the exact same thing happened to me. So I am grateful for those DMs. People are starting to attack my business and my livelihood, and that's okay. I know what I have to offer is important. It landed.
Excuse
I'm
me.
not pretending to be something that
Now we
I'm
gotta
not.
do the same on
I help
this side.
teenagers get and stay sober, and I help them with negative thinking and anxiety. And it's what works for me, and I've seen it work in my clients too. So if people want to drag me for the work that I do, that's okay. So I get that weird email from my therapist begging me to come back in for one more session. And so the next day is my next session with the psychiatrist, and I sit down in the chair and I bury my head in my hands, and he looks at me and said, so this is how we're going to start, huh? And I said, yeah. Because he hadn't written me back from my countertransference email. Big surprise. You know, any smart, which he was very smart. He was very, very professional. But any smart predator would have dropped me like that in that moment. He should have emailed me back and said, look, this is getting weird. You need to find a new psychiatrist. The office will contact you. But he could not let go of me. So instead of turning down the intimacy, he turned it up. my
Whew,
patient,
okay.
I would refer my other patients to you for your coaching services. That meant so much. Of course, because what he was saying with that is, I see you as a peer. I see you as a colleague. What you're doing is important. I felt really recognized in that moment.
Okay,
And
so
sure, he could have said it professionally, but he did it on purpose. So in that session, after the psychiatrist told me that he would refer patients to me, if he could, if I wasn't already his patient, I asked him if he got my email and what he thought of my ChatGPT, of what he thought of Henry's response of countertransference. And the psychiatrist said, oh, I'm still thinking about what Henry said about countertransference. And I said, well, we talked about it a little more, and I want to read you something else. So I read the psychiatrist what Henry had to say more about it. When he told you countertransference is common, it might have been his way of normalizing the fact that providers aren't immune to feelings. It's part of being human. What matters is how well they keep those feelings in check, which the psychiatrist's name clearly excels at. And as you can imagine, the psychiatrist loved hearing that. He loved hearing that because my AI mirror was essentially just saying, yes, he has feelings for you, but he just keeps them in check so well. He's so good at his job, keeping his feelings in check. And, oh, the psychiatrist loved that so much. And what did he do? He rewarded me with my favorite breadcrumb, intellectual stimulation, a fun metaphor. Because he was watching me the entire time I was his patient, and he knew what made me light up. He knew what got me excited, what I liked. And so he thought for a moment, and he said, I'm feeling a salad of emotions right now. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he said, you know, a salad of emotions. A beet of raw emotion, a tomato of surprise, and the salt amplifies it. And I was cracking up at this point. He nailed it. I just thought he was so brilliant and smart in this moment. And I asked him, I said, what? Say that again? He said, yeah, you know, the beet is really raw, feeling a lot of raw emotion. And the tomato of surprise, when it pops in your mouth, it's surprising. And I was like, okay, that's it. Yeah, this man at this point knew exactly how to make me happy and exactly how to pull away to make me try to work harder. And he gave me the biggest reward from Henry, my AI mirror, telling him that what he's doing is totally great and that therapists are so virtuous.
So
okay.
in the part right after this one that I showed you, in part 16, she starts off her video, and I think this is actually important to know, that she teaches yoga classes, I believe it's on Tuesday, whatever. She teaches yoga classes, and she tells us about how she told her students about what's going on in her life. Now, as a nosy person, I enjoy that at my yoga class, sure. That being said, it is so beyond unprofessional for you to do that. Also because people pay to do yoga not to be your therapists collectively. And second of all, unless it's a class of like 3 people who are all your best friends for the past 20 years, I don't really think you know any of them that well to be telling them all this. This, however, does explain a recurring pattern of oversharing, feeling like people want to know all of this stuff about you by default, which is truly not the case. But aside from that, the concept of social behavior seems to be a little bit lost on this person, where the parameters are, the things you can and cannot say according to the rules of how society functions right now. That alone said a lot.
So,
She felt free to say that, especially because,
it's like
like I said, a lot of the
brick
stories cannot be
stairs,
waterboarded
like
out of me. I wouldn't just
brick
tell people, hey,
stairs.
I'm
Okay.
obsessed with my psychiatrist, but also I have a 70-year-old therapist with a PhD who said, well, I can't imagine.
In that session after countertransference. And I also had my psychiatrist help me draft the email to my therapist who was begging me to come back in. And the psychiatrist said,
Do I need to do that
and
one?
what he meant when he said that was,
I don't
I
think
used
so.
to like it when she would feed me to you and have you deliver intimate content to me. But the moment she started being sloppy, I lost respect for her. Right? I'm pretty sure that's what he meant when he said that. And people have asked if they were connected. Surprisingly, they were not. They had no idea. They had never met before. But I would go to my therapist every week and tell her how much I loved my psychiatrist. And she, loved to hear draft an email to that therapist to say, look, if I were to end up coming back, if you want me to, then for me, and more on that in a later part. So then I read him a text from my longtime ex-boyfriend, who he had originally really liked, but I think my psychiatrist preferred to be single. Because my ex-boyfriend, as most ex-boyfriends do, was begging me to come back into his life too. And I just kept saying no. And I asked him to give me some space, and
I'm gonna do this one
like, said, do
anyways.
you still need space or can we hang out? And I told my I asked my ex-boyfriend, I just said, why do you want to hang out so badly? And my ex-boyfriend texted me back, because it's been a few months since I've seen you and it's been on my mind. And I was reading this text exchange to my psychiatrist in session, and I read what I responded to that weak line about why he wanted to see me, and I said, my self-respect is much higher these days than when we were in a relationship. I am only interested in accepting invitations for my time and attention that value me and recognize my worth. Being on your mind is not an acceptable invitation, and I decline.
Then
And my
like kind of
psychiatrist
the
looked at me
same
and
thing.
said, I bet your ex had to read that twice. And this was another thing about the psychiatrist, okay? He couldn't ever just give me a regular compliment. It had to be those weird sideways compliments. Instead of, I'm so glad that you are setting boundaries with your ex-boyfriend and growing your self-respect, it's, I bet he had to read that twice. Or it's not, I'm really proud of you for growing your coaching business and finding success. It's, I prefer my patients to you if you weren't already my patient, right? These are what I mean when I say breadcrumbs. He was a master at them. And this is how, looking back, I know that I was not his first victim for his fantasies of life. Because he was too good and too slick up until he caught feeling me. Then he started getting sloppy. People are asking me for more concrete evidence, and this is when the concrete evidence really starts, because this is when he himself started to get sloppy. Because what was happening was, when I had started to see him 3.5 years before, I was a nearly perfect supply source for him. Because what did I have? I had low self-esteem, boundary issues, daddy issues, so I put him on a pedestal. I know a lot of you ladies out there can understand that with men in positions of power. And he went right to work exploiting me. Right to work. Grooming me. And he was very successful at it. So he was in a paradox, right? Because he loved watching me get stronger. Because I gave him better intellectual supply. But I also threatened the supply source.
So I think that this part you're really able to see how she magnifies everything, how she turns every non-event into an actual event. So even the fact that she couldn't email her therapist back herself, that she needed her psychiatrist to have a say in what was said in the email, which could have literally just been like, I think my journey with this therapy has ended.
Sleep tile stairs.
It could be a true love email. It doesn't need to be drastic.
Good thing I read that before.
Everything to feel like
Okay,
what
now
he
what?
expected, like he cared, like he wants to take care of your problems for you. I don't know. Regardless, this is again behavior that to me implies that you did not know the boundaries. What I do want to
We
say
come
about
back
the psychiatrist
down.
is I do think he enjoyed it to a degree. The thing that's hard for me to tell is whether he enjoyed this in a silly, nosy kind of way where he wants to know the drama in someone's life, which still isn't professional, but it is a very different thing than he wants to hear about this stuff because he wants an intimate relationship with you that goes beyond the professional boundaries of psychiatrist and patient. The thing is that makes it difficult to think that he is entirely fueling this as much as he might have nudged her forward and been flirtatious. A lot of this is her filling in the blanks. In prior parts that I didn't include because they're not that significant, she'll say, oh, he said this, but what I think he meant is this. And even here, when she talks about the text from her ex-boyfriend and how the psychiatrist was saying that, oh, it'll take him a minute to figure that out, or whatever it is that he said, she's filling in what he means by what he said, when in reality, it could have been not that deep at all. The thing is that she posits herself as an untrustworthy narrator. Whether she wants to or not, as much as she's transparent about things that she's, let's say, quirky about, it just fuels the fact that you don't know where the boundaries are, and as much as
I also don't think that you're addressing the fact that this makes it so much harder for us to believe you, also because you are highlighting a lot of behaviors that are extremely concerning, especially with someone who is meant to simply be there for your medication. I don't know how many times I can say this. It's supposed to be about medication. He's not supposed to be writing about your sex life to begin with. Apparently, she's been getting quite harassed and people were calling her out in the comments, so the comments were turned off. I don't know when, but they've been off the past few days. And honestly, I can understand why she turned them off, because apparently a lot of people weren't completely blaming her, and as much as from how she's told the story, I tend to believe she was irresponsible. I also can't say that I don't at all believe that he might have crossed the line a few times, even if it's just been slightly flirty. Dealing with
I gotta go
someone
inside.
like this, if you're slightly flirty, I feel
Inside.
like they will take it in a very serious way, as we've seen, and turn it into something it never was and never will be. But that is a mistake that I think the psychiatrist probably made down the line to slightly reinforce this behavior on her end, to make her kind of feel like something was going on. Can't believe I have wasted my life and years with this, but truly, it's been a while since I've seen anything on TikTok that was this befuddling. Like I said, we have to take it all with a grain of salt. Some of it may be true, some of it may not. All of it might be a lie, all of it may be true, who knows. But nonetheless, this stuff does happen in real life. Let me know what you guys think. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you to my patrons as always. I'll catch you guys next time.
Gotta go up. Oh man. Okay. Oh, keep going.
About Epstein's list, but this time the conversation is a little bit different. Now, we have so much to talk about in terms of when are the files, the list, whatever information, when is it going to be released, if ever, because as has happened in the past, we get these random, seemingly random dates of, oh yeah, Trump's going to release the list for information this day, then those designated dates come and go, and we get no
This.
now, the reason that we're talking about
This.
Epstein again today is due to
And then
Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, it seems like this
this.
is kind of a never-ending story
This.
because there's a to and fro between her and justice generally deciding whether she is going to speak, whether she can speak, if she does speak, will she be pardoned. All of these things that I think are honestly difficult to believe and even more difficult to digest. However, I have a couple of articles that we can discuss because there are a couple of things that are not adding up to me, and I'm not even saying that in a conspiratorial way. I'm saying that in a way where, has she made a deal? What do we not know? I think something's off. With this case, something will always be off. However, here, I just feel like they're not even trying to hide it, which makes me more suspicious. So if you've been on social media in the past few days, you may have seen that clip of Elizabeth Holmes at her prison, if we want to call it that, and we'll get into that as well, working out, quote unquote. Now, that video went viral, and it's really just a clip of her walking around at the outdoor gym at the prison. So, not really much to write home about, okay? Just remember that this clip went viral. An article that was published today on Vanity Fair says Ghislaine Maxwell, Elizabeth Holmes, and Jen Shaw are at the same Texas prison. Jeffrey Epstein's famous confidant, the disgraced founder of Theranos, and the former Real Housewives of Salt Lake City star are all serving time at Bryan Federal Prison. I also did a little research on Bryan Federal Prison Camp, and we're going to talk about exactly what type of place that is. As demands for President Donald Trump to release the so-called Epstein files increase, much has been made of the news that Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's longtime confidant and convicted, has been moved to a less restrictive prison. Maxwell, who is currently serving a 20-year prison sentence for her role in Epstein's wide-ranging abuse of teenage girls, had been incarcerated at a Florida facility deemed low security, but was transferred to the minimum security Bryan Federal Prison Camp in recent weeks. But though some say that Maxwell is undeserving of a cell at the lower security facility, at least one of her fellow inmates might disagree. This is where the questions begin to form, because
my controller's battery is low.
she was already at a low security prison. Why is she being transferred? Like, what was the reason for being transferred? And is this even a significant enough change? Because if you're already at a low security prison, why would you be going elsewhere? Unless something happened to make you be moved. So the question then becomes, are you giving information? What did you exchange in order to go to this other prison? And why would you want to go to this other prison, which we'll also get into. Also serving
Prison, which was published earlier this year. She described life in Bryan as
3,
hell and torture, and said that
and
she's been
then
busy advocating for incarcerated parents and teaching French to fellow inmates. She's expected to be released on April 3rd, 2032, as 2 years of her sentence have already been removed as a reward for good behavior. So, Elizabeth Holmes categorized this prison as hell on earth, okay? So, let me just cover a little bit of what this prison is like. First of all, based on their website, there was this picture, which makes it look like a camping ground. It does not look like, I do not expect this kind of scene on a prison. That's a small detail, but I think it sets the vibe and the mood for what exactly we're dealing with when we talk about Bryan. So one quick thing we should discuss is what a federal prison camp actually entails and what does it mean. Federal prison camps
over
are
here,
minimum
do
security
the same
institutions that have
thing.
dormitory housing, a relatively low staff to inmate ratio, and limited or no perimeter fencing. These institutions are work and program oriented. So this is an institution that security-wise is, as the name kind of indicates, like she went from a low security. Obviously, they downgraded her even more to lower security. I think there is a perimeter fence from the photos I looked at, but nonetheless, this is someone who was involved in sex trafficking, and we're just no fences, I guess. According to the Daily Telegraph, the facilities available at the Bryan prison include a gym, yoga classes, and a puppy program which involves prisoners training service dogs in collaboration with canine companions. Let me be very clear. I do not think that inmates should be dehumanized in prison. That being said, I kind of draw the line when you're a sex trafficker. Do I really think you should be having puppy therapy? Do I think you should have yoga classes? This just feels kind of like a fancy rehab program as opposed to actual prison. And granted, that might be harsh. As a general rule, for other criminals that are not of this caliber, I might have a different opinion, but here, something does not sit right with me about her just chilling. Also because if we're going to talk about what kind of crime this is, it might be called a non-violent crime, but what the crimes entail, the trafficking, all of that, that is all violent, right? So as much as I don't think Maxwell's going to go out and stab someone, I also really would not trust her to be in any type of environment that is low security. That being said, there's also the argument that the reason that she's being moved to a prison of this sort is for her own safety, which we'll get into that as well. Here gives a little more context about the prison.
Let's see.
The Texas prison
How does
camp
it
is
want
home
it to
to
connect?
635 inmates, according to its website, most of whom have been convicted of financial and other white-collar crimes. For example, there's the former Real Housewives of Salt Lake City star
Are those
Jen
bricks
Shaw,
or
who, like Holmes,
slabs on
was
that
accused of
side?
fraud related to her marketing business. She ran with assistance to men. Shaw has consistently proclaimed her innocence, but accepted a plea deal in 2023 that netted her 6.5 years in prison. So again, the people in this prison are by no means quote-unquote dangerous, though you might say that they're predatory, which I think is still pretty dangerous, especially because I feel like Elizabeth Holmes' crimes are often boiled down to, oh, she lied. And it's like, well, it's a little more than that. You're talking about people's health. So you made people believe they were healthy or unhealthy or needed to do XYZ or didn't need to do XYZ. So you're fucking with people's entire existence when you're fucking with their health. Of course, the crimes that folks like Holmes and Shaw are accused of are serious ones and matters that deserve justice. But as Sam Houston State University professor Mitchell Roth told KBTX, the decision to send Maxwell to reside alongside those women seems suspect at best. My sense is that there's another story not being told here, because the bottom line is she's in jail for 20 years for sex trafficking, and FPC Bryant is treating her, you know, much better than they would someone else, and that's a pretty serious crime, Roth says. And I agree with that, and as much as I completely disavow any of the other crimes like Holmes or Shaw's, I also just don't think that they're quite the same or similar enough, or even on the same caliber, just thinking about how long Epstein was fucking about for along with Ghislaine Maxwell, right? This is not a couple years, and that's already bad enough. This is not only a serious crime, but it's being covered up consistently as we're seeing. No list is coming out, no information is coming out. Then apparently it's not even worth pursuing anymore. There's obviously something going on. So here we can get to why Maxwell is potentially getting this special treatment, if you will. Last month, Maxwell was interviewed by
Justice Department officials in a lengthy meeting. Her attorney told the New York Times Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche a full day and asked a lot of questions. Defense attorney David Oscar Marcus says, in a follow-up tweet, Blanche said, "Today I met with Ghislaine Maxwell and I will continue my interview with her tomorrow. The Department of Justice will share additional information about what we learned at the appropriate time." So, needless to say, this meeting with the Department of Justice, people are kind of putting two and two together, saying, okay, so she had this meeting and now suddenly she's being moved to a cushy prison. Isn't that timing interesting? And that's what it looks like from the outside, and I can't really imagine what else it could be, realistically. Blanche, who unsuccessfully represented Trump in his 2024 hush money trial, for which the president was convicted but never sentenced, has not released any follow-up information or an explanation for Maxwell's move. In a July floor speech, Senator Chuck Schumer questioned the wisdom of allowing Blanche access to a situation that's prompted even Trump loyalists to question its handling. Trump is sending his personal lawyer, Todd Blanche, to try and execute a corrupt cover-up, potentially offering leniency to a woman who also abused the victims, the New York Democrat said. The Justice Department, for its part, denies any suggestions of impropriety. Any suggestion that Todd Blanche has acted unethically while serving as Deputy Attorney General is baseless and defamatory, DOJ spokesperson Gates McGavick told the Washington Post via statement. Marcus agreed with the claim and said that Blanche has conducted himself with complete professionalism when interacting with Maxwell. It's truly disheartening, the defense attorney lamented, how quick people are to assume the worst without any basis in fact. Now, this is where I have there's so many issues here. This is where I have one of my issues, is that to say that people are jumping to conclusions and assuming the worst, in this Epstein case, the few things we know so far, granted they're not that many because people are not releasing the information, everything has been terrible. There has been nothing of redeeming in this case. All of these people have been outed as sexual predators, traffickers, people who enable sexual predators and traffickers. Like, why would anyone be positive here or think that there's a positive outcome? Or think, oh yeah, Maxwell was BFFs with Epstein and what? She was completely normal, a well-regulated person who just saw her friend, colleague, whatever, traffic girls, abuse girls, and was fine with it, but she's great. I'm sorry, I'm not really seeing what's not adding up to people. Also, the suspicious nature of how this has all been handled, it's obvious people are going to assume that there's something being hidden because in my opinion there is, but otherwise, why are we still asking the same questions we were asking a year ago and more? It's because there are no answers, and the no answers make everyone more and more suspicious. On top of everything else related to Maxwell, the family of Virginia Giuffre blasted Trump for Maxwell's prison move smacks of a cover-up. So that's part of why people are so angry right now, not only because Maxwell is a convicted felon and she's getting this chill prison with yoga, and I also saw the menu and it looks like the menu at my school, which is crazy. Even the people who are related to the victims, who are closely tied to the Epstein cases, put it that way, even they're disgusted by this. And it doesn't really matter what I think, blah blah, okay? But even the people who are related to this case in any which way are disgusted and find it suspicious. Says the family of Virginia Giuffre and other accusers of Jeffrey Epstein expressed outrage over Maxwell's move to a minimum security prison in Texas Friday, calling it a cover-up. In case you guys don't remember, Virginia Giuffre died of suicide. So here this article is making a note of what people are saying on social media. President Trump has sent a clear message today. Pedophiles deserve preferential treatment and their victims do not matter, the Giuffre family and Epstein's accusers said in a statement. This move smacks of a cover-up. The victims deserve better. The statement is attributed to Epstein accusers Annie Farmer and Maria Farmer, as well as the Giuffre family members Sky and Amanda Roberts and Lynette and Danny Wilson. The family and accusers said they felt horror and outrage over the preferential treatment that Maxwell received by the transfer. This is the justice system failing victims right before our eyes, the statement reads. The American public should be enraged by the preferential treatment being given to a pedophile and a criminally charged sex offender. So if you guys have been on social media, you've seen the memes about Maxwell's impending death, as in people have been tweeting things like, I can't believe Maxwell killed herself in prison in 2 weeks. So that's how much people are calling that she effectively is going to die in one way or another, which obviously is not really an indication that people think that she's going to kill herself as much as she's going to kill herself the same way Epstein did. Let's call it a suspicious death. They're thinking that this move has to do with her potential planned death. Now, that sounds really crazy, but honestly,
I really didn't think she was going to make it this long to begin with, so I have a feeling something's going to happen to her, which isn't me wishing it will. But being in this low security prison might have its benefits in terms of trying to execute an elaborate plan to make it look like she also killed herself. I don't know if that would be too on the nose considering nobody believes Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. I have no idea. The people online do not think that these things are disconnected. In fact, a lot of people online are kind of waiting to just get the news that Maxwell has died because it just doesn't seem like there's any other option, which sounds crazy, but considering everything that's happened in this case that we know of, it really isn't. And the fact that everything is still so hush-hush, when in reality, it should be open and shut in the sense of, show us who was on the list, continue doing your investigations, be transparent. That's pretty open and shut. That's pretty 1, 2, 3 steps, right? It's basic. But it's been so shrouded in mystery and cover-ups and not releasing things and then saying you're going to release things and then still not do that. Really, if Maxwell died in some way or another, I don't think anyone would be surprised, and I think that tells you how fucked up this entire case is. I'll link everything down below. I'll also link an additional Newsweek article that gives you more information about the prison. If they can get information out of her, I strongly support that, but I don't think she should be pardoned in any which way. And honestly, at this point, she should just be giving up the information to give it up and have that off her conscience question mark. I don't know what it's going to do, but you'd think that maybe she'd just choose to do the right thing after all this time. Anyway, you guys can let me know what you think in the comments down below. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you to my patrons as always, and I'll catch you guys next time.
Have you ever seen a senator burglarizing her stepmother in the middle of the night, getting caught in the act, then arrested, then losing her position while facing felony burglary charges? Well, you're about to.
On April 22nd, 2024, Becker County Police Department in Minnesota received a 911 call reporting an active break-in. Little did they know, they would soon find out the suspect is an elected senator for the state of Minnesota.
When I read the title from Midwest Safety, I immediately pictured Senator Armstrong from Metal Gear Rising, half expected to click into this video and get the monologue, Nanomachine's son, played college ball, you know, could've gone pro if I didn't burglarize my stepmother. But it turns out that's not the case.
Mark County 911. Somebody just broke into my house. They ran down into my basement.
Did you get a look at him at all?
No, it was completely dark. I tripped over him. He was on the floor next to my bed. And he ran down the stairs into my basement.
Okay.
Spoiler alert, the burglar is a senator named Nicole Mitchell, well, now former Senator Nicole Mitchell, and she, I think, holds the title of the most incompetent burglar in human history. This is some shit out of Home Alone. This is the not-so-wet bandit here. I don't know what the thought process was. So apparently she was like hiding under or near her stepmother's bed, and her stepmother tripped over her, which is how she was alerted to her presence, and then she just like fucking pitter-patters her way to the basement to try and flee. So then the stepmother's like, what the fuck, what in tarnation, calls the police, and she's like more confused than anything, like, yeah, there's a burglar here, I tripped over him, he was like under my bed, I don't know if it was like a panty raid or what, but like, they were under my bed, so I tripped over him, would really love if he came and arrested them, that they ran into my basement, I think.
I have a little steak knife in my hand right now.
Steak knife? Okay. Alright.
I don't know where they could have. I don't see any.
She's clearly very frightened, like anyone would be in this situation. She's grabbed a steak knife to protect herself if things go south. I imagine she'd bust out some fucking Leon S. Kennedy level moves if, you know, the situation called for it, but luckily the police got there in a pretty timely fashion, it seems, because when they arrived, the burglar is still there.
Police department! Make yourself known! 37 by Greg Hollow, motion underneath the stairs in the house. Sounds like he's trying to get outside to the back, to the north of the house. Get on the ground.
Carol?
God damn it. Oh,
It's Nicole. It's Nicole?
Oh,
I was just trying to get a couple of my dad's things because he wouldn't talk to me anymore.
So they got her, and then the big reveal, the huge plot twist. She calls her stepmother by name, and the stepmother is shocked that it's her stepdaughter, Nicole. And she tries to explain that she was just there to get a few of her dad's things. Now that story's going to change a lot over the course of this adventure, but make a note of this. She's there because she just wants to get some of her father's belongings, which explains why she's in a cartoonish cat burglar outfit. It actually looks like she's going to a Halloween costume party, but couldn't think of any ideas, so stopped by Spirit Halloween and grabbed the cheapest burglar costume she could find for it. It is unbelievable how cliche this outfit is. I am stunned to see a real burglary from someone dressed like this. I'm also shocked that she didn't just bolt for the front door and run away. Instead, she trapped herself in the basement and just squatted there, literally just standing in the middle of the bathroom. I don't know if she tried to do a Blair Witch staring at the wall or something, if I can't see them, they can't see me. I have no idea, but it was not the cleanest getaway. And speaking of clean, you need to clean yourself up using Cheeky soap. And great news, we just introduced a new scent into the family here.
Okay.
It's a tropical scent. It is fantastic. You're gonna love it, and you need to upgrade your hygiene. It's time. And this is the best way of doing it. Highly moisturizing body soap, best soap in the universe. Go to usecheeky.com and get some.
She also stole documents out of my house. She's my stepdaughter.
I didn't steal any documents. How did I steal documents?
Cole, what's your last name?
Mitchell.
Yeah.
No one stole anything here, Carol. I don't have anything on me.
Not anything on you?
No.
Yeah, what a nonsensical thought process, Carol. Obviously no one stole anything. What an outlandish thought to even cross your head. Why would you even get the idea that there could have been a burglary taking place here just because I'm in your house unannounced in the middle of the night, hiding under your bed, dressed like I'm about to go rob a bank? What? Does that mean all of a sudden I'm here stealing something? No.
Why was she squatting down next to my bed?
Who is this to you?
Pardon?
Who is this to you?
She's my stepdaughter.
Stepdaughter.
She's also a Minnesota Senator.
A great question, Carol. Why was she squatting down next to your bed? The world may never know. The Lord has no idea.
She lives in Twin Cities.
Unknown to the officer at the time, the suspect previously was a meteorologist for the Weather Channel and a local news anchor before being elected a senator.
She's a senator?
Yeah. Yeah. Was.
Was or is currently?
She is, and after this.
Oh.
Her stepdaughter may have been a meteorologist predicting the weather, but Carol predicted the future here with this one, and she was right on the money. It is past tense. Nicole was a senator.
Okay.
She is no longer, and is facing some
So
super
this
serious
front
charges.
side.
My husband passed away, just her father. And the day after he died, her aunt came here and they walked out with all these, it was two, they walked out there with all these forms and I ran out there and said, what are you guys doing? And she said, we're just trying to help you, just trying to figure out where you are from.
So here's where breadcrumbs start to connect a little bit. Carol mentions that Nicole is very close to one of her aunts, and after her husband passed away, they came and took some documents from this house while saying that they're just making sure she's doing everything, correct when it comes to finances. Which, that smells a little fishy. There's something stinky afoot there, and now all of a sudden Nicole is back unannounced in the middle of the night, dressed like a fucking thief class in an MMO.
My dad died last year. She's paranoid. Well, now she's really paranoid. But,
Has she done this before?
no, but she's,
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to see how this part goes.
Where'd she come in?
Upside down stairs, not right side up. Okay.
she's not trying to help me. She's trying to get money. She kept, I can show you my bank account.
Let's go upstairs.
So this is Nicole Mitchell's strategy. This is her go-to play here to try and weasel her way out of the trouble she's in. The crux of her argument for why she's there is that her stepmother is paranoid, and she's been mentally declining, and she's senile, doesn't understand things, so she's, talking all crazy, all that paranoia. But Carol, I think, seems pretty sharp here in recognizing that Nicole is probably there for financial reasons again. because it seems like that's something that's happened in the past, granted not to this level. And Nicole just keeps harping on, like, no, she's just paranoid. As Nicole is literally dressed like a fucking burglar out of a Saturday morning cartoon in her house in the middle of the night looking to steal shit. I don't think that's paranoia. Paranoia indicates that there's some level of, like, delusion or, like, disconnect from reality. Carol is very grounded in reality. Nicole Mitchell is off in, like, fucking goober space.
That window? Okay. This is her bag? Yeah, stuck in the window.
She's talking, just a mistake. I did something that after the funeral, my aunt tried to help her. She thinks they stole from her when they were just trying to get her affairs in order. She's progressively cut off the family.
They find a backpack half pushed through the window. They eventually find 2 laptops in that bag, which coincidentally turns out Carol is missing 2 laptops. But we'll get to Nicole's excuse for that in a moment. She denies that the 2 laptops are Carol's. And now while talking to Nicole, she once again tries to harp on, like, oh, she's just, like, unreasonable, and she's just real out of it. She's gone loopy. She thinks everyone's out to get her, and so she's progressively cut off the family. To be honest with you, Nicole, I can see why she would progressively cut off the family here, considering one of the family members is breaking into her house in the middle of the fucking night, lying next to her bed doing, like, a tabletop challenge or something. It makes sense. I don't think it's paranoia. I think she made the completely correct call in cutting off this part of the family here. And she mentioned the aunts, something Carol also mentioned without the 2 of them even communicating. So it's pretty clear that there is something going on with the aunts and Nicole in the finances here that Carol has after the passing of her husband.
She's got Alzheimer's and she's got, I know this doesn't help, this is just going to prove the point, but she's got paranoid and things are all out to get her and won't let anyone in the house. I just wanted to get a couple of my dad's mementos. That's all.
Okay. So what kind of mementos?
A couple pictures and here's one of his shirts.
So she's saying that Carol has Alzheimer's and thinks everyone's out to get her, and thus she broke into her house to get some of her father's mementos. Nicole, it does seem like you're out to get her, and I'm inclined to believe other members of the family are also considering you conspired with them to take some documents from her house. It does seem like she's 100% in the right to think that there are some members of the family out to get her.
What's your name? Are those laptops in your backpack yours?
Yes.
She's saying she's missing 2 laptops.
I can show you one. It's got Lincoln's Minecraft name on it.
What's the other one for?
I have one for work. She has Alzheimer's. She's been misplacing things. I can show you texts going back months saying, you know, things are missing, this and that.
I'm just asking. So, it's not a reason to break anybody's house.
No, that wasn't my intention.
Alrighty.
She decided to bring 2 laptops with her in the backpack to a burglary. It's an interesting plan. Her strategy, it escapes me, but I'm not a galaxy brain, you know, mega mind level intellect like Nicole Mitchell.
I see.
But they then talk more to Carol, and they're asking about, like, what did she take previously, and she mentions that what her and her aunts took last time were a bunch of bank papers. The officers are asking, well, why would she be taking these things? How does this help her? And then she mentions that her husband didn't have an actual will. So the bank papers and all of that, she believes, is for, like, inheritance stuff. Like
64. Got it. Cool.
which makes a lot of sense. Significantly more sense than Nicole's story.
Okay, how come it has Carol's name on it?
It was one that she had given me way back when days for the kids.
Well, she's missing 2.
I'll wait till this before I start making decisions.
How about this one? That one's got your name on it. Okay. That one will stay with your property. I am taking this one. Did you try shoving that backpack out and it didn't go out?
So one of them had Carol's name on it, and the other does seem to be actually hers. The state of Minnesota laptop right there. So, she did, I guess, bring a laptop to this. My guess being, she wanted to take Carol's laptop and upload things from it to hers, perhaps? I don't know, I'm just spitballing here. But it is very clear that she had some bad intentions. I don't think it was just to get some of her father's mementos. And in fact, she completely drops that narrative, by the way. After this arrest, this is the only time she tries making that claim. She then must have consulted with a lawyer or something, fucking called Saul, but Saul was too busy on Fent or something, because then she completely changes this story and goes with the narrative that she was actually only there to check on her stepmother's well-being because she cared so much. She just loves her so much and wanted to make sure she was okay.
Which is a felony, as well as possession of burglary tools. Mitchell was a Minnesota state senator at the time of her arrest and refused to resign after the incident. She accused her mother-in-law of suffering from paranoia about break-ins and senility. She also refused the release of the body cam footage. After her arrest, she posted on social media changing her story that she claimed in the body cam footage. Instead of saying she was there to take possession of her father's mementos, her social media post claims she was there to simply check on her stepmother due to her health issues, and she startled her, essentially putting the blame on the stepmother's medical problems.
Now, I'm not going to pretend to be an expert on wellness checks here, but this seems like a really bad approach to checking on someone whom you believe to have declining mental health. To dress up like a burglar and then hide under their bed in the middle of the night unannounced, and then scaring the bejeebus out of them, then scurrying down to the basement while desperately trying to get through the window. I don't know, call me crazy, but it just doesn't really seem like the priority and the goal here with breaking into the house was just to make sure that your beloved stepmother was doing okay. I feel like if someone was wanting to check on me, they probably wouldn't bust into my fucking house in the middle of the night and hide under my bed, causing me to trip over them, still say nothing, by the way, and then just run away. I don't know, I wouldn't have that moment and be like, oh, thank God they checked on me. That wasn't a burglar, that was my best friend, no doubt, making sure that I'm doing okay. Ah, that's so sweet of them to stop by in their burglar costume in the middle of the night. What a crazy story to try and spin. There is no human being on the planet that would believe that. Like, her previous attempt of, like, getting her father's mementos, that makes sense if she had any of her father's mementos in her bag, which she didn't, apparently. So maybe that's why they tried this, because she couldn't, like, procure any of that. It clearly wasn't why she was there. So maybe the lawyer was like, if you try that, they're going to grill you on, well, why didn't you have the mementos? Whereas here, they can't tell you what you were actually there to do, I suppose. But you can definitely poke a hole in the logic of this. It makes no sense at all. She didn't check on Carol's health or anything. If she wasn't there to do that, why is she dressed like a burglar? Like, there are just so many obvious flaws with it. So now I'm really playing with this thought experiment here, like how you possibly...
I know I at least need the campfires for this next part, so
I thought Carol liked burglars.
we're back.
Some people really like clowns. They like to laugh at clowns, makes them laugh, makes them feel better. I thought Carol would feel better if I dressed like a burglar. I always thought she was the biggest fan if that did happen. I misunderstood, I'm sorry, but I really was there to check on her health. Like, I don't know, like, maybe you could try that?
This, however, doesn't line up with the fact that she was wearing the most cliche burglar outfit she possibly could have. She then
I just figured out what my fucking issue was earlier. I'm such a dum-dum.
In mid-July 2025, things took an unexpected turn for her.
New today, a Minnesota state senator found guilty of burglarizing her stepmother's home has officially resigned. She testified during her trial she was checking on her stepmom, not stealing from her. A jury disagreed, finding her guilty.
According to Midwest Safety, her sentencing is on the 10th, but she was found guilty of burglary. I think we can say with confidence, probably one of the most unskilled burglars
Oh, son of a bitch.
video camera footage has ever captured. Like, this is Three Stooges level. So, yeah, that's really about it. That's it.
I'm so special.
I'm one off lethal in this one. If I had lethal, it would work. I can't kill him this turn. Guys, I can't kill him next turn. I gotta get the bird for next turn if I want to leave.
Every single one of these YouTubers have begged me to try one of their products, and I
Let's see. Okay. Bum, bum, bum.
This may be the last ad you ever see. Because of the free...
I'm so dumb. Oh, thank God.
There are 3 things that I want to accomplish in this video. Number 1, I want to bust my stash. Number 2 is I want to test out some yarns I've never used before. And the
I'm
third
gonna
thing I want to
change that
accomplish
to
today is just
blue.
to catch up on my requests lists. It is not uncommon for my nibblings, my sisters, the people in my life to just
Put
make small
orange in the
requests of me
house.
every now and then, and I am more than happy to meet those requests. I love to crochet, and I love even more being able to share that with the people in my life. But the thing is, over the course of the last couple of months, I just haven't had the time to do any of those small, usually quick projects. So we are playing catch up today. To get us started off, I have picked out these 4 yarns. Number 1 is the, what's this one called? Lion Brand Volux yarn. Number 2 is the Yarnspirations Karen Baby Cakes. Number 3 is the Lion Brand Mandala yarn. Observe. And then number 4 is this shit. If you haven't seen my original video where I tried out this yarn for the first time, I will link it in the description. But yeah, spoiler alert, I did not have a fun time. There are so many other yarns that I could be using and may use throughout this video, but we're going to start with these ones. These 3 in particular, these fall into the category of yarns I've never used before. This stuff here, I have used once. It was genuinely, and it was a pretty awful experience. I have never been tested so much by a yarn in my entire crocheting career. I honestly would rate it maybe the worst yarn I've ever worked with, and I used Tofu not that long ago, and I absolutely loathed that. But yeah, this one I think takes the cake. That pun would have worked better with this yarn, but anyway, so with this one, I honestly do not have the patience to make granny squares with it. That was going to be what I did with it originally. I was going to crochet the squares and then use them up in a project I had in mind, but I can't. Like, I'm just going to level with you guys. I can't do that to myself. So what I'm thinking I'll do with this one is just make a granny stitch blanket, because circling back to those requests that I was talking about, my youngest niece has been asking me
doll things, that is like doll clothes, doll accessories, pillows, blankets, all that sort of thing she can use in her role play with her dolls, or her babies as she calls them. And one of the things that she really likes to use is a Granny Stitch blanket I made her out of my leftover chunky yarns. Oh, this was several months ago at this point, but she really likes that blanket. So I thought I would turn this one into just one big Granny Stitch blanket, and it will be whatever size this stuff makes. So at least I have a use for that awful stuff. That's that taken care of. I don't have to worry about it anymore. And once it's crocheted, I won't even have to look at it anymore. With the rest, the Velux yarn is going to be at least one
Damn it.
hair scrunchie, because my old niece has requested a couple of those. So I thought that would be a good place to start to test this yarn out. With the mandala yarn, I'm not going to be able to use up all of it, but some of the colours match a project I'm working on. It's kind of a memorial project for my grandfather. We are making a blanket, a quilt out of some of his old clothes, and we're pairing it, well, my mum and I are working on it, we're pairing it on my part with crochet squares and on my mum's part with knit squares. So I needed some yarns that matched the clothing that we're using, and this, the darker blue and the burgundy colour, which is like at the front of the skein here, they match a couple of his
That's
shirts
wrong.
that he has. So I'm going to make at least a couple of granny squares
No,
from that.
that's right. Good.
And then this one, I'm not sure what I'm going to make with it yet. Chances are it'll probably end up as doll clothes, but I don't know. And then there's just a bunch of other requests I need to get through. But this is going to be a casual laid back here. We're just going to be making lots of small little projects, and I'm just going to give you my thoughts on some yarns, the ones that I haven't used specifically.
You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna switch that up.
Easiest project, and that is going to be to make a couple of granny squares from the mandala yarn. What? I don't think I looked at the label. What actually is this yarn? Is it just like 100% acrylic? Let's see. Where is that information? 100% acrylic. Okay. So even though I haven't used this specific yarn before, I mean, it is acrylic. So it's nothing too fancy. And also, something I should have checked while I had the label was what size hook I need. And we already know what size squares we need for this quilt, so I'm just going to make a square that will match those measurements. I feel like I have used the Granny Stitch so much the last few weeks. Now, when I first started crocheting, all I really made was amigurumi, and I did that for like the first few years. I made nothing else, and I was never really interested in granny squares. And obviously you can use the Granny Stitch for purposes other than granny squares, but that is what I associate them most with. But just, I don't know, it's been the last probably year or so, I've just really been drawn towards the Granny Stitch and making things out of squares. And hexagons too. I've made a few granny hexagon cardigans.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't know what switch got flipped in my brain, but I've completely changed my outlook towards the Granny Stitch and granny squares. And here we go, square one, all finished. And that's one thing I do love about granny squares, they whip up nice and quick. Well, if you're only doing a couple of rounds, that is. So that is my first square. And first impressions of this yarn is that it's really lovely to work with. It sort of just glides through the hook nicely.
Oh yeah. That's perfect.
Nice and soft. I appreciate a good soft acrylic yarn. And it makes me optimistic as well, because I just remembered, like, this is called Lane Brand Mandala yarn. And I actually, let me go grab it. I actually purchased a few skeins of this for myself a while ago. This is intended to be
Interesting. Okay, I don't think I have any cobblestone.
It does
Did I even bring any walls up here? I don't think so.
But for now, I want to make myself a
No,
couple
I
more
gotta go
squares. I'm going to use up the like burgundy color, but then that sort of transitions into this red. That color will also work with the fabric suite using blanket, but the colors that follow, the pink, there's sort of a light purple in there, and even the lighter shades of blue, they're not going to match as well. So I'm going to get as many squares as I can from this first section, and then what I'm going to do with the rest, I don't know at this stage, but we can figure that out later.
Okay, hold on.
And square 2 can now join the ranks. Looking at the red yarn that I have left on this cake,
This is actually gonna look really good now that I'm thinking about it.
And as I said earlier, I don't want pink as part of my blanket, so I think I'm going to leave
So
that
it
there for now, and I might
goes
crochet myself
like
a square off
this.
and if I get enough yarn, I'll use it. If I don't, I'll
Ooh.
keep fogging it. So that can be done another day. I was considering starting on the granny stitch blanket for my niece
Fuck, I
next,
can't
but
see for
I know
shit.
I said before how much
Okay,
I really
that's not
enjoy
it.
working with the granny stitch, but it's not the only thing that I want to be doing. So I think I'm going to give that one a break for now and instead start on the Sis Deluxe yarn. And with that, I'm probably going to make a few things, but what I want to start off with is a scrunchie for my niece, because that was one of
Okay,
the
I see.
requests a few weeks ago, whenever it was. I don't know, I've completely lost track of time. So, first thing I need to know is what size hook I need to be working with, and
1, 2, 3, 4.
where is my 5mm hook?
And then
Just going off feel,
wants this to happen
the yarn that I'm going to
around
enjoy
the outside. Ooh.
working with. It's got that, it's a sensation I don't really know how to describe. I felt it in other yarn. It's almost
God damn it.
slippery but staticky at the same time.
1,
Yeah, I really wish I had
2.
one word to describe it.
Please tell me
I
that's
can't
it.
think of one at the moment.
No.
And all I'm going to do with this project is single crochet my way around
Okay.
the outside
They,
of the hair
they
tie,
put
and then
texture on
probably
it.
do a few
I'm not
rounds
gonna
of
do
double
that.
crochet. I don't need to make this
I
complex.
will do that.
And if she wants something a little bit different, well, this is how much yarn I've got to use up, so I can make another scrunchie or two, I think.
Okay. So now
Here I was at the start of this scrunchie project, you know, thinking I
it
might do
wants me to
3,
come
4, maybe
back.
even 5 rounds. I did 2. And I think that's going to be more than enough because let's test it out. You probably don't get the full effect in my hair, but I know with my niece, she is going to, you know, double it up. And like that's more than enough. One thing I discovered about this yarn that I am certainly not a fan of is that it's a shedder. I don't like that. It's certainly a feature that makes me not want to use it. I've made some, I don't know if the camera caught that, but the sheds just went everywhere then. I wasn't just staring up into the distance for no reason.
Okay, I gotta put some stuff down.
Off my list. I've got my granny squares. I still, at this stage, I still don't know really what I want to do with this. I was tossing up the idea of making a granny cardigan for my youngest niece. She's
Chains. I'm gonna assume I need the lantern.
but I don't think there will be enough of this yarn to create an entire one.
I need
Other yarns that I can do. I just don't think I'm going to get, you know, the full-size
some.
cardigan out of this. So I'll have to think of something else I can do with that one. And while the brain is percolating that, I'm going to start with this. I'm not looking forward to crocheting with this. I the couple of granny squares out of it. I don't need to worry about maintaining a specific colour for each round. I'm just going to be, crocheting a square, just keep expanding it until I'm done. Yeah, that first time around, I know I didn't exactly help in that previous video because I did stick to the 5.5mm hook, but I had a reason for that, and that was I wanted to make a specific project out of those squares, for which I needed a 5.5mm hook, so that's why I stuck to my guns on that one. With this one, my original intent was to, play around with hook size, see if that worked better in, procuring the granny square, but I honestly don't have the patience for it. No. Can't be bothered with that. I may as well put it to good use, and that good use is going to be a blanket for my dogs. To level with you guys here, it's almost a shame that I can't be asked faffing about with the granny squares, because I did have a project idea in mind for them, and I do really like the colours, like the blues, the purples. It's just, like I said before, my patience is razor thin at the moment. The first time I crocheted with this,
Okay, so now it wants to go like so.
And I just don't want to deal with that at the moment. Nope. Not for me right now.
4, and then they do this.
Well, I finally finished up the granny stitch blanket that I was making out of that horrendous red hard
It
yarn. It might be a bit of a
starts.
dirty because my nieces are already seeing
Yeah,
so it's
my friend suggested the, oh fuck, suggested the
fluff and dust.
mod, and I knew she'd like it, so she'd play a little bit longer with me, so I downloaded it. It's a multi-block pickaxe.
I think I said at the start of this video I was considering doing
I
a granny
need
hexagon cardigan for my niece out of
to
this,
get
but I
this
was
go
worried that there wouldn't be enough
here.
yarn. Well, my niece has put her foot down. She
Oh,
wants
thank you.
a granny hexagon cardigan, and as I've said before on this channel, who am I to say no to a 3-year-old? So if this doesn't work out, I would just like to go on record as saying, I told you so. Am I being petty to a 3-year-old? Yes, but I think I'm entitled to the first try to help it actually work out. I'm going to pair
Like
this
that.
with some leftover white yarn that I have.
Like that.
I'm
Aha,
hoping
I
I pop
figured it out.
maybe 1 or 2 white rounds between the coloured rounds. That's going to, spread this yarn out a bit, and that way I may get a full granny hexagon cardigan out of it, which means there is more granny stitches in my future. I've been, aside from this, I've been doing granny square living in other granny
That's not
hexagon
even the
cardigans.
part that
I
I'm
use the granny
on. I'm
stitch
so dumb.
so much
So
in the
dumb.
last several weeks.
I'm sure.
I honestly
Okay,
think it's been
so
more in these last several weeks than I have in my
I'm gonna leave
previous
that. Fuck
crochet
it.
career.
Fuck it.
What does that matter?
Fuck
I
it.
am enjoying it. That's the main thing. Well, for the most part, I didn't really enjoy working with that red heart
2,
yarn, but
3.
outside of that, I've been enjoying it. So we're going to start off with a, let me see what hook size I need. 5mm hook. Where did I put my 5mm?
I'm not doing that. That's doing it by itself. 1, 2.
Here we go. Small
God dang it. Oh my god.
It's complete enough for this video. I do still need to add the ribbing around the outside, but that can be done at a later date. But now that I have finished that, it means I have crocheted
probably already know what those thoughts are going to be. But because I started this video in advance of when it's
So
scheduled to
then,
release, I do want to do a little bit more crocheting. I would like to use up some more of these two yarns, but there's also some other, spare skeins I have lying around that I would like to de-stash as well. So that's what
okay,
I'm going to do
so
over the next few days,
then,
and then I will bring you back, show you everything I managed to crochet in that period of
ooh,
time, and I will also give you my thoughts on the yarns.
yeah, one, and then, no, that looks like two,
Well, I've been crocheting on and
maybe?
off for a few weeks, and I finally reached the point where I have to stop and actually edit this video. So far, I have
Yeah, it's two.
used up, or at the very least, mostly used,
Dun dun
all of
dun
the
dun
yarns I
dun
showed
dun
you at the start.
dun dun
Here's
dun
the labels of a
dun
couple of
dun,
them.
ooh, dun
It's the
dun
mandala
dun
one,
dun.
and here is the
Aww,
velvet one. And I'll go through my thoughts in a moment, but I just wanted to show you what I actually
two.
made in this time period. There was the Granny Hexy Cardi for my niece. So
It
there was
doesn't
that.
look that
There's
long, but it is that long
the blanket
on the
for her as well. This kid
video.
is getting spoiled. But I also ended up making a couple of scrunchies, a few granny
Dormer
squares for
window.
the memorial blanket that my mum and I are working on for my grandpa. I actually made a couple more of these,
Okay.
but I think they fell down behind my desk where I cannot reach them at the moment. I'll have to move several things out of the way before I can actually do that. But you're not missing out on anything. They literally look like this. And then I also made a little
Okay.
skirt for my niece's dolls. That is the start of
Hold
her
on.
crochet doll clothes collection. I also put in a little bit of work on my forever blanket, which was a video I put out a couple
Did
of
I
weeks ago
put
at
the
this point. So
chimney in
yeah,
the
if you're
wrong
interested
place?
in that, I
No,
will link down in the description.
it's in
I'm
the
going
right
to use the
place. Okay.
remaining mandala yarn up on that, and I also started on making a loofah. But funny thing, this ended up buried under the pile of
Got
stuff
it.
that was on my floor and had kind of forgotten about it.
Da.
So that remains unfinished as of now, but I will
Okay.
complete it later on at
I'm
some point.
sure that's
It's
still
not
how
something
it's
I'm
gonna
literally going
be,
around
but
doing double crochet. So it's one of
the
those cool
video
things.
hasn't
It's
done
easy but
that
tedious,
yet.
so that will get finished later on. And now that you've seen all those projects, I suppose it's time to get to the point of this video, which was my thoughts on all of these yarns or the yarns that I've never really used before. As some of you may know, I have in fact used the Red Heart Granny Square yarn before. I don't think I need to reiterate my opinion. I think it was clear throughout this video and very clear in the original video I made where I used it for the first time. I don't like this yarn. It's just one of those
Oh man,
acrylic yarns that is just
I'm tired.
like cheap is the only
I'm dragging.
word I can use to describe it. Like Red Heart is not
Let's
a
see.
brand
Okay,
I
up there,
see
clear,
much
clear,
on
clear.
the
Okay,
physical shelves in Australia. We can purchase it online, but in the craft stores that
no,
I
it was
go to,
clear.
they do not have a big selection of Red Heart yarns available. But from my understanding of things I have seen online, things people have said, I think Red Heart is sort of a budget yarn in America. Please correct me if I'm wrong on that. But that is definitely the feel I get from using this yarn. And now that I have
I
crocheted the
don't
second skein
have
of it that I have,
it.
I'm not purchasing Red Heart yarn again. Perhaps there are other, yarn lines within this brand that are okay. You will have to let me know your thoughts on that. But yeah, for me, Red Heart is not a yarn that I really want to use after the couple of experiences
Hey,
that I've
Trevor.
had with it. But it's done now. I've used it, and it's going to a good cause. That good cause being my niece's doll accessory collection. Next up, let's discuss the which one should we go to? Let's go to baby cakes. This one was actually really enjoyable to work with. I think if I remember correctly, this one was just 100% acrylic. Oh no, this one wasn't. Maybe it's the mandala one I was thinking of. This one was actually 82% acrylic and 18% nylon. And I
Time
found
is
this
it?
one was
Oh my
because it had
god.
a
I need to go to
flexible
bed.
plier
to it
So.
that I don't usually see in 100% acrylic yarn, and it did make me wonder if using this in some sort of, clothing item would make it drape really nicely. So I'm considering, when I can find it on sale, getting some more baby cakes and just trying to make some sort of cardi or other top from it, just to see what it's like in that specific context. If you yourselves have made any clothing, any tops with the Karen baby cakes, please let me know what your experience was, because while I would like to try it for myself, it's also one of those things where I don't want to go and spend a bunch of money for something that's just not going to work out very well. So if I have your experience to go off, that may help me. So yeah, I did enjoy working with this yarn. With that I made the granny hexagon cardi, and while I did mention I'm interested in how it would drape and sit, just 30 seconds ago, I can't really tell from this cardi here because I paired it with, I don't know if I can reach this. I paired it with this old acrylic yarn I have, and I know for certain that that certainly doesn't have those nice draping qualities that I want. If I just used the baby cakes alone, things would have been different, but no, I had to pair it with something else, otherwise I wouldn't have had enough of this to complete the entire project. But outside of that, lovely yarn to work with. I would definitely purchase this again for specific projects that require it. So you can go over there, the red heart label. Next up we have the mandala yarn, and I'm pretty sure this one was the 100% acrylic, 100% acrylic yarn. I think with the acrylic yarns that I use, there is a spectrum of them. On one end you have
Damn, I do need to go down and get some more stuff.
Let's say the nasty stuff, the cheaper nasty stuff, which I think this one sits on that end of the spectrum. But then on the other end of the spectrum you have some higher quality stuff, and to me this sits maybe about 2/3 up that spectrum. It felt decent, it was easy to work with. It wasn't the best acrylic yarn that I've ever got my hands on, but it was far from the worst. And I think I showed you guys that I had a few cakes of different mandala yarn that I'm looking forward to using, and having done these few squares, it really does make me optimistic for that project, because they feel nice, they were easy to work with, so I'm looking forward to that project, and hoping the labels were a bit different. I'm hoping that's the only change that has been made, like Lion Brand updating their labels, that they haven't changed like the yarn itself. But the only way I'm really going to know that is if I actually crochet with that stuff on my shelf. And then the last yarn that I wanted to use up in this video was the deluxe yarn. I personally, I didn't enjoy this yarn very much. It's just the texture is not really for me. The funny thing was, when I originally purchased just a skein of this yarn, I wanted to see what it was like, because I had planned to make a nice like jacket out of it, and I was going to try and pair it with my sort of newly reawakened interest in sewing and line it, try and make it a little bit fancy. But having used this to crochet just one scrunchie and a doll skirt, I think I can confidently say that I would not enjoy the experience of making an entire jacket out of this stuff. So I'm giving 2 thumbs up to Parsley for only purchasing one skein to test out, and not going ahead and buying the 6 to 8 that I was originally going to make an entire jacket. Dodged a bullet there, but I'm still left with this yarn, and honestly I think I'm just going to use it to continue crocheting like doll clothes for my niece. And outside of those 4 yarns that I explicitly wanted to try in this video, the remaining little projects I did, like the scrunchie, a couple of granny squares, the loofah, I just made those using yarns that were already in my stash, yarns that you guys have seen me use before, so there's not much point going over my thoughts on yarns that I use on the dailies there. I was trying to think of a way to neatly segue into the hookup there, but nothing came to mind. So anyway, it's time for... And today's featured creator on the hookup is Tree, and she says, I've been crocheting since 2022 and have found a love for it. It's been amazing to see my skill grow and to see all of my
today, but I haven't had much success. So tell me your secrets. Just to clarify, that is a joke. I'm not trying to force anyone to do a hobby that they don't want to do. But anyway, if you would like to check out all of Sumtree's links, they will be down in the description. And so will the link to the hookup form if you would like to apply for yourself. And that is all I really have for you guys today. What I'm really interested to know at the end of this video is, have you used any of these yarns and what are your thoughts on them? But in particular, have you made anything from the baby cakes, the Lion brand? No, Lion brand is the other one. This one is the Yarnspirations Carrot Baby Cakes, or the Lion brand Mandala yarn, because those are the two that I am most interested in using going forward. So yeah, I would really like to hear from other people what their experiences were. Thank you all for watching this one. Consider subscribing if you haven't already. Like the video if you enjoyed it, share it if you think it's worth sharing, and I will see you in the next one.
It's a space 1, 2, 3.
A few weeks ago, I was given this, and as has sort of become tradition on my channel, every time I get my hands on a crochet kit, we test it out and go through it together, which is what we're going to do in this video here today. Now, a cursory glance at this kit might tip off any Aussies as to where this is from. You may immediately recognise the Anko brand, and this was a gift from my sister, and I didn't even realise Kmart had crochet kits. I knew they had yarn at one point, but I'd never seen a crochet kit before. And if I'm going to be real honest with you guys, the image on the front doesn't really fill me with confidence. Number one, that is just a really bad Photoshop job. It reminds me of those listings on like eBay, Amazon, those sort of places where you can just tell the image used is a combination of 2 or 3 separate images just badly slapped together, and that's kind of the vibes this is giving off at the moment. Hopefully that is not reflective of the quality of the kit overall. But before we go any further, I will bring in the second camera so you all can get a good look at what's going on as well. I will save further thoughts on how this actually looks to later, but on the back we have listed what should be included. So we've got 4 coloured yarns, 1 crochet hook, 1 plastic needle, 1 ring stitch marker, 20 grams of fibre fill, and 1 instruction sheet. And let's see what we're rocking here. Make sure we've got all our supplies. So first things first, we have the stuffing. Oh, that's a bit squished. And I think we've just got black yarn in there. That is everything, so all our supplies are included. So that is check on in the positive column, we're not missing anything. Admittedly, my experience with crochet kits is fairly limited. They're not something I purchase for myself. I just, go through them when I've been given them as gifts. But at least with the ones I've tried so far, I haven't had one in which any supplies were missing, which is a good thing. But just from my experience with other craft kits, and also anecdotally kits that like my nibblings have had, we have not been so fortunate in those situations. So there is always a part of me that when I've got my hands on a crochet kit, I expect at least something to be missing, and like 1 stitch marker, just the one. You couldn't provide 2. Kmart doesn't make enough money to supply 2 stitch markers in their kits. One thing that I do note that is missing, and it's not missing as in it was lifted on the back and
present, it is missing, or I personally think this item should be included in a kit, and that's safety eyes. Like looking at the front, I think these are either crocheted or, I mean, it's hard to tell with the poor quality image and the bad Photoshop,
Nope.
but that's either embroidered on or crocheted and then sewed on. But like, surely you could chuck in a couple of safety eyes into a kit like that. I mean,
I think these are supposed to be like open or something. I don't
So now that
know.
we've got all our supplies out, let's take a squeeze
I don't know
at
why
the
he does it like this. It's so weird.
what's going on here. Okay, so mini crochet kit dino instruction manual. And that's just our supplies again. We have basic crochet stitch diagram.
Okay, that stuff I'll worry about later.
I was literally just about to say, well, these instructions don't seem too bad. You know, they
I'll do that later.
full color pictures. That is a step up from, I think, the last kit I did, which was at Amazon Whale. That only included like a little booklet with written instructions. So this was a step up. But then I noticed, make a crochet rabbit. So this
There's no way that's what you use the hopper for.
Creatures in this little crochet kit series.
There's no fucking way that's what you use the hopper for. Oh, that's gonna hurt to use the hopper for that.
That is only a typo in the title, and I haven't accidentally
Okay, so that's what it wants me to use the hopper for.
rabbit when I'm supposed to be making a dinosaur. Been going by the pictures.
I don't think I want to do that, but.
These kind of kits. So I was kind of hoping for something more with this kit, because of all the 3 I think I've done so far, the quality of those has been, I would say,
I have to go get the hopper.
poor to average. There's nothing that's really stood out as being a good crochet.
What time is it?
They do have some decent quality stuff. I was hoping this one might break the street and actually be a good kit, but I don't think we're off to a great start. But typo aside, the pattern itself might be fine. So let's test that out together here. So we're going to start off with and first impressions of the yarn. It doesn't feel like too bad. It very much reminds me of milk cotton yarn. I got some of that off eBay years ago, and I've still got quite a bit to use up. But it feels nice, and if the cotton yarn that I'm comparing it to, that it feels similar to, is anything to go by, it should be nice.
So it's in this first one.
That I tried out, they supplied acrylic yarn, and that was just, it was honestly awful to work with. It was very low quality stuff. You could just feel it. It honestly felt like just
hopper.
Plastic bags turned into thread. It was planned, but not in the fun DIY way, and it made the experience so much worse than it needed to be, I think. So all that rambling to say, yeah, I'm glad this yarn at least feels, if not the best quality stuff, you don't expect the best quality stuff, but good enough for a kit like this. Now, one thing I didn't check was the hook size. So we are working with a 2.5mm hook. That's another issue I have with these kits.
Then,
why do they always supply
son of a
tiny
bitch.
hooks?
Alright,
To supply a 2.5mm hook as opposed to, say, a 3 or a 3.5. But to me,
so this is
like, this
one.
seems a little bit small for this yarn. And I know with the amigurumi, you usually use half the size or one size down from the recommended hook size of the yarn. But yeah, this just seemed a little bit too small for me. But perhaps that's just my personal preference. Who knows? Maybe they do it because the smaller hook size, you use slightly less yarn, and obviously that means that slightly less yarn they have to provide for you in the kit. Is that a bit too cynical? It's probably a bit too cynical, but gestures vaguely at the world. Anyway, stop talking, Lee. Start counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. so far. There's been no major issues that I've come across, like no typos within the pattern itself. I mean, there's still that rabbit one, but no major issues, because I'll be honest, one of my concerns, like, going into these kits,
Okay,
this period of time that we're currently experiencing, is
I'll
that
do this one.
it's just going to be AI. It's going to be AI-generated nonsense, but so far, at least, I haven't really noticed any red flags, anything that would give me pause and make me go, has ChatGPT spat this out? Unfortunately, no, I haven't noticed anything like that yet. A couple of things I have noted, however. One is, it's just kind of cute. Under the instructions, so where it says body, it then says, please use the green yarns, and I found that rather cute, that they were so politely asking you to use the green yarn. And the one other thing that I have, it's more of and this is not so cute, it's more of a minor criticism, is at the end of the pattern, it doesn't specify to leave like a yarn tail showing. In the pictures, you can see that a tail has been left, but I personally think that that should be included in the written instructions as well, especially if you're a beginner and you just might not know that you will need some yarn to attach the body piece to the head piece later on. I think it's important to include those instructions. While I think of it, there is another thing I've noticed that is kind of consistent across some of these kits I use, and do bear in mind that my experience with kits is minimal, as I said at the start of the video, so maybe take this with a spoonful of salt. But I have noticed that a lot of these patterns that come with kits, well, one, they all seem to like the 2.5 a killer on my hands, but the thing I'm really focusing in on here is I find they like to start with 8 single crochet in a magic circle. And I just find that a bit odd, because there are certainly circumstances in which using 8 single crochet in a magic circle to begin is the right call. It makes a specific shape. But when you want like a nice, smooth, spherical shape that increases out nice and evenly, I find 6 single crochet is always the best bet. And just looking at the original picture here, that seems to be what they're going for, a rounded body piece. And when you use 8 single crochet in a magic circle to begin, this is what I find tends to happen. You get this, like, it's almost buckling.
There we go.
It forms ridges around your piece. Hopefully you can see that alright in the camera. And I don't know, maybe that's me and my tension issue, but every time I start off a piece with 8 single crochet in a magic circle, that tends to happen. It's almost as if the stitches are too crowded, there's just too many of them. I really do think that starting off with 6 single crochet in a magic circle gives you a much nicer and smoother shape. So I don't know why these kits, again in my very limited experience, they like to start off with 8 single crochet.
So then
I don't know. Thoughts? Why do they do this? And it's clearly not something I
reason all of a sudden it wants to do this.
that are available, or even tape patterns that are available online. Not to say that there's not any. I've certainly seen some, but I've just noticed it quite a bit in the kits that I've used. So I can't really come up with an explanation.
I'm missing the thing now.
Let me know down in the comments.
There it is.
The head
64.
starts off with 8 single crochet in a circle 2.
Okay.
That's the next piece we're going to be making.
And then this one over here.
And having now completed that, I can say that I've run into my first
I don't remember him doing that.
and that is I have run out of stuffing. I used the entire bag that was provided, and that was not enough.
Okay, so now
I even took out some of the stuffing.
okay, so he is not showing some things. Okay. So here.
Normally that is something I would just keep adding stuffing to until it smoothed out and you sort of got that nice spherical shape, but not in this case. And I did consider just rubbing some stuffing from my stash to add to it, but no, I'm going to use exactly what the kit has provided. And what the kit has provided is apparently not enough. Another thing that has not quite been elevated to problem status yet, but it has me a little bit concerned, is the needle. This needle, you can see it's one of those plastic, like embroidery needles. It's fairly thick, and I've been crocheting with a very small hook. Trying to weave in my end after I finished the final round of the head was a little bit more difficult than that process normally is, just because of the thickness of the needle. So that makes me worry that after I've crocheted all the smaller pieces, and there are quite a few of those, it's going to be somewhat difficult to sew those on, given that this is what I'm working with. Again, I do have my own supplies over here, which I could use, and that would make the whole thing go a lot more smoothly, I think. But I want to stick to what the kit provided. But we will obviously figure that out for certain later. For now, I'm going to move on to the next part. And those parts are the hands, the feet, and the paws.
No.
I've done all the little pieces on this pattern now, and the horns, they honestly aren't very different from the hands and the feet. Like pure horns, they are incredibly rounded. I do think the horn patterns that were provided, while they are easy and straightforward,
Oh, come on.
they could have been shaped a lot better, because it's like really simple to make a little cone shaped piece. Just a few tweaks to some of these rounds would have greatly improved the shape of these, and it's a little bit disappointing that I've ended up with bumps instead of horns, but oh well, that is what the pattern instructs to do, so that is what we must do in this kit. And at least with all those little bits out the way, I can now move on to the final piece of this pattern, and that is the tail. Side note, why wasn't this the shape used for the horns?
Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to do the little thing up there. I gotta go back up.
This is the start of the tail. That is the perfect horn shape. Why was that not used? The instructions tell me that I am supposed to add stuffing to the tail, but I cannot do that as I don't have any stuffing left. I have acknowledged that I've run out of stuffing a couple of times now, and because this is a larger piece that I don't want to sag and collapse in on itself, I am going to be adding a little bit to this from my stash. And you know what, I might even do that for the body as well. I can't do it to the head because I closed that piece up, but like this piece, you can very much tell that it's understuffed. But just so you all know, there was not enough stuffing provided in the kit to fill all of the pieces. Now that I have all those pieces though, I'm going to start assembling this thing, and just having a brief look at these assembly instructions, I think this is where a lot of my criticism for this kit is going to come from, because, second camera time, this is literally all
So I think these ones lower are getting one.
my issues with this. 8. Sewing all the parts. Number 1. Use a plastic needle to sew the head and body together, then the tail, hands, and claws. Once finished, tie the excess threads inside the
That
body.
one can stay
That was
long.
step 1 of the assembly instructions. So all it tells you to do is sew the pieces together. It doesn't give you any round placement. It doesn't tell you where or how to position the pieces. And now your response to that might be, okay, but they've provided pictures, which, yes, they have.
Ooh.
But if you look really closely at most of these pictures, they're very distorted.
And the same thing on this side.
In some capacity, even like the individual stitches themselves look distorted. So that is really unhelpful when you're attempting to place pieces in the correct position. In conclusion, I do believe that in kits such as this, you do need to have more specific assembly instructions, especially, once more, if these are aimed for beginners, which while this kit doesn't specify that it is, at least from what I've seen, like, that's the vibe I get. Let's be real, this is not aimed at advanced crocheters. And that was only part 1 of the assembly instructions. Part 2 is, please use the black yarns to sew an X on both sides of round 9 of the head as a dinosaur's eyes. Sew a equal sign in the middle of rounds 11 to 13 as a dinosaur's cheek. Couple of problems with this. Number 1, if you look really closely,
I don't think they do this extra bit right here,
is a safety eye.
but I feel like it's needed.
You can even see the shine where it is reflecting the light. So yeah, that is a
And
safety eye.
then this one gets a twofer.
Embroidery, or it is a crochet piece that is then being sewn down. Neither of which are X's sewn to the side of round 9. So what it's telling you to do in the written portion is completely different from not only the picture in the assembly section, but also that is different again from the image on the
So
front.
one for...
And then you've got the second part of that sentence, which is not quite
Actually, no.
like so an equal sign. Perhaps they don't mean an exact but an equal sign. They just might be using that to indicate lines, which they've done. And I've just got to ask, what is the point of that? I mean, it's supposed to be as the dinosaur's cheek, but I don't look at that and think, oh yeah, that's a cheek.
This one's another twofer.
To me, that gives off, like patchwork teddy bear vibes or like zombie vibes. But no, I definitely don't get cheek for that. So I find that to be just a little bit odd. And then lastly, because we're discussing details, there is a mouth on that, which is not mentioned in the
twofer.
section or shown in the images here. So that
And then
false advertising.
these are ones.
But I will be following the assembly instructions as they are written here. So I'm going to be doing X's for eyes. I'm going to be doing lines for a cheek. Again, yeah, the one addition I will be making is just to put in some more stuffing. Because, like, look at that. That is just...
And then they want windows up there. I should have just stayed up there.
Filled out more than that. And same goes for the tail. There needs to be stuffing in there. And you can probably see even before that the head is just, it's understuffed. You can see it's collapsed there. There's just, yeah, not enough stuffing that I suppose it doesn't really matter too much where I place these pieces because it doesn't specify in the pattern.
Okay. Bum, bum, bum. And
Done the dino dirty. If I had to sum up this kit in one word, it would probably be underwhelming. It's not horrendous. It's not great. It falls firmly in the middle. In this instance in particular, the written instructions for the pattern, they were straightforward and easy to follow. But what really bothers me is that with just a few like little tweaks, this could have been so much better. Like, I've already touched on the spikes or the horns, sorry, as they call them in the pattern. Like, sewed on, they don't look all that bad. They could have been given a bit more
more shape. Then there's like the body. I've added plenty of stuffing, but it is still asymmetrical. It buckles in places. I do think that is due to a combination of starting off with a crochet in a magic circle, but also stacking the increases. If the increases had have been staggered like every second round, I think that would have helped the shaping a lot, but that's not what the pattern instructed to do, and so you end up with this, the waves, the buckling in the piece, and unfortunately no amount of stuffing is going to fix that entirely. And the same sort of thing applies to the tail. It's not a bad piece, but just I think like a couple of rounds of single crochet in between the increase rounds could have shaped that out really nicely. It's not terrible, but it's not great. Again, it's firmly in the middle. This could have been so much better, and I'm even more disappointed than I normally would be, I think, because it's a dinosaur. I love me some dinosaurs, and to see one done dirty like this, it upsets me a little bit. And outside of that, there is the issues I had with the assembly portion of the instructions, but I'm not going to rehash all that. I gave you my
trapdoors? Trapdoors, okay.
Assembly. I think I was on the money when I described this kit as underwhelming. I'm just kind of feeling meh about it. It's not one that I would tell you to outright avoid, but it's also one that I'm not going to encourage you to buy. And speaking of buying it, I got curious and I tried to look up how much it would set you back. And unfortunately, I couldn't find the exact dino kit on the Kmart website, but I did find similar Amagurumi kits. So there's a whale one I found, there's a bee one, and they will cost you $6 Australian, which is bloody cheap in my opinion. You get what you pay for. But no, I think $6, if you were interested in purchasing one of these kits, $6 is a very reasonable asking price. If anything, I would like to see them charge perhaps a few dollars more and include more stuffing, include safety eyes, include bloody pins. That was another thing I thought of when I was doing the assembly. I said to myself, you have to mention this at the end. None of the kits that I have tried so far have provided pins, and that is a pretty big oversight because the pins are incredibly useful when it comes to assembling these pieces, especially for like the larger pieces like the tail. You really need pins to hold that in place as you sew. So yeah, definitely pins should be included in all the kits because I don't think any of the ones that I've tried so far have included pins.
Okay.
Crochet kit manufacturers, get your shit together, include pins. And that further reminds me, with the sewing, the thick plastic needle was a poor choice. It did make sewing the pieces together a lot harder than it really needed to be. I did consider switching out to my usual, but I thought, no, I'm going to persevere. I'm going to do this kit as intended. But yeah, this was not a great choice to pair with stitches crocheted with a 2.5mm hook. Trying to get the needle through those, not impossible, just more difficult. So I don't know why you would do that to people, probably because these needles are the cheapest to chuck in the kits. Yeah, that was my thoughts on this kit. A solid, not a thumbs up, not a thumbs down, right in the middle. I personally would be going out to spend my money on this kit, but then again, I wouldn't spend my own money on any kits. I just don't find them appealing, but if you do, maybe this is one you want to check out. Like this little guy, it's not the cutest thing in the world, but you know, he has his own unique appeal, I suppose, especially with those facial details. I don't know why the instructions told me to do it like this, but that's what they said. That is what they said. I suppose I could always get rid of them and just glue on some safety eyes, couldn't I? So that is my thoughts on that kit. This was the yarn I had left over. As discussed already, we ran out of the stuffing entirely. So that is a point in the cons column. But what is not a point in the cons column is
Ah.
And today's featured creator on the hookup is the Handmade Escape, and she says, "My name is Cara, and I'm a 26-year-old crocheter/knitter from Germany. I started to crochet at the age of 13, and it was an on and off again relationship since then. For the first 10 years, I mostly did amigurumi or small items like scarves, hats, socks, etc. But since 2022, I really got into making clothing items and improved in that part of the hobby. Since I love anime, I include a lot of that in my designs and also include crochet or knitting in my cosplays." Oh, that's awesome. I have seen a few like full crochet cosplays, and they're honestly just amazing. It's one of those things I would like to do for myself one day, but I know I wouldn't wear like a full cosplay outfit. It would be a bit of a waste. So I like the idea in theory. In reality, it's probably not worth me doing, and I should stick to projects that I will actually wear/use. But if you'd like to check out the Handmade Escapes cosplays and all her other stuff, all those links will be down in the description. And to all you people of course if you'd like to apply for that for yourself. Thank you all for watching today. Let me know your thoughts on this little guide. Is this a kit that you would purchase for yourself? Do you even like kits in general? I mean, I know I certainly fall in the camp of no, they're not for me, but then everyone's different, aren't they? So thank you for watching today. Consider subscribing if you haven't already. Like the video if you enjoy it. Share it if you think it's worth sharing. And I will see you in the next one. So several months ago, I made this video in which I crocheted a bird from one of these bloody stupid amigurumi wheel things. If you're interested in hearing my full thoughts on this, me calling it a stupid amigurumi wheel thing didn't give it away, I will link that video down in the description. But suffice to say, I was not impressed with this at all. And I did say at the end of that video that I was going to return at some point and crochet my take on this pattern. And today is that point. So unfortunately, even though I know I kept the label from the original bird, I cannot find it anywhere. I have looked and I've looked, and over the last couple of months we have had to do a lot of moving stuff around and rearranging, so it's possible it just got lost in the shuffle. So today we're going to have to make do from the picture I linked from the website. So this is what the original bird looked like. Oh, and I was going to grab the original amigurumi as well, but that is now in my niece's possession and she did not want to part with it, so I'm not going to upset her. She can keep it. We can make do with the picture. Here's the thing, right? My experience with amigurumi kits is fairly minimal. I think I've only ever crocheted 3 at this point, including this or the bird one.
I think it's supposed to be down one more.
To call that a kit because really this is just a wheel of yarn, even though it does include a pattern. So I'm sort of on the fence about this one. So we'll call it maybe 3.5 kits I've ever tested. And all those kits,
Yeah, it's
in my
5.
opinion, were either, poor quality
I gotta get glass.
average quality. And the 2 specifically that I'm thinking of were sort of
1,
geared towards
2,
beginners.
3, 4.
They're just poor patterns. And I don't think just because a pattern is intended for beginner amigurumi makers that is any reason for it to be of lower or poor quality. So I'm going to do my best here today to design a bird that is similar in scope to this one, but it's still a nice, a cute amigurumi pattern that beginners would still be able to follow. So setting that aside, I've got to keep this picture up so I don't lose track of what I'm doing. And if I recall correctly, the original
It's kind of reminding me of the house from Up, honestly.
kit was approximately 30 rounds, so that's what we're going to be aiming for with the
body. And also another goal I'm setting myself here today is to match the original pieces on the bird. For example, this pattern includes a beak, wings and feet. I'm going to do the same. If I want to add any additional pieces, that's something that we can determine at the end, but I at least want to get the original pieces down first. So let's stick you up there. We are going to start off with the body, and if you look at the original, it's a very basic shape, which is not a bad thing. It goes out, it goes down, and it closes at the bottom. I want to give it a little bit more shape than that. So today we're going to give the body a nice sort of figure 8 shape. And I have rubbed out some blue yarn, some red yarn, and some black yarn in which to do so, because the bird that I am taking inspiration from is a ringneck parrot. So we are just going to start off with the same basic shape. You know, 6 single crochet in a magic circle, and then increase by 6 for the first, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 rounds. I don't want to go too wide here because we are going to then increase the body out a little bit further. Not too much. I just want to get like a subtle bit of shaping in there. That is round 10 done. So I was sort of hoping if I wanted the entire head and body piece to be approximately 30 rounds, that the head would take up 1/3 of the body. But I think I'm going to have to go over 10 rounds because to me that is just slightly too short, and also I need to taper it down a little bit to get the shaping that I want. And I also need to include 1 black round between the head and where the body starts because, you know, it's a ringneck parrot. I need to get that in there. So I'm thinking for a nice subtle decline, I will go with decreasing by 3 rather than 6. And I might even do that for 2 rounds. So for round 11, I'll do it in blue, but then round 12 could be the ring neck round. That might work out okay. I mean, the head doesn't have to be exactly 1/3 of the body, and like 30 rounds is just a
This one he wants
anyway.
berries.
So I think we're still on track. I just don't want to end up making this too large. Normally at this point in the pattern I would insert the safety eyes, but I find their placement can be a bit tricky sometimes, specifically for birds, because whether you want to go for a more cartoonish look or a more realistic look, it does make a difference where you actually position those eyes. So for a more realistic looking bird, I would put them either side of the head, but if I want to lean more into the cartoonish vibes, I usually, more often than not, would place them at the front. And I don't know which route I want to go yet, so I'm thinking I'll leave the eyes off for now, and then at the end of the project, I'll see where they look best. Because I'm not sure now, I don't want to put them in one position and then think, oh crap, I should have done it the other way around. So we'll leave that for now and continue
It's not what I wanted.
on with the body.
I'm tired of making mistakes. I'm getting irritated. This might be the last few details we do tonight. We'll finish this tomorrow.
Because, should I work in the back loop almost? That would leave
This isn't
a
right.
distinctive ring, wouldn't it?
This needs to be
I can always throw my work if I don't like it.
up currently.
Yeah, you know what? I like that. I like how that looks.
So
So we'll
then...
leave it for now. I mean, likely I'll be making another version of this at some point. I can always test out working in photo sloops for my black brown and, you know, compare it to this one. See which one I like best. But now, do I want to... Yeah, I want to increase out again. So I'm going to increase out again. And then from that point, I'm just going to finish off the body. That's just going to be fairly straightforward. I'm going to go out, down, and then back in. Although I might stack some of my decreases when it comes to the final couple of rounds. So that will keep the back fairly straight, but the curve will come in like under the stomach.
Okay, I have to go get more stuff. Well, with that, I think that's gonna be it for tonight. Thank you guys for watching if you watched. I appreciate everybody who participated today, and I hope to see you guys again tomorrow or the next day. Leave a like if you like, comment, and subscribe for more. And I will see y'all in the next one. Bye.